Previously on Dr. Jordan Breeding.
Okay, I'm done. I gotta go. I'll see myself out.
All right, yeah, that was pretty good. I'll upgrade your digs. Oh, yeah. This is great. This studio is incredible. Okay, who's got my coffee? Where's makeup? Where's costume? Is it still just Dave?
Hey.
Watch and explain all 14 Marvel Phase 3 movies and one-shots, and I'll get you a good budget. But only if you put away that hog. What is up with all you aliens and my hog? I'll put on pants by myself, because there's no freaking crew. No, I'm not gonna let Dave touch it. Made that mistake 7 or 8 too many times, I'll tell you what. Okay, good. You go put on your pants, because I'm dealing with some big stuff here on my end as well. My dogs will not stop taking craps in my house. The Infinity Gauntlet could wipe out half of all life. Yet, it can't even get rid of this stinky poop smell. Truly, the universe is imperfect and needs to be completely obliterated and started over. But until then, I possess something even more powerful than the combined strength of every Infinity Stone. I'm talking about the Pet Odor Eliminator Kit from Azuna. It uses plant-powered tea tree oil to neutralize odors at the source of this freaking beast discarded dumps. It doesn't just mask them like lesser solutions. Best of all, the pouches last up to 90 days, allowing me to focus on restoring balance to the universe instead of whatever this is. And all I had to do was use code Dr. Jordan Breeding 30 to get 30% off my order at the link in the description. Now, some of these gels are specific to pets, but when I don't have to only use them to fight off the freaking dog smells, my favorite is actually the Amalfi Breeze flavor. It makes me feel like Dave is with me, no matter where I am. Can you just go ahead and just get started so I can deal with this? You foul beast! I don't care, do whatever you want.
Yeah, well, we come in all shapes and sizes, you know.
1991, cold. Within a few months of Dr. Jordan Breeding's birth, a Russian Hydra base. Our boy Bucky is tortured, both with electrical shocks to the head, as well as slow-spoken Russian words to the ears.
Возвращение на родину.
Which is extremely torturous. It's like, speak English?
Would you like to touch my penis?
It doesn't help that because I didn't receive this movie by, let's say, official means, there are no subtitles. He could be saying literally anything.
Живой. 17.
Oh wait, Cezary note incoming? As a Slav, I can help. When we talk, 99% of cases, it's usually about potatoes. Usually about not having enough potatoes. So there you go. That's been a Cezary note. Again, I think I crushed the Polish accent. You think I'll get any good comments about how much I crushed that accent?
Probably from Polish people saying like, oh my god.
Oh my god, I thought you were my dad.
I thought you were Polish doing an American accent for the rest of the videos.
Regardless, whatever he said was so annoying to Bucky, he causes a car crash to get at a cooler with some bug juice pouches? It's like, I get it. Nothing calms me down more than some bug juice. Now we're in Lagos, present day. Hot, every day, further and further from my birth, and the last time I was truly carefree.
Which means more headaches for somebody, probably us.
Nowadays, Wanda's a hat girl, which is how we know that she's also a spy now. But because she doesn't have a newspaper with cutout eyes in it, we know that she's a rookie spy girl.
You guys know I can move things with my...
She's on some kind of stakeout with Natasha, Steve, and Sam as they hope to take out mean old Frank, who we last saw getting 9/11'd in Winter Soldier. Never forget. He's now apparently trying to become some kind of supervillain, though his superpower just mainly seems to be guns. It's just guns. This is pretty much a default setting for Frank Grillo. Purge 2, Peacemaker 2, Captain America 2, Wolf Warrior 2, maybe? I didn't see it. But in pretty much every 2, Frank Grillo is almost always just a guy who is super good with guns, sometimes knives. And now apparently he's upping his weapons game again by using trash trucks as battering rams, which in my experience doesn't solve all of your problems, but it is very cathartic at the moment that you use them, and especially if you're in a drive-thru. Other trucks full of black ops type dudes slam through the truck hole harder than Dave pre-dump truck syphilis. They break into some sort of infectious disease institute to steal some sort of biological weapon. Steve also slams in real hot like, and I know this is a hot take, but we could still give him a gun, right? You know, like they did back in the 40s? Oh, never mind. The bad guys are using AR-15s, which Twitter keeps telling me over and over doesn't even stand for assault rifle, so they're not even dangerous. They're only good for scaring away wild turkeys and murdering the children of wild turkeys. At Wild Turkey School? Man, what is it about these Marvel movies that gets me so wild turkey political? Am I right? I'm sorry. I promise, it probably won't happen again. Oh, hey, Sam has a gun, and everybody else is out here punching and kicking, and it's rock solid fight choreo that can only really be countered by a half dozen bad guy grenades. They should have brought a half dozen good guys with grenades, because shield beats gun, which beats martial arts, which are all beat by a half dozen hand grenades, which is why I no longer play shield, gun, martial arts, half dozen hand grenades. That game is super unbalanced. Because of this, the bad guys get the thing and they split up.
It's a shell game now.
Natasha takes her dude out and retrieves the vial with relatively no issue because she's great at not dropping things. Elsewhere, Cap and Frank throw hands, although it's harder than you'd think because Frank's hands are extra punchy these days. They need to be, because his face ain't doing him any favors. Dude looks like he was hit by a trash truck or a 9/11. Jet fuel does melt faces, I guess. This is how we know that his face isn't made of steel.
I think I look pretty good, all things considered. But I don't.
Frank is a sad man, so he tries to suicide vest himself like Voltorb when he's all out of any useful moves. Fly away from here. But the explosion is caught by Wanda's magic powers or whatever. But like an otherwise useless Voltorb, it's still pretty volatile. So while she's able to huck the explosion into the air, it still blows the building all to shit. Which is less than ideal. You ask 100 people what is their least favorite thing to happen to a building, and like 99 of them will say for it to get blown all to shit. That remaining one person? Osama bin Laden. Wow, really makes you think. He's like the one guy out of 100 who likes to see buildings get blown all to shit. Speaking of, here's Tony when he was college-aged and or on a hunger strike, and the CG is pretty amazing. He doesn't appear to be coked out of his mind or anything. The magic of computers.
Who's the homeless person on the couch?
Yeah! It turns out this is a tech demonstration of
barf.
That is
binarily augmented retro framing.
Though later movies will retcon that into bewilderingly weak-ass motivation for Mysterio to become an effing supervillain.
God, I gotta work on that acronym.
For now, apparently it's like a hologram projection system that connects to your brain, finds your saddest memories, which, okay, so far that's just Facebook memories, but the real difference is this also fixes those memories, sort of, and then it shows you like, oh, hey, look, I fixed your sadness, feel better? That is so much better than real life AI, which actually tries to get you to kill yourself. Like if I were barfing my brains out, I'd probably project that time I shit myself in a Hollywood video when I was in like 3rd grade, while with my friend's family and also their Korean foreign exchange student, and I tried to wash the out of my underwear in the bathroom, but then I got it all over the floor, so I had to ditch the underwear in a trash can, but it was still on my shoes, and I tried to pretend that somebody else had all over the Hollywood video bathroom. So my friend's parents, who didn't believe me at all, made me lie my stinky ass and feet down in the back of the SUV on the way home, while the Korean kid kept saying, wow, so stinky, over and over in the front seat. But the barf twist would be that the car would get hit by a train and my life would have just ended right there.
That's how I wish it happened.
So you didn't even have the decency to yourself in a Blockbuster.
They deserve it.
Anyway, this is presented to a bunch of MIT students because nobody has sadder memories than friggin' nerds.
Plus, most of you are broke.
And then also, yay, Tony funds all of their projects, which, hey, maybe you should vet those first. The kid in the back with the murder all Koreans machine is way too excited that he got funded.
Yeah, embedded in the meat shaft.
But Pepper isn't there to check Tony's worst impulses because they're on a sad but budget-friendly break. Tony heads backstage and runs into a lady who is like, my son died in Sokovia and I hold you personally responsible, Tony. And I get that she's sad, but man, they tried way hard to not kill civilians, especially compared to most of their battles. I would have mentioned that time that Hulk destroyed all of New York City just by traversing it mid-battle, but I guess her son didn't die there.
I'm right where I want to be.
So she selfishly picks the one battle that she thinks was handled poorly. Why don't you try to stop the evil legion of robots next time, lady? You seem like you'd be super effective. If she really wanted to be heard, she should have done a compliment sandwich, you know, like first acknowledge, hey, good job on trying really hard not to kill my son, then segue smoothly into, but you still killed my son, and then like, but also, you know, what the hell was my son doing building sustainable housing in an imaginary country full of secret occult Nazis and evil sentient robots? I question his judgment, you know?
I'm very proud of what he grew up to be.
Yeah, well...
However, more relevantly, several Wakandans from the equally imaginary African country of Wakanda that only exists in Marvel and on my son's pillowcases, they were killed in the Lagos blast while trying to render humanitarian aid. And it's like, hey, maybe if you all stop trying to be nice to everybody in all these damned imaginary countries, you wouldn't be constantly exploded by imaginary superheroes? Sokovia, Wakanda, Lagos, none of this is real, guys. But that doesn't make the Wakandan king any less upset that his citizens were exploded. And again, like, okay, well, maybe they shouldn't have been 20 floors up in a building. Who needs imaginary humanitarian aid that high up in a building? I can feel you all turning on me here. So here's Vision wearing a tasteful DAILF sweater and phasing through walls. Are you back on my side, the audience?
All of a sudden, I was a 16-year-old kid again.
Wait, what?
Also, Thaddeus Ross of the 10 movies ago fame
I had a heart attack.
has assembled the Avengers to show off this new thing they just came up with.
The Sokovia Accords.
Because, like, what would you call a group of US-based enhanced individuals who routinely ignore sovereign borders and inflict their will wherever they choose, and who frankly seem unconcerned with what they leave behind? And while the correct answer is billions of dollars in box office revenue and or the American military complex, Ross concludes they need to create a UN subcommittee in charge of deploying all these dang superheroes.
Do you know where Thor and Banner are right now?
You check your butt.
We're tired of you all being a private organization. Please sign this paper, thank you. The Avengers argue about this for quite a while, and basically the two team captains become Tony on the yes we should sign side because he feels guilty and sad and is pushing his emotional bullshit on everyone else, and Steve on the no we shouldn't sign side because he's pure of heart and he never created the AI Antichrist, and basically he never doubts himself because he is Captain America. Okay? No second thoughts, no permissions, no regrets. USA, USA. But before they can finish the debate, old Peggy kicks the old steel loo, as they definitely say in England. So Steve heads off to bare her paws, and in the process reunites with his hot neighbor slash spy friend who, twist, is actually Peggy's hot spy niece, which is about as close to the real thing as you could reasonably hope to get. So Steve is like, yeah, I guess Pepsi is okay. Peggy is Coke. Her hot niece is Pepsi. It's like pretty much the same thing. She's a little sweeter though.
I never told anyone we were related.
Which is kind of what makes it so f***ing hot.
Elsewhere in the Cleveland of Ohio, a guy breaks into another guy's house, which even out here in the Ohio wilderness is a crime, believe it or not. He's all like, hello.
My name is Zemo.
You were in big trouble, young man!
And I want to know about that Hydra mission back in 1991. And the guy is like, nah, dog, hail Hydra, player.
Go to hell.
Wait, maybe he thought he said hail Hydro? I don't know, but Nemo steals Bucky's magic word book, which is likely going to be a bad thing. I know this because basically all books in these movies are bad news. Books are bad. And yes, I know his name is Zemo, but we were talking about water, so I'm going to call him Nemo in that part. That's a little wordplay. I was an English major, okay? Anyway, the Accord signing day is here because I guess we really want to rush what could become maybe the most consequential legal action in global history. Like, just get it over with. We got post-credit stuff to do. And the King of Wakanda gives a little speech about how, yeah, Wakanda used to be real private, but then some of our special vibranium got stolen back in Avengers Age of Ultron, so now we're trying to enter world society, but as soon as we did, we got exploded. So please sign these accords so that there will never be Wakanda related explosions again. And to prove how much I believe in these accords, please note how I am wearing my least explosion-proof clothing. But then the funniest thing happens? Tell me that's not ironic.
We will not, however, let misfortune drive us back.
The news claims Bucky probably did it, and Prince T'Challa here is like, never mind, accords are bullshit.
I'll kill him myself.
I'm gonna go play big Bucky hunter. I'm gonna get that Bucky meat. But of course, Steve also wants to buck, and he now works with hot niece named Sharon, by the way. Not that you or Steve cares that she has a name. They're now also rushing to get the meat before multiple governments. So now Steve's in Bucky's apartment, and Bucky's like, just so you know, I didn't blow up those people. I don't do that anymore. I no longer do that.
I'm not a piece of shit. I used to be.
Why? I don't know.
And Steve's like, okay, well, we should probably leave before a million cops storm the building. And Bucky's like,
I'm not gonna kill anyone.
And then subsequently slams dudes in the chest with concrete blocks, punches them in the head with a metal arm, and slams dudes with a battering ram designed to destroy doors.
Fatality. Fatality.
So I guess he meant starting after this fight scene, he's not gonna kill anybody?
Come on.
Also, this is neither here nor there, but Steve really needs a better disguise. He knows he's going essentially AWOL against the entire world's wishes, but he's still wearing his Captain America outfit and carrying a shield? Not the stealthiest disguise in the world. Oh no, this red, white, and blue star shield is for Chili. I'm Captain Chili. I mean, I'm Lieutenant Chili. I'm not a captain. Man, I hope you guys catch Captain America, though. Hasta luego.
You're lying.
What he really needs is something that's like, I don't know, the polar opposite of the essence of America. I'm picturing a French mime who has healthcare insurance. I don't know how you pantomime healthcare insurance.
Well, we'll get it in post because we have the studio.
Speaking of, Bucky is attacked by what can only be described as a Black Panther-esque superhero type guy.
Me.
Ow. Which instigates what essentially becomes a four-way chase scene between several people who run just like so fast, and they go even faster inside or on top of motor vehicles. This, I don't know, Black Panther fella is basically the king of skitching. Or maybe the prince of skitching. Name one other YouTuber using obscure Tony Hawk trick references as foreshadowing.
Congratulations, you're a criminal.
Eventually, they're all caught and arrested. And oh hey, Black Panther is Prince T'Challa. Oh my God, who knew?
Your Highness.
Bucky gets locked up, but oops, the guy interrogating him is that Zemo fella who kills the power and says those Russian words that Bucky hates so much.
Person, woman, man, camera, TV.
Bucky flips out and escapes containment, but it's too late, and my guy, you should have just plugged your ears. Help was on the way when they realized Bucky was framed, but no, now he's mind-controlled, and Zemo can force him to reveal Captain America's equivalent of pooping their pants at a video rental store. I think his worst secrets. Bucky helps Zemo get a 5-star wanted level by punching basically everything, and then stealing a helicopter, which leads to Steve's hottest ever moment. My God. I appreciate him readjusting his grip for maximum bicep shot. And it works as Bucky's knocked unconscious in the resultant helicopter crash, helping Steve's pants-pooping secret memory stay safe for now. But remember, you can't spell Captain America without CTE. Cut from there to that Ant-Man post-credit scene, and Bucky's like, oh God, I don't even remember what happened. Did I do something bad? And they're like, not overly, unless you're the guy that owned that helicopter, or you were a guard that didn't want to get punched all to shit. But Bucky still feels bad and is like, by the way, I'm not the only Winter Soldier. And that 1991 mission was largely about stealing bug juice packets that could create a bunch of other crazy Winter Soldiers that I guess were never unthawed or unleashed. And what's the expiration date on one of those? Like, Hot Pockets only get like a year in the freezer, and yet they've been using Bucky for the past 75 years or so? They claim any single one of those guys could take out a whole country, so why not thaw all of them out and destroy the world? Russia? Is it because they have freezer burn? Ooh, like if you thawed them out, would they be all like mushy, like peas? Ooh.
Leave them on the counter for a few hours, you know. Don't microwave them.
They'll turn out like you? Worse.
Bucky and Steve acquire some documents from Sharon to help them leave the country and visit the Winter Soldier base in Siberia, and also blow up all of Bucky's cousins or whatever. And Steve kisses Sharon, and she's like,
That was late.
But Was it? They've barely interacted other than hallway flirtations under false pretenses and false identities and a few sliding of documents across secret bar tops or whatever. Also, it's sort of weird because she's like the niece of his great love who literally just freaking died of old age. I think they could wait a little longer. Then again, let's remember that Steve was born in 1918. To him, being with a woman in the same room without a chaperone is basically a marriage proposal. Oh, also they grabbed Ant-Man for help. And probably not for sexual reasons.
I put a little coffee in them, but...
What would Ant-Man do?
Oh, he'd crawl up inside the uterus, dude, and just start scratching around in there. The ultimate pleasure, if I remember my anatomy class.
All right, let's move on.
On the other side of this impending civil war, Tony is given 36 hours to bring runaway Soup Steve and Bucky in before the UN maybe sends in soldiers that will totally kill Steve. So Tony heads straight to Brooklyn to hang out with the hottest aunt there ever was.
Yeah, well, we come in all shapes and sizes, you know.
Honestly, fair. He recruits her nephew to go full child soldier.
You're a dumpster diver.
Yeah, I was...
Well, yes, but also...
Spider-Man.
Oh, and also he's the director of Child's Play.
Not in that onesie, you're not.
And we should just appreciate how perfectly cast Tom Holland is in this. In general, Marvel used to do such a pitch-perfect job with casting, and a lot of these older movies still rip years later. It'd be nice if they could figure out how to get back to this. Just saying, I could do a pretty mean Beta Ray Bill. But okay, let's take a little breather from this sexually latent moment between Tony and Peter.
I'm gonna sit here so you move the pipe.
Swallow the gravy.
And turn to a somewhat sexually latent moment between Vision and Wanda. And you know, in a lot of ways, Vision is the rare male version of the born sexy yesterday trope.
In my defense, I haven't actually ever eaten any.
Oops.
Not yours.
Turns out Vision is semi-holding Wanda hostage because her raw sexuality and cleavage has been known to level a city block. So Hawkeye comes out of not really retirement to free her.
I'm supposed to go water skiing.
But him being there, like his existence in general, is ultimately pointless. So Wanda herself blasts Vision, I think, literally all the way to hell. Well, that's witchcraft for you. Same thing happened to my cousin when he read a chapter of Harry Potter and the Horrible Bugger School Marm.
I like Harry Potter and the Hollywood video curse.
So, okay, now the lines are drawn, the teams are set, and everybody arrives at an evacuated airport for what remains one of the most fun and civilian-safe fight scenes in the entire MCU. Now, just appreciate that people actually use their powers instead of just punching endless faceless minions. We already have Power Rangers for that.
Everyone's got a gimmick now.
But then Vision shows up, which makes things less fun, because even though Steve and Bucky, with the help of side-switching Natasha, make it to the jet that, let's be honest, should have been destroyed in the first 10 seconds of the battle, there'd be nothing to fight about if there was no way for them to fly away. But anyway, Vision shows up, and he accidentally shoots Rhodes in such a way that his armor AI is killed, and Rhodes crashes so hard that he's like half paralyzed. Paralyzed enough to be like, oh no, that's sad, but not paralyzed enough to not have him show up in subsequent movies. Just like a little paralyzed.
Sex robot.
He gets robot legs. He could do all the same things.
He must have the gold healthcare plan if he's getting robot legs.
Tony and team learn that Zemo swapped places with the psychiatrist that was supposed to meet with Bucky, and he also used prosthetics to make it look like Bucky did the bombing. And I hear that he even took out payday loans in Bucky's name because this scheme wasn't cheap. And Tony is like, Cap might have a point, and not just about banging your ex-girlfriend's younger relatives once they themselves age out of contention. When your wife gets too old, you go find her hot niece.
I didn't think that was possible.
Neither did I.
But before heading after him, Tony visits a super villainous underwater prison housing all the airport fight losers. They're not very nice to him, downright sarcastic even.
Futurist is here!
But Tony convinces Sam to tell him where Steve is headed because he intends to actually help, and Sam relents because no matter how sarcastic or spine-shattering things get, they're all still good Avengers sequels needed buddies.
Look, I'll tell you, but you have to
Make the sequels!
Also, Tony knows this is going to be an off-the-books thing because even though he's full Team Honda, he's also Tony Stark and can't follow the rules for more than like 5 minutes. Similarly, Black Panther follows Tony because he's a wild card in this here Civil War.
Wild card, bitches!
What's he doing out there? Who's he trying to get? I don't know. So okay, everybody, including Zemo, arrives at the super secret Siberian soldier station, and Tony agrees to help out Steve and Bucky, except when they go inside, it turns out all the super soldiers have already been murdered in their back to tanks. And Zemo is like, lol, you thought I was gonna resurrect those crazy dudes? No way! As it turns out, I'm just pissed because I also lost people in Sokovia.
Forever.
So I hate the Avengers, but unlike that lady in the hallway, I'm actually trying to do something about it, which technically makes me the Avenger in this case. And you know what? Zemo has a point. If that lady with the dead kid was really sad about her son being gone, she'd have shanked Tony right then and there. In the penis, even.
Okay, hey.
Zemo shows the director's cut of that 1991 Bucky mission, and it turns out that the drivers of the car were Tony's parents.
Oh no, he died!
Uh-oh. For whatever reason, Tony hates the fact that Bucky killed his mom and dad, and hates even more that Steve was aware of this and hadn't said anything, which is an absolute bro-trayal. So they fight. And in the process, they really just ruined this cryo lab. Like, somebody's gonna have to clean this up, and they are not gonna be happy about it. It's not like the janitor killed Tony's parents or Zemo's family. Take it outside, you assholes. The same shit. I hate this place. It's not my favorite to be cleaning after these guys. I have been mopping around around frozen super soldiers for 60 years, and now you spill shit everywhere. I have kept it pristine.
This isn't gonna change what happened.
I don't care.
Things get really heated, and Tony blows off Bucky's robot/jerking arm, but eventually Steve kills Tony's suit in the heart part
I could do this all day.
and leaves with Bucky. Tony tries to get him with one last quip about how the shield doesn't even belong to Steve, so he leaves that behind too. And following that logic, shouldn't he also leave the suit? I feel like, shouldn't we be seeing Captain America's patriotic giblets right now? Am I crazy for thinking that? I just feel like this movie is incomplete until I see those giblets. Because again, he's going even more into hiding, still wearing the suit. While all that happens, Black Panther chats with Zemo outside and is like, I don't want to be as revengey as you, so I'm just gonna take you in. Whoa, don't shoot yourself! So now Zemo's in a cell and the Avengers are all sad, but Steve sends a handwritten letter instead of an email to Tony because he's like 98 years old. The letter's like, you can have the Avengers leadership mantle, and by the way, no harm, no foul on my end. If you ever need me or any of the people I just secretly freed from the underwater prison, lol, just call.
I'll be there.
You think I'm playing?
Sleeping Bucky is shipped off to Wakanda to go back into cryo sleep until Prince T'Charming can figure out how to fix his dumbass brain that keeps getting mind controlled. And then in the post-credits, we get a really cool reveal where Spider-Man now has a branded hologram watch. Sick. Can I purchase that on Amazon or Disney's website? Oh my God. Rub that on my butthole. Yum.
Is that your new catchphrase? Rub that on my butthole.
Rub that on my butthole. Raycons, huh? Rub that on my butthole. Fuel? More like, put it in my butthole.
I will absorb the nutrients if you rub it on my butthole.
If you rub it on my butthole.
I think it's gonna catch. I think that's good.
Hey, can you shut the door?
So the movie ends, but hey, did we ever answer Ross's question from way back when? I mean, we've sure destroyed a bunch of public property pretending to debate it, which is the true meaning of American Christmas. But really, everybody was just mad at each other about bro code violations, not the actual Sokovia Accords. And now that everybody's sufficiently pounded into PG-13 pulp, they're just allowed to go their separate ways. Cap can be a sexy outlaw, Stark a sexy company man, and everything's totally fine. Except like, superheroes probably shouldn't be allowed to act with impunity, right? Their self-created problems are racking up civilian deaths and destruction around the globe, and as Vision points out, the very existence of superheroes seems to create more supervillains who often are literally just like Thor's brother, or Thor's sister, or corrupted Avengers, or some stupid shit that the Avengers themselves invented, like evil-ass robots.
Our very strength invites challenge. Challenge incites conflict, and conflict breeds catastrophe.
Like, if none of the Avengers ever existed, would there be a need for them? I guess Captain America did have to fight Nazis, and I think Nazis are bad. But that serious answer doesn't allow for more globe-smashing movies, so we're just gonna pretend that both options are morally viable rather than just box office viable. Some superheroes will be regulated, while others will be free to do whatever they want. And really, having two tiers of people, one which the law binds and the other that the law doesn't affect, is actually the second meaning of American Christmas. But it'll likely result in law-abiding superheroes hunting down rogue superheroes, inevitably leading to misunderstandings, even more unnecessary superhero and civilian deaths, new supervillains, and likely the destruction of the entire planet, or maybe the whole multiverse, or maybe it won't, because we can just forget about the whole thing and pretend that somebody accidentally left the Sokovia Accords under the couch. Nobody can find it. Like, where is it? I bet that Russian janitor was like, what is this shit? Shit in trash. To be fair, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, the place where they signed it exploded. Is it legally binding if it explodes?
Who's putting coffee grounds in the disposal?
Hey, don't forget the silly little one-shots. I never forget the silly little one-shots, okay? I'm a completionist. Well, don't start forgetting them, is what I'm saying, okay? I'll do it. I'm going to do it. I need that budget. I got big plans. Well, good.
Who's this purple weirdo?
So if you've been wondering where Thor's been during all this civil warring, it turns out that he's been taking a bit of a break from the whole being the most powerful Avenger and therefore would too quickly tip the scales and film budget one way or another if he'd been in the last movie thing.
And, here we are.
He's moved to Australia, gotten a roommate named Daryl.
Hello.
And has been talking to kids a lot. Not in a weird way. I think they invited him. I mean, he is talking to them in a weird way, but not like a creepy weird way. A normal weird way.
Who's this purple weirdo?
In his spare time, he tries to figure out what the Infinity Stones are. And brother, you and me both, right? Thor and I, we're the same. Because look at my abs. We'll get it in post. Look at it. Ooh, shit.
Holy.
He's also forcing Daryl to email Tony and Steve, trying to figure out why they haven't contacted him. Shit. Steve was right. He should have sent a handwritten letter. Although during lunch with Bruce, we learned, at least partially, it's because Thor only communicates via Raven, which is even worse than being the only android in an iPhone group text.
I don't have a phone.
He doesn't have a phone.
But nobody really reaches out, so he decides to start Team Thor, which, by the way, is the name of this short. Wow, am I right? Daryl, what a guy.
I mean, people just don't know the amount of training you did before this video.
No.
Hey, you got anything magic related? Do I? Fireball. Fireball.
Too many sorcerers.
Doctor Strange opens with some wind chimes clanging out some Doctor Strangely evil vibes, while a bunch of hooded monk types or possibly hooded boxer types, same type of hood attire, they bust into what appears to be the most inefficient library of all time. The books are laid flat and chained to these sliding wall things. Like, did Pinhead design this place?
We have such literature to show you.
Why are we trying to improve upon bookshelves? I'm just saying you could fit way more books in here if you just went to a regular system. More like the Dewey Don'tsimal.
Crowd goes, what, the live studio audience.
Yeah. More like the Dewey Don'tsimal system. But none of that matters anyway, because there's only one stupid dork in here reading and probably skipping PE, and it turns out that these monk boxers could do like freaking magic, dude! Like the good kind, not the David Blaine stuff. And they use it primarily to cut this dude's head off into a bucket.
It was a mess. It was blood everywhere, but we caught enough of it.
A bucket they brought with them. Why did they bring a head bucket to this murder robbery at a library?
It is a blood bucket.
Because if it's for stealth, it's important to note that they didn't bring a bucket for the body. A body bucket. So maybe it's a trophy thing? Maybe it's some type of weird magician etiquette? Why would you ever need the head in a bucket? Why would you bring a bucket being like, we're gonna cut a head off and put it in here?
I mean...
You're right, you're the wrong person to ask. Look, so you can f it later.
Well, it makes it a little easier to hide the head if like you're trying to walk through like a Home Depot or something.
Yeah, okay, sure.
But yeah, you know what I mean.
I don't. But then their leader, Mads Mikkelsen, I assume not even playing a part, just ignoring the cameras and going on with his regular life, rips out 1 or 2 pages from a very secret special book. Again, what did I tell you about these bad news books? So many of the MCU's problems could be avoided by embracing illiteracy. He then plops the book to the ground. What, did they not bring a book bucket?
The bucket's full.
The bucket. We brought 1 bucket.
Most of this came from one man?
Did we take too much?
But in doing so, he ensures that it's super easy to tell what exactly he was looking for. Maybe because it's more sporting to give your adversaries a leg up. Mads is old school, and I respect that. But again, like stealing just ahead, why not take the whole book? Is it like really heavy? Is it sticky? Is it full of slurs? Is it like Dave's books and somebody used ketchup as bookmarks all throughout it?
Rereads are the difficult part.
Wait, which is the fresh ketchup page? I don't see any reason to not take the entire book unless it's like a GPS connected Kindle and could be tracked via the cloud. Wow, I sound like a hacker. Ooh, look at me. I want to buy pictures of your feet covered in heroin. Do you take Bitcoin? Beep, 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 beep. I feel like Neo. I really should look into doing computer science in case this channel doesn't work out, which is a high possibility. Around this time, a yellow monk, who probably can't even see anything given how pulled down their hood is, shows up and chases the other monks through, I think,
Rocky London town
by way of Inception. It honestly looks pretty cool. For once, I don't mind a scene just drowning in the mouth of computer-generated madness because I know that this movie is old enough that a bunch of animators missed their kid's birthday to make this, instead of just typing "make wacky shit" into an AI prompt engine.
Hypocrite!
Anyway, it turns out that Yellow Monk is a much better fighter than everybody else. So they escape through a magic portal to somewhere, and then twist. Turns out Yellow Monk is a shockingly bald lady.
It's a girl.
Man, bodies with no heads, ladies with no hair, MCU movies with no Tibetan characters because that would upset China. We are in for a wild ride, kids. Speaking of, here's a white boy prepping for surgery and knowing all about that funky music.
I got black
music.
Yeah.
That's why I flunked out of med school. I just kept failing funky music class.
Feels so good. Chuck Mangione, 1977.
Could never get into the groove and find my rhythm. Rachel McAdams pops in and is like, another surgeon thinks a guy is dead, but I don't think he's dead. So can you do non-deadening surgery on him? Yes, I know he has a fully intact bullet in his head.
I think I found the problem.
And he's neither breathing, nor moving, nor reading wonderful poetry that makes life worth living, but you're the best doctor ever, Stephen Strange. It's like magic when you work, and indeed he goes in this dude's head freehand.
Can't do it freehand.
No, but we still have to try.
Which, if I remember my first year of med school, what that means is that you sit on your hand before you do surgery, so that if you kill the patient, it feels like someone else did it.
Somehow no one seems to want to call it the Strange technique.
He didn't even need to, though, because he saves the guy's life, because Steve's got the steadiest hands in the world. He must have been a killer back in his college dorm video game days. Turns out Rachel and Strange used to date in the past, which I mean, obviously, look at the two of them. But they don't now because Strange is kind of a jerk and probably gets too strange with his strange, if I were to guess.
Sometimes just can't help myself.
Although it's unclear if steady hands are better or worse for bedtime hand stuff.
You came to me.
And Feige refuses to answer my numerous letters and emails and bricks through his windows. Do you want a little shake or do you need precision? I don't know. I feel like a little shake adds the randomness that you need. Strange and his steady hands drive home to prepare for a speaking engagement, except whap! He crashes the absolute tits out of his car because he drives distractedly. He was probably trying to watch one of my consistently engaging and hilarious videos. Once you start one, you can't stop until you've crashed your car and or broken your hands.
That does sound interesting.
Dr. Jordan Breeding, a leading cause of vehicular death since 2020 when I dethroned Dave. Strange wakes up and soon learns that he's about to friggin' suck at video games moving forward. Like, get ready to learn Dance Dance Revolution, bud.
No one could have done better.
I could have done better.
Strange wastes a ton of money exploring experimental surgeries.
And hopefully this will convince you that the rubber hand is your own, that your brain will actually adopt this hand.
Reallocating the money from his razor budget, apparently. And he's trying to get his KDR back to where it was, but nothing works.
I'm going to die. Oh no!
You see, I'm not getting any better!
He gets so depressed, he's even mean to Rachel McAdams, which is truly as low as it gets. My guy, what are you doing?
There are other things that can give your life meaning.
Like what?
He does, however, learn about a basically fully paralyzed guy who miraculously managed to fully heal and walk and ball. So he tracks him down to watch him he's just freaking space jamming all up and down the court. And he's like, my guy, how is this possible? Your back was horribly shitty.
You came back from a place there's no way back from.
And he's like, player, I just went on a vision quest with some gurus and shit.
Strangers carried me to mountaintops to see holy men.
Just head to Nepal and ask around about
Kamartaj.
Right, I mean, just anywhere in Nepal, really. It's only 147,500 square kilometers and includes the highest mountains on the planet, but also somehow it's pretty much like the size of one medium town.
I like the random gas station in Nepal. It's like, this seems pretty good for a spirit quest.
Yeah, are you a temple? Do you know about my friend who can ball now? All the paralyzed people in this movie, in this series, are still able to walk. They're like, paralyzation is mostly a mindset thing. So he goes, but he gets instantly mugged because he literally can't throw hands. But it's fine because the scary monk beats up the muggers and is like, hey, let's go to Kamartaj. I've got a bald lady who would just love to talk to you. This bald lady, apparently named
The Ancient One.
though she doesn't look a day over archaic.
Mr. Strange.
Says a lot of, weird guru shit like,
I know how to reorient the spirit to better heal the body.
Great.
Yeah.
but Strange is skeptical and mean
There is no such thing as spirit.
until she punches his soul fully out of his ass. That is, she separated his astral and physical forms. His ass and his fizz forms, for short. Basically, a human is made of ass and fizz. Strange is then blasted through, I guess, space and time and an astral assload of drugs. And it's amazing that the other dude went through all of this just to get back to hooping. I mean, that's MJ level commitment, okay? Ball is life. Then she's like, that's the multiverse, baby. Just wait until phase 4. It's gonna get, messy. And he's like, that sounds interesting.
Teach me.
No. Okay, well, he tried. Oh, wait, no. He gets kicked to the curb to beg like a Fight Club recruit, and then the monk, Mordo, lets him back in because he thinks Strange could be totally tight in a fight. So now Strange is training, and here's sort of how magic works.
We harness energy.
Hope that helps. Yes, there is energy literally all around us, and harnessing it would probably let you do all sorts of awesome stuff. But how?
How do I get from here to there?
Honestly, I have no idea.
This is like saying that in order to ride a horse, you must be able to get on the horse, not fall off, and make it go where you want to. Yes, obviously. But how about a few more details? Also, I feel like some dude playing charades at a housewarming party might accidentally make those exact same gestures and just like open up a portal to Mount Everest or whatever. And also, even if you do master this unknowable ability, the monks mostly just create magic whips and shields and shit. It feels like you could be a little more creative with the energy that you're harvesting from infinite reality, but sure. I guess the one guy learned how to ball better. It feels like there's a real creative deficit in the magic community. They're like, you can make whips, or you could play basketball. You could put a head in a bucket. I don't understand. What do you mean? What else is there to do with magic?
The 3 schools of magic.
Head buckets, balling, and whips. Except, they can use what's called a sling ring to travel through the multiverse, which in this movie mostly means just between large Earth metropolitan centers. Because again, these monks have no imagination beyond saving cash on Ubers and Grubhub.
See the destination in your mind.
They're like, you can travel the multiverse, like to New York City, or to like 3 blocks further in New York City, or maybe uptown.
Saves you a subway ride.
Magic is so powerful. Or maybe it's because they had to put limits on it after one monk kept teleporting into Macy's changing rooms. Yes, Dave did used to be a magician. Why do you ask? He's like, sure enough. And the Macy's, oh yeah! Like, all right, we need some ground rules.
We see this guy at the Macy's changing room and they teleports to the Margaritaville at Times Square.
Strange eventually gets his ass blasted up Mount Everest to sort of speed along his travel training and bring back some free snow cones. And he also heroically shaves his beard into a real Starkian, complicated-ass goatee, especially for somebody whose hands are still extremely shaky.
Try me, Beyonce.
Then we learn about the mirror dimension.
You need a safe space.
Pronouns!
multiverse, where I guess what they call sorcerers can hang out and fight and watch Inception in 4D without affecting the real world. Oh my God.
You don't want to be stuck in here without your
But even before he could conjure good shields and mediocre facial hair or travel to the most far-flung corners of downtown New York City to bring back some really good bagels, Strange's main superpower has always been reading really fast. So he grabs like so many books from this guy, Jeff Wong, who is the new librarian supreme since the last one no longer has a head.
Just Wong?
And eventually Strange peers inside the book from the intro with the pages missing. Strange is told that Mads Mikkelsen's book is forbidden, so he never reads at the end of movie. Just kidding. He just heroically steals all the books he wants to read because this is the worst library in the multiverse. It's a magic library. They should have some spells or shit. I don't understand. It's so easy to steal books.
Hey man, the funding cuts to the magic library are just
brutal. Strange ends up reading Mads Mikkelsen's book and grabs a nearby eyeball thing that allows him to affect the lifespan of an apple and even grows back the stolen pages to learn literally Mads' entire plan.
The dark dimension, eternal life, chicken wings.
Which again, if a novice can do that, why didn't Mads take the whole damn book? Although also, hey, Strange...
Tampering with continuum probabilities is forbidden.
I mean, ultimately it doesn't matter, but it might.
Time loops!
I love food loops.
Anyway, what were you saying about the pages you grew back that nobody else thought to do? Always love it when some asshole guy comes in and is instantly better at a thing than the people who've been doing the thing for hundreds, even thousands of years.
What you just did takes more than a good memory.
Well, apparently those pages detailed the summoning of a scary world eater fella.
Small move! Where did you learn that name?
In exchange for eternal life of, let's say, dubious quality. And more exposition reveals the sorcerer's whole thing is that they run 3 sanctums in London, New York, and Hong Kong that protect the world from like devastation. The dark dimension, which is like our regular dimension, only you keep, like stubbing your toes because you can't see shit. It's a dark dimension. You don't want to go there. Not without good shoes.
before you go to the dark dimension, please wear safety boots and bring a flashlight.
Spatial paradoxes!
And not to beat a dead, albeit magical horse, but if the entire time book had been stolen, not only would nobody know specifically what Mads is up to, Strange himself would have not learned this one insane trick that doctors hate to manipulate time, and I'm pretty sure it's going to come up again later. It makes no sense that this guy didn't steal the whole damn book, or even better, steal a bunch of decoy books, like one containing the spell for making every guy ejaculate lemon juice, so that they think that that was Mads' evil plan.
Those damn lemon-stealing whores.
Really should put the warnings before the spell.
Like, what was the rush? Was he worried about ADT sending someone? Like, it's insane that the very first scene of the movie involves the villain making a profoundly stupid mistake that ruins every single element of his plan, right at the beginning, without anybody else doing anything to force it. It's like robbing a sports equipment store where you bought your ski mask like 5 minutes earlier. Speaking of, here's Mads doing some special magic that mostly just seems to make his eyes shitty and methy. Maybe learn to conjure up some eye drops, my guy. Not just in this movie, and like all your movies. Except, oh, also Mads' magic nukes the London sanctum somehow. And Strange sort of shell-shockedly wanders around the New York sanctum because they're all connected via, I assume, literal magic, and he finds a bathroom with an insanely huge magic toilet. You could flush Noah's entire ark down that puppy. Maybe this is just like a room of requirement and Strange is about to unleash astral hell. Have you ever so hard that your astral form leaves your body? But oh, never mind. There's Mads, and he instantly kills the Sanctum guard.
Oh no, he died!
Because apparently there are like 7 sorcerers in the world. We got 1 librarian, 1 guard per sanctum. There's the magic basketball guy, and then we have a bald lady on retainer who shows up to kick ass, but only sometimes. This is not one of those times, however, so Strange is forced to fight Mads and friends for a while, although he's thankfully aided immensely by a magic anthropomorphic cloak that decides to be his friend for some reason. Maybe the cloak just likes how Steven smells and he wants to envelop him? That's why Dave hangs out with me. The Cloak and Strange Tag Team Royal Rumble doesn't work forever though, and Strange gets stabbed by, I don't know, maybe the sharpest magic blade in the multiverse, forcing him to magic jump to his old hospital so that Rachel McAdams can do insurance-free emergency surgery on him.
What happened?
Stabbed. While she does that, he hops into his ass form and fights another bad guy in his ass form. And Strange wins because he's able to channel the power of defibrillators into his ass. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Not everything does. not everything has to.
But Dave assures me via his own experiments that the science is sound.
New product, ass defibrillator.
I think my ass is having an attack.
Dock your ass into good health today.
Strange is healed by Rachel's magic, not car-mangled hands. And really, wouldn't we all be healed?
Kathmandu.
So he travels back to New York to find Mads has escaped, and Mordo's there being like, whoa, Mads was folding reality in the real world instead of the mirror dimension. That's crazy. That's a crazy development. And like, I guess, if you say so, my guy, so far you have not established any kind of coherent system of rules for the MCU magic. London has fallen, but it's fine because we still have Olympus.
Olympus is falling.
Oh, shit. Well, how's Angel doing?
Angel has fallen.
Oh my God! What about Night? But no, in actuality, New York and Hong Kong are still up, so things are okay for now, but only if Strange can stop being a wussy and be cool with murdering people.
I have just killed a man. I'm not doing that again.
Strange is all like, oh my God, I killed that guy, but A, actually, your shirt killed that guy, not you. Stolen valor much? And B, he's a literal evil wizard. If there's anybody you get a moral blank check to murder, it's evil wizards. They had a special bucket just for librarian heads. If there's a man walking around with a librarian's head in a bucket, I think you're allowed to take him out. That guy must owe a lot in late fees. Oh my God. Mordo clearly is on my side.
You're a coward. You lack penis.
But that's enough moralizing for now because Mads Bads are back and Strange puts them all in
the mirror dimension.
But that only makes them more powerful and everybody's running around until eventually the aptly named Ancient One, who took forever to show up like an old man going for his 11th Hardee's biscuit of the morning, is finally there. And she promptly gets stabbed through a dude. Despite them learning that she's been secretly drawing power from the dark dimension so she could effectively live forever, or at least long enough for GTA 6 to come out. At least that's what she thought! Oh no! She's not gonna get to play GTA 6? Oh my God. Oh my God. Is using the energy of the dark dimension bad? Maybe it's like robbing it of its power. I don't know. It's unclear because in the MCU, magic isn't big on rules, more like a vibe. But they lug her dying ass back to Strange's hospital again.
Are you kidding me?
Because she's ancient enough to qualify for Medicare. And though Strange wants to perform the surgery, his hands, they're still shit. So he lets another surgeon at the hospital do it. And needless to say, the Ancient One dies. Felt like there's supposed to be a character arc thing there where Strange finally learns to give control to somebody else. But I guess the lesson was actually that Strange just needs to learn how to fix his hands or learn how to do surgery with his feet. Any other movie in existence would be like, that's right, other people can succeed too. It's not just you. You're not the only special person in the world. It's like, no, he is. If you don't let him do things, everybody will die. Wow, that's really powerful that he learned that. The whole thing of this is like, you're an asshole, you can be more than your hands, but not at all. The whole point is that you just need to learn magic to get back to being a kick-ass
to solve all of your problems.
It's not learning to trust other people.
It's refreshing in a way.
Yeah, that. You need to learn magic. Wait, literally? Or what are you saying? What is this movie made by Big Magic? It's made by the Bicycle Card Company or whatever. Anyway, before she dies, the Ancient One and Strange hop into their ass forms to chat so she can be like, look, I didn't want to draw power from the dark dimension, but I didn't have a choice. I wanted to live forever. Okay, it's not my fault. You know how many episodes of One Piece I still have to watch?
I can't see past it.
And Strange is like, I totally get it. And the Ancient's like, oh, by the way, your hands could be fixed if you sent magic to them.
So I could have my hands back again.
That's what Basketball Boy did. It could have helped Derrick Rose's knees too, but the Ancient One is apparently a Heat fan. But I guess the implication here is that you can't fix body parts and conjure shields and shit. Why not?
I don't understand what's happening.
Surely that'd be a fairly simple thing to make happen. This lady just lived for centuries and still managed to be bald and fight people. This moment would probably hit a lot harder if Marvel magic had even the tiniest baseline for what it can or cannot do or how it works.
This is how things are now.
Wait a minute. If he couldn't even walk, how did he do any of the motions? He's just laying there. They're like, you're magical now. Good job. He's like, I think I'd rather walk. And they're like, are you sure? You could just lay there. No, I think I'm gonna ball. I literally Don't know. But now she's dead, and Mads is attacking Hong Kong, but if he wants to destroy that sanctum, he's gonna have to go through Wong Kong, or Hong Wong. Doesn't matter. Wong's defeated off screen, like in all great cinematic battles.
No one steps foot in this sanctum.
The sanctum's already fallen.
And the Dormammu train, oh, she's a-coming.
Dormammu is coming.
This cannot be undone.
Strange is like, well, that sucks, but all right, I can rewind time for non-Apple things too, because Mads so kindly left that damn book for me to read. So he does, and the world goes in reverse. Though Mads and his friends are able to snap out of it, and we're treated to yet another visually stunning action scene. Again, I don't mind the fakeness of it, because it's interesting to look at. It's the same reason why Dave says he doesn't mind fake boobs. Oh, it stimulates my brain thoughts, says Dave. I guess CG can be cool when it isn't just endless hordes of generic aliens or random colored lights in the sky. Eventually, Mads knocks out Strange, which causes time to freeze for a hot second. And when Strange picks himself up, he's like, screw this. And he flies into the evil purple shit flying around in the sky to debate Dormammu in the market dimension of ideas directly.
I've come to bargain.
To do this, he gives himself infinite lives by creating a time loop to drive Dormammu to boredom. It's a little silly that this galaxy-eating being couldn't wait out a regular dude getting murdered over and over. But I do love the idea of handling a galaxy-sized boss fight with cleverness instead of super hard punching. It's a breath of fresh, magical air. This is a regular dude who is experiencing death over and over and over and over and over. You will win eventually if you could just last more than like 15 minutes. He's like, I don't even want to eat this world anymore.
Set me free.
Eventually, Dormammu is like, this sucks astral forms. You can go, I will take Mads Mikkelsen with me. And it's like, whoa, 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 Mads is a treasure, no deal. But it's too late.
Yeah, you know, you really should have stolen the whole book.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Good grief. At minimum, at the beginning, what if the book was lost and then discovered by Mads? And Strange then has to go steal it back from the bad guys? And that's what makes him want to dive into it and learn what the bad guys are doing and how to counter it with magic? That's way more straightforward and more interesting. But all of this madness gets Mordo all high and mighty, and he's like, I can't believe you guys mess with time and the dark dimension.
You still think there will be no consequences, Strange?
Honestly, I have no idea.
That is amoral. I only wanted to use this power to entertain my 7-year-old nephew's class and impress the chick at the coffee shop.
I will follow this path no longer.
So I'm going to leave and become something of a villain, and indeed in the post-credits, he re-paralyzes Basketball Man and ruins his dream of making it to the finals, and he says he's finally seen what's wrong with the world.
Too many sorcerers.
David Lame. Fuck you.
I mean, I don't know if that's what's wrong with the world. Personally, I would take a look at like health insurance. That's just my thing.
Dude, don't get me started on sorcerers. You know what I think about sorcerers.
Oh, also Strange meets with Thor, who as we know is bored and is like, hey, so what's this I hear about you bringing Loki to New York? Historically, not a good dude. Not a fan of it, especially in New York. That'd be like if Dave brought Bin Laden to, well, New York, actually. Remember that time that Dave gave him a tour back in like 2001? Did not end well.
He's a friend from work.
But Thor's like, oh, we're just looking for our old daddy, Odin. And Strange is like, so if I helped you find your dad, will you leave and not do a third 9/11? And then Thor's like, yeah, I don't care. Who cares?
Great.
Whoa, wait, this movie was directed by the mastermind behind Hellraiser Inferno? The 5th Hellraiser? What is he doing slumming it in a Marvel movie? He should be out there making like the 9th Leprechaun or like the 14th Halloween.
No, don't do it!
Anyway, drive safe, everybody. Don't even say it. I've got it. Okay, good. Damn.
Daryl cleans the toilet mainly, because you do most of the damage in there.
Hey, let's take another break to check in on how Thor, the roommate, is doing. But like, you know, like how he's doing deep down.
You know, I'm managing.
Turns out not great. He sucks at Connect 4. He refuses to pay the rent and earth money.
This is a gazillion, you're rich.
And they don't show it, but you absolutely know he's not doing his share of the dishes. Also, he hires a servant to mostly go get a job and then give that money to Thor. So basically, Thor's doing pyramid schemes now, which I think are an Egyptian thing, but Thor is Nordic, so now we have to cancel him for cultural appropriation.
He's massively out of touch.
Which is unbelievable. Like, never have heroes. Anyway, that's it. That's what we learned. See ya, kids.
As if.
Hey, Dave, look, I'm a tree, but like a teenage tree. Is that enticing, Dave? Huh? Ooh.
Oh, I don't like this.
We'll fix it in post.
I have famously huge turds.
All right.
Showtime, a-holes.
Guardians 2 opens in Missouri, which is on Earth, apparently, in the year 1980, which was a year, apparently. Two apparent lovers with the best hair in the galaxy ride in a car, and the woman sings fine.
In this horror town.
Awful.
Though she has nothing on my wife. But she does well enough to go get banged behind the Dairy Queen.
That's what I like about
They don't just let anybody go get banged behind the Dairy Queen. You gotta be good at something. You have to have a skill or a talent. We also learned that this lady is Peter's mom.
Meredith Quill.
And apparently, that's Peter's dad.
He's coming.
And soon, it'll be everywhere.
Who may very well be a spaceman?
I can't believe I f***ed a spaceman.
I don't even know if my parents ever banged behind a Dairy Queen. Sort of terrifying thought to not know.
You should call him.
Mom!
Yeah, they're thick.
Fast forward, and the Guardians have been hired to guard some batteries. Not quite as epic as an entire galaxy, but some batteries are really important. Like, has your controller ever died in the middle of a ranked match? Or your trimmer while in the middle of trimming? Or Dave shot caller while filming one of these? Exactly. Bet you wish you had a sentient raccoon guarding your batteries then, huh?
My nipples hurt. Oh, goodness.
Or like a baby Groot? Actually, I just want a baby Groot for snuggles. Or like to clean my teeth like a sentient toothpick.
Spit it out. Disgusting.
Some sort of big hentai-adjacent critter attacks in hentai-adjacent ways. And the Guardians mostly fight it in the background while Groot dances around for the opening credits.
It's called hentai, and it's art.
Until Drax's large ass crushes the speaker system. Now, let me just say that big blue buff half-naked guy destroys electronics with his big blue buff butt is 100% someone's fetish, which probably pays more than dealing with space squids.
How is that a priority?
Just saying, Drax, you have options.
I can clearly see you winking.
But no. Drax dives inside the monster's mouth to stab it from the inside, which does nothing.
I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
And Gamora dives at the monster next to stab it in an open wound, which does everything. This teaches the viewers a valuable lesson. Stab smarter, not harder. I tell my kids that every night. They had to meet with the golden gods called the Sovereign, who bioengineer their kids to pick up their payment, which is, oh hey, Nebula, who they intend to turn over to Xandar for the reward money.
Family reunion, yay!
They leave and the crew interacts a bit until, crap, Rocket stole the very batteries he was hired to protect, even though he doesn't even use a trimmer or have a Dave to shock collar. The Sovereign Army attacks with a bunch of drone ships because I guess they were very inspired by Obama-era anti-terrorism techniques. Whoa! Look out, desert planet weddings. I'm just kidding. To escape, they fly into a quantum asteroid field, which is like a regular asteroid field, but the rocks pop in and out of existence like a super glitchy version of Space Invaders. Or I guess asteroid. That's probably closer. Do you kids like all these video game jokes? Does it make me seem hip and relevant? Can you tell your TikTok friends about this channel? I will add 6'7" to my channel name if that's what it takes. Or at least maybe you could get your parents to sign up for my Patreon. Just tell them that I have
Famously huge turds.
I mean, I doubt it'll help, but we won't know until we try. Thanks, kids.
Go get your mommy's credit card.
Sell you a plushie or some shit. Ooh, a new skin for your favorite video game character, you idiot. When you were playing Halo, you could already be Cobalt by default. Drax, who also has huge turds, famously, leaps out the back of the ship to bring the fight to the Sovereign more directly. But then a bunch more ships with a known turd size to show up, but it's fine because they're killed by a dude riding an egg.
It's a guy.
Is this guy Eglin's best I've heard so much about?
For us, it's eggs any style.
Save the best for these space fights.
Send in the egg mothership.
I don't know, but they crash land on a planet called Bearheart because they'd already passed Raccoon Asshole a couple systems back.
Don't call me a raccoon!
What was it calling you? Never mind. The egg guy lands and is like, hey, what's up? I'm your dad, Peter. And he's like, what? Are you that guy who used to behind the Dairy Queen? I thought I recognized you.
Figured my rugged good looks would make that obvious.
Later that night, Peter's dad, named Ego, which is pretty close to Egg, explains how he's the one who hired Yondu to bring Peter to him back when Peter was a sad kid, but instead Yondu kept him, like a Grubhub guy keeping your burrito, because Peter was so squirrely.
I'm not buying it.
Me either. I bet Peter has always had a good amount of meat on him. Oh, also Ego has an assistant named Mantis who helps him sleep. No, not that way. And who is also pretty bad at smiling.
What are you doing?
Smiling.
But great at reading emotions.
Romantic. Sexual.
Anyway, their ship is busted, so while Rocket, Groot, and the still tied up Nebula stay behind to fix the ship, Peter, Gamora, and Drax hop onto the magic space egg to visit Ego's planet and learn a bit more about him and his fantastic hair, maybe also his eggs. Does he f them behind the Dairy Queen?
Yeah, I do like that the blizzards won't spill out of the cup when you tip them upside down.
That is nice.
That really helps with getting behind the Dairy Queen.
You can get really railed while holding a blizzard. It's not going anywhere.
It will not spill. Oh, yeah. That's good. We'll fix that in post.
We'll put that in post. Put me in the Dairy Queen getting railed while I eat a blizzard. If Dairy Queen doesn't buy that as a commercial concept, they deserve to go out of business.
Yeah, they're idiots.
Elsewhere in the galaxy that these guys are ostensibly supposed to be guarding instead of stealing batteries like meth heads, Yondu has just finished having sex with a sex robot. Was it behind a space Dairy Queen? Probably.
All made with our world-famous
penis! This grosses out Sylvester Stallone, despite him being fine with that before. Anyway, he's also here and also a Ravager, and we learned that Yondu was exiled from the rest of the mainline Ravagers in the galaxy just because he did a little bit of child trafficking back in the day.
Ravagers don't deal in kids.
Wrong.
And because Yondu won't explain his ship's passenger list to Planet Epstein. But like, okay, if that's such a crime, I guess you better lock Dave up and take with you the 17 children he has in that box behind the camera. Anyway, see, on Earth, that crime gets you pretty far up in the US government, but in space, he gets exiled because things work differently in space. Maybe it's because of the lack of gravity? So Sylvester leaves to probably punch an alien and call it a bunch of intergalactic slurred slurs, but then the Sovereign High Priestess shows up on a literal carpet to hire Yondu to go get back their batteries, but like, why not hire the other legitimate Ravagers that are right there? This dude bangs sex robots. You think he won't swipe a battery to juice one up? Unless you think that the key to defeating the Guardians is a little child trafficking?
It's worth a shot. Right?
Like, what is your plan, lady? Maybe it's just that he theoretically has a connection to Peter, but still, like I used to tell Dave whenever he went to rent movies down at the old Blockbuster, if you can get Rocky, get Rocky.
You broke all our hearts.
Sorry.
She like walks past Sylvester Stallone, probably the best at fighting and getting things, goes up to this old man who has sex with robots and child traffics and is like, I've got a job for you. Sylvester Stallone's like, what am I? Come on, Adrian.
Pathetic.
But no, we've got stupid Yondu. So he approaches the Guardian ship and about 1,200 of his silly men are killed in very silly ways before they finally capture Rocket. Yondu refuses to kill Rocket, and the men see this as a weakness that he has. That is a general soft spot for Peter and his friends, but that's unfair. Maybe Yondu doesn't kill Rocket because he thinks he's a child raccoon and he's hoping to traffic him.
Actually, quite beautiful.
But his tenuous grasp on the leadership position isn't helped by a Groot-freed Nebula shooting off his magic mohawk helmet thing, rendering his magic whistle arrow useless. This leads to a full-on mutiny aboard the Ravager ship and the deaths of a whole bunch more Ravagers, but not any of the ones that we actually care about.
It's metaphorical!
No, literally, what are you talking about?
Okay.
Nebula is like, I'm big and tough, so I want you guys to sell, or to put it another way, traffic Rocket and Yondu to the Sovereign and just wire me 10%. In the meantime, I'm gonna go kill my sister Gamora and my daddy Thanos. And they're like, okay, sounds good.
Anyways, happy trails.
She goes to kill her family, and they're gonna give her money for an unrelated thing. Everybody's happy. Ooh. But of course, that's not gonna happen, because Rocket and Yondu are way too scrappy, and also because nobody bothered to restrain Groot, I guess? To be fair, he's like most babies, too much of an idiot to actually be of any use in a prison escape. I've learned that lesson way too many times. Babies are no help escaping prisons. But it's fine, because Kraglin here is like, I really regret questioning you, Yondu.
I didn't mean to do a mutiny.
And he procures him a different magic mohawk head thing that allows Yondu to kill literally so many people before exploding the entire ship. If you're that good at killing people, surely you wouldn't need to traffic children for money?
You still reckon that's the reason I kept you around, you idiot?
And don't call me Shirley.
I tell Dave that every time we make a video. Like, not to judge this guy, but I agree with Sylvester Stallone that nobody should need to traffic children, especially when they've got other marketable skills.
You betrayed the code.
He is so woke.
Even if they don't have any skills, to be clear, Dave, you don't need to child traffic. I will pay you eventually. Anyway, Yondu and Rocket and Groot fly to Ego's curiously not egg-shaped planet, but before they get there, why don't we go there? Writing?
Wow.
As it turns out, Ego's planet is literally Ego himself.
I'm what's called a celestial.
He only fashioned a Kurt Russell body so that he could travel around.
Did you make a penis?
Yes, sorry. And he also fashioned a Kurt Russell penis so he'd have something to do to someone on his travels.
I got a penis.
And yes, one of those things was Peter's mom.
That's disgusting.
Meaning Peter here is half celestial and all Nepo baby, which is how he was able to hold that Infinity Stone way back when without dying. Turns out it wasn't the power of friendship. Love is dead, I guess?
Dude.
It's sort of like how I'm able to lick anything I want because my dad makes stamps and I'm my father's son. Get at me with a sponsorship, United States Postal Service, you cowards. I'll lick like 100 stamps on camera and I won't even feel it. I'm my dad's son. The art director at the Postal Service mostly just licks the stamps to make sure they're tasty and they're sticky enough. But Peter can also make magic balls with his dad's magic energy and literally play catch, which is something Drax probably wishes he could do with his kids, but they're dead. So he can't. Or at least it wouldn't be very fun because they couldn't throw it back.
You're such a good listener. You're not like the other boys.
You ever tried to play catch with a dead kid? Honestly, doesn't make me feel much better.
It's like the idea going into that thinking it might make you feel better.
That does sound pretty hot.
Hey, Gamora and I agree on something.
I don't know what Cheers is!
Which reminds me that we never see any alien TV shows in these. Like they clearly have music, games, sex robots, but no shows or movies? What the hell do alien YouTubers recap to pay their bills? For context, this line comes from a fight that Gamora and Peter are having because she has the heebie-jeebies about this living planet daddy, and Peter just loves playing himself some electricity ball catch. Classic argument.
What are you talking about?
Boyfriends and girlfriends have been having this argument for literally as long as there have been boyfriends and girlfriends. They're like, I wish your dad wasn't a planet. And they're like, okay, but I love catching his electricity balls.
You gotta meet somewhere in the middle of those two things, which
it's worth it.
I gotta tell you where that is, but yeah.
Gamora wanders out into a field and is almost immediately killed by Nebula with a ship. She appears to be a terrible pilot, and Gamora wields the world's largest gun and jokers her ass. So Gamora actually has to save Nebula, who is initially ungrateful. Then they have a special sister moment and realize that they do love each other, just like the Tia and Tamara of yore. Ego explains to Peter that he's immortal as long as the planet exists. And Peter says what I said when Cracked handed me the reins to their YouTube channel back in 2020.
I'm gonna make some weird shit.
But now we just make our own weird shit, which is why we do have a Patreon and don't have real healthcare. 3 years in and we're still alive as of filming, although maybe not as of airing. Entirely possible that one of my 3 children uploaded this. Good job, children, and don't trust Dave's lies. Also, I'm sorry we can't play catch, because it turns out even if the kids are alive, if the dad is dead, it's still very sad to play. Anyway, Ego then sort of shows Peter the meaning of his own existence.
Bunch of hookers and cocaine.
Which sort of brainwashes him, and it turns out Ego wants to replace all of existence with just himself. The ego on this guy, right? To that end, here's a corpse pile of all his previous offspring to really emphasize the dead part of him being a deadbeat dad. Because yes, Kurt Russell was f***ing and sucking across the universe for forever, but none of them had as much juice as Peter does.
Come with me.
Everywhere.
And you know, looking back at it, there's a lot of talk about batteries in this movie.
Battery.
Batteries! It's like a very battery-centric movie.
Wow.
Peter's juice, though, should help with this universe expansion thing that, by the way, is aided by these flower bombs that Ego planted on a whole bunch of worlds, which is why I destroy every flower bed I find, just in case it's an alien trying to destroy all life in the universe. My mom is pissed. I planted that! I can't know that for sure.
Rip them all down.
Also, side note, Ego killed Peter's mom by putting the tumor in her head, which, like, okay, you're almost literally a god who can do anything, basically. Why in the hell would you kill her in such an agonizing and brutal way? I get that you're an asshole, but you also claimed you loved her and needed to kill her so she wouldn't distract you, I guess. But I feel like just exploding her would be less of a distraction than forcing her to slowly succumb to space cancer.
I can't believe it.
I'm just saying, he could have killed her with an overdose of uncut space meth or something. It's just, it's shitty.
I returned to Earth to see her 3 times.
Peter agrees with me, but Ego's like, it's fine, I can actually just use you as an unwilling battery, which is actually, I assume, the status of all batteries, unless you think they're into it? Do you think they like being drained so you can be shitty at the latest Mario Kart?
What you think of as pain is only a shadow.
Also, Ego sets off his planetary flower bombs, just obliterating Earth's, I assume, only remaining Dairy Queen, which is no major loss, but the rest of the team figures out how to distract Ego and stop him from bukkakiing the universe with his seed. If only for a moment.
Hey there, jackass!
Okay, now they gotta figure out how to kill this planet's soul, which requires drilling down to the center. You guys could have just saved so much time by just making the planet read a comment section. Killed your soul way faster. And to make things even more complicated, sovereign drones show up looking for those freaking batteries because, oh my god, these guys are obsessed with those batteries.
Captain?
So Kraglin brings the main ship down to the surface of Ego. It's a whole cluster. Mantis is able to use lo-fi telepathy beats to chill to put Ego to sleep temporarily to buy some time for Groot to go plant a makeshift bomb deep down the part of Ego's butthole where his brain is, or...
Now, whatever you do, don't push this button.
Look, I'm not a planet doctor. Not after I lost Pluto on the operating table, anyway. Also, they blow up a bunch of sovereign ships, but lose the mining vehicle that they were using as an escape option. Peter and Yondu fly into the fray like somebody who isn't and somebody who is Mary Poppins, respectively.
You look like Mary Poppins.
And Drax heads to Kraglin's ship with Mantis and also... Oh, can't leave those behind. Then Nebula saves Gamora, which I think is actually a really great bit of character development for her, but even still, all hope seems lost as Ego grabs the ship and the DQ goop starts back up as Peter gets batteried again.
He's coming.
But then he has a few heartwarming flashbacks and he breaks the spell and he yells,
"You shouldn't have killed my mom and squished my Walkman."
Because yeah, Ego did squish his Walkman earlier. And I want to take a moment to point out why James Gunn's humor is so much better than Joss Whedon's, at least for something like Marvel. And yes, keeping in mind that I love the hammer scene that Joss wrote for Ultron, but it all sort of goes together. See, James Gunn's humor is just as goofy as Joss's, but the primary difference in my mind is that it is always coming from the characters. That is, everything Drax says that misunderstands what's happening still feels like it's part of the world and something the character would actually say. By contrast, Joss quips feel like they're coming from us, the audience. Joss quips are the kind of, he's right behind me, or wow, you have a big laser, that's crazy kind of shit that's intended to wink at the audience like, haha, yes, you're watching a movie. Movies are crazy, but it's still fun. Instead of James Gunn's jokes, which aren't ever intended to wink at you. What's funny about conflating the death of your mom and the squishing of your Walkman is that they actually both matter a ton to Peter, with the latter even connecting to the former as it was a gift from his dead mother. They probably wouldn't mean as much to us, but they do to him, in the same way that Drax saying Mantis is ugly doesn't likely hold true for us. Dave is super into chicks that have like head tentacles. It's probably his favorite thing, but it's true for him. And nobody's winking at you saying, isn't it silly that he thinks that she's ugly? They're just interesting and funny characters in a funny and interesting world saying funny and interesting things. Not generically sarcastic characters in a movie saying, wow, this movie is pretty funny and interesting, right? Any character could be like, I mean, I know he didn't write this movie, but they fly now? Like that kind of thing. But the things that Drax says, only Drax could say. That's his character throughout. And so it's funny to have his character say that. Giving Drax's lines to Peter would not really make a lot of sense. It would still be jokes, but they would be so stupid. Like it would be incongruent, as opposed to almost every joke that Tony Stark makes, they will also just like give to Natasha or they'll give it to Bucky or something. Like they'll just be like, hey, Isn't it crazy that they're aliens? Which any character can say that. Another example that springs to mind is Vigilante from Peacemaker. A lot of his humor kind of sounds like it could be a wink to the audience kind of thing, like, I love murder, paraphrasing, but it never feels like a wink because Gunn constructed that character as a kind of lethal kid on the spectrum. Not an insult, just an observation. And then he built jokes around that concept. A Joss version of Vigilante would probably stab somebody in the throat and then go, wow, I got a little carried away there, huh? Again, stepping outside the scene to comment on it rather than staying in the scene and continuing to play as an insane character who, yeah, keeps getting a little carried away with the killing things. For all of you improv heads out there, this is also the way to make great improv scenes. It's not nearly as funny to comment on what's weird about a situation as it is to be a character who takes a surprising but honest approach to a weird situation. Anyway, whatever. Those are my thoughts on comedy writing for no reason. Now, Groot finally sets the bomb and we get a quip about his swearing.
We're gonna need to have a real discussion about your language.
Which is again funny because Groot only says one thing that we can understand. I am pussy! But Rocket fully understands what he's saying, and there's a parental relationship now that Groot is young, and whatever, you get it. These movies are funny and character driven, which is all too rare these days. Like Doctor Strange was funny too, but that humor, like the facial hair, was almost identical to Tony Stark's snark.
Just Wong? Like Adele?
Just constantly being like, whoa, magic, that's stupid, lol.
Nope.
What a cool guy.
Could you imagine if there was magic? Anyway, there is in this world, but I think it's stupid that it is.
Looks like you've got some dirty ears.
How did you do that?
It's just nice to have some earnestness in your big explodey comic book movies.
Not without you.
He decided to do the noble thing.
You know, like when Peter, literally 0.5 seconds after finding out that Ego killed his mom, just started frickin' blasting.
What?
No whats, no confusion, just straight to the avenging part. Because that's how you show love to a parent. By avenging them on the spot. None of this 10 years of ninja training or whatever that Batman did. He was a terrible son. Yondu grabs Peter and flies him out of there, and we quickly learn Yondu's effectively sacrificing his own life to save Peter's, and he says a line that stuck with me for years.
He may have been your father, boy, but he wasn't your daddy.
And I wonder a lot about how I can be less of solely a father and more of an actual daddy to my kids. Support my Patreon so I can get a metal mohawk attachment that kills people so that I can be a better daddy. That was my takeaway.
That's nothing like what I just said.
So anyway, Peter's daddy dies, which is not what I want to do as a daddy, but the other Ravagers hear of his noble sacrifice and throw him a festive funeral, even though they originally said they wouldn't because of his past crimes. So now we've got a forgiveness and redemption arc. Granted, for a child trafficker.
He was at Epstein's Island a lot.
And then Nebula goes to kill Thanos.
I will help them by killing Thanos.
Which, all right, that's less of a forgiving thing. But we do still need people to murder each other to keep the franchise afloat. And at least she's channeling her murder in the right direction.
I don't know if that's possible.
We then get one final joke about a Walkman replacement Zune, which is delightful.
It's got 300 songs on it. 300?
Except we actually end with, as far as I can tell, 6 straight mid and post-credit scenes. Taylor Swift albums have fewer bonus tracks.
You're gay.
And this movie has fewer songs about an NFL tight end's dick. If you said to me, I have a James Gunn movie and a Taylor Swift album, and only one of them has a really long riff about a football player's dick, you wouldn't think it was the Taylor Swift album, but no, it is.
You had a similar couple of songs, actually. Did Taylor Swift steal this from you?
It's funny you mentioned that because I wrote an entire concept album about every single active NFL player's dick.
But you keep updating it every new draft pick.
Every year it's the rookie album where I have a bunch of new rookies.
They're surprisingly all unique and different.
I have unlimited thoughts about NFL players' dicks. It's crazy.
They're kind of like my children.
Anyway, firstly, Kraglin gets Yondu's whistle arrow shit and sucks with it. Then Stallone talks with a bunch of cameo Ravagers that seem like are supposed to factor in the story later, but then they're like, hey.
Let's say we still see.
And then the Sovereign High Priestess has created a new dude named Adam, totally ripping off the biblical god. Prepare to have your ass sued to oblivion, lady.
I think I should call him
John C.
Then there's Teenage Groot, and then a Stan Lee cameo with the Watcher shit. That's it, probably.
Hey, you were supposed to be my lift home.
You can edit this out, right? The coffee, can you make it like a spider?
God, I sure hope so.
Oh, Bimmy gave me superpowers. Ah! Oh, I'll save you, New York. Well, gee whiz, mister. My spider sense is tingling something fierce. Mary Jane, no! We can fix it in post, right?
Pretty sure this guy's a war criminal now, but whatever. I have to show these videos. It's required by the state.
Wait, Sony? Oh no! What is this shit? Did Marvel sell the movie rights to most of their main characters when they were broke back in the 90s with the stipulation that companies would have to make movies with said characters or else the rights would revert back to Marvel, which is why they opened the MCU with lesser known characters like Iron Man and Thor rather than Spider-Man and the X-Men? So what? Was Marvel forced to negotiate with Sony for their own character to exist in the MCU while still allowing Sony to make terrible spin-off films outside the MCU like the critically acclaimed Morbius, which won 10 golden Morbs? Oh, that's exactly what happened? Cool. I should trust my instincts more often.
Things are never gonna be the same now.
Can't believe it won 10 golden Morbs.
Dude, I would do anything for one gold.
I know, right? What am I even doing this channel for if I'm not gonna win any golden Morbs? Anyway, this child of divorce ass movie opens with a hand-drawn picture of the Avengers.
I mean, look at this.
Held by a real roughneck blue-collar construction guy, while his real roughneck blue-collar construction crew guys clean the wreckage of the first Avengers movie, which, let's be real, it probably includes Hulk poop.
You can't saw through that stuff.
You think he stops to look for a bathroom when he's in rage mode? Hell no. He poops while rampaging. It's called rampooing, and it was invented by Gary Busey.
That's my secret.
Again, educational channel, the money. We made 17 whole ass cents this year off the educational player. Who's playing these videos? Where did you even check that box where it's like, I'm doing it for education. Please pay them accordingly.
This is a huge deal for us.
But besides that, Chitauri are evidently one of the messier species, and unlike Yautja and others, they apparently just leave all their tech lying around undestructed, like Dave with his Molotov cocktails after a shoot. As such, salvage is almost immediately taken over by
the Department of Damage Control.
DDC! 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 Because you can't trust random dudes to be responsible with alien spaceships and guns and shit, which honestly, I mean, it makes sense to me, but is also the exact opposite of the entire point of Iron Man 2, which argued that the government isn't automatically the best party to take possession of powerful weapons, which are best served by individuals, because whoever wrote that movie did it with one hand while the other gently caressed a picture of Ayn Rand. Because look, I don't even trust New Yorkers with Cuban sandwiches anymore because the last time I was there, I ate one from a food truck, and though it was delicious, I literally spent the entire night shitaring. I had to get up like 15 times. I had to call the Department of Damage Control to deal with that toilet. They were like, was Hulk in here? And I was like, surprisingly, no. But you may remember me from the Hollywood video incident 20 years ago.
Wait, we know this guy.
I know this MO.
The grizzled detective, it's like, I've seen this before.
Oh, hey. But this guy, Adrian, is pretty upset because he had a contract with the city and he, like bought trucks and hired guys.
Maybe next time don't overextend yourself.
Yeah, no, you're totally right. Although I am a little confused how this works. Like, if you have a contract, don't they have to honor the contract? Was there no clause about what would happen if the contract was terminated? Couldn't you sue? Tony is in charge of damage control, and you know that guy is familiar with quick out-of-court settlements. These are honest questions. I am not a business guy. Dave leaves a dead pigeon on my doorstep every couple months to let me know that he's still willing to film videos in exchange for raw meats. Adrian is forced to leave, but not before stealing some alien junk for himself. Not unlike some kind of, like a scavenging bird. And thereby, he completely proves the government's point about how you can't trust these people, but whatever. 8 years and one rebooted franchise later, or wait, no, technically it's 4 years later, because Avengers happened in 2012, and this movie takes place in 2016. But oh no, actually the official explanation from Marvel in Marvel Studios' The Marvel Cinematic Universe, an official timeline book, explains that, according to missed minutes from the TVA, somebody misplaced a file. The quote being, "Redline alert, hi again. Adrian Toombs says the Battle of New York was 8 years ago, but that event was only 4 years prior. This one's a real head scratcher for us. I reckon an analyst misplaced the case file."
Yeah, it's all rigged.
Does that mean literally anything at all to anybody? Does that make sense even if you've traveled through time and are aware of the Loki show that was released 4 years after this movie? I don't know, but I do think the answer, somebody was drunk, is just as likely an explanation as anything else we could have gotten. It was the same reason I was given when I asked my parents how I came into the world.
There are over 1,500 tons of exotic materials scattered throughout.
Your mom.
Although between 2012 and 2016, there were about a dozen more massive superhero battles, so maybe it just feels like 8 for Adrian? Like how pandemic lockdown feels like it was 20 years ago for us? Regardless, in the past 4 or 8 or 5 million years, Adrian's grown his trash company into a full-on weapons company. Ah, the American dream! He keeps his company stocked with alien tech by flying around in a massive-ass bird suit and stealing shit, which looks ridiculous. But counterpoint, how friggin' sick would Ocean's 11 have been if everybody on the team had massive-ass robot bird suits, am I right? Checkmate, Las Vegas! How am I supposed to keep the money in the casino with this 11 dudes with bird suits attacking? It's the perfect crime. What a caper.
Been practicing this speech a little bit.
I think that he should take the suit to go take a flying shit on Tony's car like a real bird. Also, it's essentially the same thing as Sam Wilson's Falcon tech, so why doesn't everybody have a bird suit at this point?
Business is good.
Ooh, I don't know, but old Spider-Man theme, but with modern orchestral arrangement. Cut to Peter Parker cutting his teeth as a film director, presumably preparing for his first feature film, Child's Play.
Stop saying that!
Who are you talking to?
No one. For now, he documents Captain America Civil War, but from his perspective. It was the most amazing thing that's ever happened. I guess he's not too beat up about Rhodes getting paralyzed.
I'm still alive, but I'm very badly injured.
Should I be making that noise? Paralyzation in this universe is just like a temporary setback anyway. He seems to have had a great time running around the world with these strange men and filming creepy alibi videos.
You know what, we should make an alibi video.
Where they talk about how to best play with their taints.
There's a little gray area in there, and that's where you operate.
And giving these weird men awkward not hugs.
That's not a hug, I'm just grabbing the
penis! Now, not to overly hit the point the movie itself is dancing around, but Peter Parker is 15 years old. Was there nobody else in the entire world more useful for a superhero Civil War airport battle with trained soldiers and god robots and actual witches than an actual 15-year-old child? Couldn't Tony just enlist like 35 Iron Man drones instead? How about just like a Roomba with a kitchen knife taped to it? How many other super teens has he trafficked with his private jet?
Is it your first time on a private plane?
Seems like a genius could come up with a better plan than enlist a child soldier.
Imagine what you could accomplish with a few hundred child soldiers.
Oh, my God.
I don't know how jobs work.
But actually, maybe Tony did learn his lesson, because now it's 2 months, or maybe 8 months, or maybe 5 million months later, and Peter hasn't been called upon for any more missions that would count towards his Sony contracted number of MCU appearances. Probably because Tony realized that if anyone ever found out that he sent a 15-year-old a message saying, "Come and shoot some of your sticky stuff for me," he'd 100%, well, he wouldn't go to jail, because he's rich, but it might interfere with his hooking up with random women. You can't have that.
Bye.
As such, Peter's forced to merely attend his extremely tech-centric high school with all its drones and erector sets.
Penis Parker!
Wait, I struggle to believe that Peter is a dork in this school. Anytime they insult him, he could just pop that shirt off and flash his wicked abs, right?
Rise and shine.
Penises! That's what I would do. As is, the most I can do in real life is roughly recount the plot of the entire Friday the 13th franchise. It rarely puts people in their place, but, you know, they're like, "You suck ass." And you're like, "Okay, well, we open on a dark lake." Like, "Are you about to tell me all 12 Friday the 13th movies?" I'm like, "You bet your sweet ass. You're gonna regret ever calling me a bad name." I just wanted to have fun with the other teens like me at the sleepaway camp, man. But even without the abs, you gotta figure that every bully in the tri-state area would be nice to him just so they could meet his Aunt May.
Okay.
Okay, well, he does apparently build Lego Death Stars with his best friend, Ned. And as we later see, Ned brings the Lego Death Star to school. Although, aren't they supposed to be poor? Lego Death Stars cost hundreds of dollars. Who paid for that? But again, who's gonna make fun of a guy building a Lego Death Star if he also has wicked abs? The same solution for the problem of being into this hot girl here. To be clear, I don't think that a 15-year-old is hot. Dave wrote that part. He actually tackled me to get access to the computer.
I don't know how to comment on that.
You've done enough.
Probably stop staring before it gets creepy, though.
Too late.
Sorry. Just use the abs, Peter. With great abs comes great ability to get what you want in life. Your uncle died to teach you that lesson. Remember when he was dying in the street and he's like, runs his hand down his shirt. He's like, oh, shit, dude. What have you been doing, my guy?
What's your routine, dog? Like,
dude, oh my God. I don't think we ever meet the MCU's version of Uncle Ben, but if he was married to the MCU's version of Aunt May, he probably did have rippling abs.
Oh.
Or at least a big fat hog.
You guys are losers.
Because you're also a genius, except apparently he's been dropping out of most of his extracurricular activities in the off chance that Tony calls him up to ask for his help paralyzing somebody else.
I'm not obsessed with him, I'm just very observant.
After school, he goes to fight some crime on his own time, but first purchases a $5 sandwich.
Here's $5.
What the f is this place? A Subway? Is Jared gonna be the primary villain? Is the shop owner in Tony Stark's little black book?
This is gonna be huge.
For that comment, $10.
Hey, come on, I'm joking.
I don't know. But we quickly learn that Peter is terrible at identifying actual crimes.
Hey, is this anybody's bike?
Now you can't.
How was I supposed to know it's his car?
He is, however, pretty good at doing backflips for the guy from Severance.
Don't flip! Yeah!
So after a long day of mostly locking people out of their own cars, Peter sees some dudes, desperate for cash to fund their own Lego Death Stars, breaking into an ATM with alien technology. And honestly, it's kind of lame that the best alien tech can do is shoot stuff a little better than Earth stuff. Why not something original, like a gun that makes metal into pudding? It'd be great for breaking into ATMs. Plus, free pudding.
Yo, this high-tech stuff makes it too easy.
Unfortunately, Spider-Man's entire thing in this movie is constantly selling out the advantage of surprise for a mediocre one-liner.
What's up, guys? You forget your PIN number?
Here, his commitment to that bit results in the bad guys escaping, as well as the subway getting footlong to death. Maybe that's the secret to his abs. The sandwiches are always getting smashed before he can eat them.
Can you smush it down real flat?
How great is this?
Peter finally gets a hold of Happy, only to be informed
Tony sold Avengers Tower. We're relocating to a new facility upstate.
Does that mean they all died? They're literally being sent to live on a farm upstate? Or alternatively, does that mean that my childhood dog is actually an Avenger? Oh my God. I don't know. But whoops, Ned was secretly, silently chilling in Peter's room, fondling his Death Star. So, oh, Ned knows about Peter's wicked abs. Also the spider powers thing, I guess, but now he knows about his abs.
I don't think I can keep this a secret. This is the greatest thing that's ever happened to me.
The next day, the hot girl, according to Dave, Liz, invites Peter to a party that she's throwing. And Spider-Man also sort of gets invited because Ned claims that Peter knows him.
You should totally invite your personal friend, Spider-Man.
Captain America, however, is not invited.
Pretty sure this guy's a war criminal now.
War criminals are not allowed at high school parties unless they're presidents. It's the strongest leverage that the UN has. They show up at Liz's house and it's immediately clear that she is freaking loaded, like Lego Death Stars pouring out of the ass loaded, which to me is actually a red flag, but Peter's into it, presumably because if they end up together, she could buy him an endless amount of $5 sandwiches.
This is gonna change our lives. This is gonna be huge.
Peter pops out for a second to put on his Spidey suit for a dramatic entrance, but notices a big blue explosion on the horizon and decides to investigate instead of continuing to pretend to be an anonymous adult with a sketchy hush-hush relationship with a random teen, which is probably a good idea. What Peter discovers is two dudes shooting alien shit under a bridge. The one guy is trying to sell the alien shit to the other guy who's like, whoa, I just need something to stick people up with.
I'm not trying to shoot them back in time.
But if that's true, why did you go to these guys? You know how easy it is to get a regular gun in this country?
This is America. Why you trying to upsell me, man?
Surely these people are known primarily for selling alien shit. You don't go inside an Arby's and act all shocked when they don't serve anything that doesn't also give you diarrhea. And also, how cheaply do they sell alien shit? This is just one seemingly low-level dude. Are they selling alien tech to one person at a time? Doesn't seem like a great business model. And also, how have they not been caught in the last 4 to 15 million years if people using their weapons are out robbing ATMs and firing at random under bridges while advertising their illegal weapon-selling asses with a big beacon of blue light?
Right to jail.
I don't know. But Spider-Man shows up and what results is a chase scene, but with like the friendly neighborhood version of severe collateral damage. Whereas Hulk levels entire office buildings, Spider-Man mostly destroys fences and lawn ornaments. Less a job for the Department of Damage Control and more for like Jake from State Farm. The chase ends when winged Adrian flies up and hooks Spider-Man in the water, forcing him to be saved by an Iron Man drone that apparently is nowhere near as effective as a 15-year-old child and would have been way too difficult to sneak into Europe, okay? You think Tony is made of tariff money? Tony tells Peter to leave it alone, but Peter notices an alien rock thing on the ground and he pockets it, which I can't blame him for. He's a kid. My son is always showing me weird rocks that he's smuggling. I'm like, is this alien tech? Back at Alien Tech HQ, Adrian is like, hey man, stop being conspicuous with the weapons. And the guy is like, screw you. So Adrian shoots him to death, but actually on accident.
I thought this was the anti-gravity gun.
We are back to Joss Whedon levels of humor, but this other guy now gets promoted.
Now you're the shocker.
And I'm not sure how he's gonna fit those gauntlets in the pink or the stink, let alone both, unless we're about to introduce She-Hulk to this movie, but whatever. Also, I'm sure she still has a stink, but does she have a pink? I bet it's green.
That is literally the coolest sentence anyone has ever said.
Dial it back.
The newly promoted Shocker heads to Peter's school to search for the missing cool rock. Haha, Shockers in high school? Sure sounds like my experience as a 15-year-old, am I right, Dave? Haha, woo! Not really, but can you imagine if?
Keep your fingers clear of the...
But no, seriously, how are these two adult men with guns, one of whom, again, is named for two in the pink, one in the stink, how are they able to just wander through a local high school that's actually terrifying? Doesn't matter, Peter manages to evade them and actually sneaks a spider tracker onto Shockman, which shows him that they're traveling to Maryland. Maybe they're hungry for crabs? The spiders of the sea? Because of this, Peter's like, oh, actually, I would like to rejoin the academic decathlon team because they've got an upcoming event in Washington, D.C., which is like basically Maryland, if you squint. At the hotel, Peter and Ned remove the suit's tracker and also the training wheels protocol, which primarily means it'll be easier for Peter to murder adults if he so chooses, which is a freedom that too many of us take for granted. You're just leaving rights on the floor. Liz invites Peter to sexy pool time to maybe murder some great ass.
Let's get your trunks on. Come on.
But he reluctantly instead leaves to go fight and maybe murder adults. Oh, also,
Activating instant kill.
the suit talks to him now, which is helpful. Turns out the bad guys are gonna steal some alien shit from a convoy. And again, Spider-Man could have stopped them, but he sells out his every advantage for a moment of talking that results in a mild concussion.
Hey, Big Bird, this doesn't belong.
And getting trapped in a truck. Does it count as trafficking if you do it to yourself? There's a lot of child trafficking in the series.
Major theme here.
But like, it's all okay. All of our superheroes are coming from child trafficking. They're like, okay, it's a little iffy, but like, what a fun movie resulted from it.
Yeah, I know. It's like, would you rather us not traffic these children and have a zany adventure?
You appear to have a mild concussion.
Sorry.
I feel for the kid, but also the world would be a much nicer place if every wannabe comedian talker got an occasional concussion and jail time inside a truck. Also, not to be that guy, there's no such thing as a mild concussion. Concussions are concussions and should be appropriately dealt with. Marvel Spider-Man movie. I'm honestly appalled that the suit lady, who Peter named Karen for no apparent reason, doesn't know that. This is the MCU, not the NFL.
And trouble wins championships!
Anyway, Peter eventually escapes the truck into a secure facility, and it takes him a while to escape from that, but in the process, he realizes that the magic rock that he grabbed, that Ned now has, can become a bomb if exposed to radiation.
Whoa, 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 you mean we've been carrying around a bomb?
Hell yeah! Yeah!
Which seems like extremely terrible technology for a spacefaring alien race to utilize. Space is dripping with radiation. So realistically, the entire Chitauri fleet should have instantly exploded upon leaving their planet's atmosphere. Or at least when they microwave their space burritos. It'd be like designing a bomb that goes off whenever you think about a 15-year-old's abs. Like the trucks would never make it past Dave's house. Honestly, we didn't think anybody was doing that. But whatever, Ned goes through an X-ray scanning machine or whatever at the Washington Monument, which activates his little bomb, but doesn't tip anybody off that there's a problem with the backpack. This also happened to Dave when he visited the Washington Monument, except it was a blow-up doll, and actually he blew up into it.
I don't really want to celebrate something that was built by slaves.
Ned's bomb doesn't go off until they're near the top of the monument because the tip is the most sensitive part.
I'm gonna come.
And though it causes significant damage to the elevator, it fortunately doesn't explode Ned into a fountain of blood and viscera. That elevator turning into the one from The Shining probably wouldn't have been as much fun for all the children in the audience. At the bottom of the Washington Monument, just like child blood rushing out the door.
Shooting out.
Child fingers floating in it. Peter shows up just in time to save everybody, despite the cops constantly threatening to shoot him, even though this is a universe full of benevolent superheroes and supervillains that are essentially impervious to gunfire. I get that you don't know which this is, but in either instance, shooting him a bunch isn't likely to help the situation. But whatever, they don't kill Spider-Man at the 60-minute mark, miraculously, so the movie continues. What dramatic tension. I was on the edge of my seat! Peter interrogates the chill-ass dude from the arms deal because I'm not a girl, I'm a man. A Spider-Man, even. He shoots white sticky fluid at other men, too. It's all man stuff. Wall-to-wall man stuff. And he can climb walls, so he's climbing man walls.
You ain't never done this before, huh?
The point is, the guy, Aaron Davis, agrees to give him some information because Peter sort of saved his life at the arms deal. He mentions that he somehow knows they're making another arms deal on a ferry soon. Also, he has a nephew who will remain conveniently off screen until another Sony contract can be Mjolnired out. It's like hammered out, but like with Thor's hammer. You can edit that out, right? Peter heads to thwart the deal, but in the process appears to have interfered with an FBI sting operation, and everything immediately goes to shit. In the resultant fight, they end up ripping the whole damn ferry in half, and again, this brings up the question of who the hell are they selling these weapons to, and how are they not getting traced back to them? They're so far outside the normal range of typical weapons, ripping ATMs off the wall, tearing ferries in half.
You're messing with things you don't understand.
It just seems insane to sell them to low-level New York City gangs. For starters, how could they afford them? But also, how could they use them in a way that doesn't get them on the radar of the friggin' Avengers? I'm pretty sure that alien-powered drive-bys and liquor store robberies would stand out. Realistically, they should be selling these to, I don't know, freedom fighters abroad or some shit. Although, to be fair, that's kind of Tony's thing, so maybe that'd also get them on his radar, just because he hates competition. But whatever, Peter tries to keep the boat intact with the webs, like a spider child hearing his spider parents are getting a spider divorce, but that doesn't work. So Iron Man himself, the man, not the drone, shows up and saves the day. He's so pissed at Peter that he tells the 15-year-old to give him his clothes.
I'm gonna need the suit back.
I'm 15.
Again, if anyone is recording this and these tapes ever get out, Tony is, again, probably just gonna be slightly inconvenienced. Though, again, don't give 15-year-olds anything that has an instant kill mode. I know that sounds woke, but I believe it.
Protesting is patriotic.
Oh, also turns out Tony was the one who got the FBI involved, which is kind of insane. Like, sure, Peter screwed up the plan, but also a man in a bulletproof bird suit with a gun that can rip ferries in half was gonna show up at some point. The sting operation wasn't going to work regardless. They didn't even bring a big pile of birdseed to put under a box held up with a stick tied to a string. Like, you're both dumb. But at least Peter has the excuse, I'm a literal child.
Well, it's nice to have somebody to blame, though. It's always nice to have somebody to blame.
Especially when they're a child, because then you can spank them.
You're like the smartest guy I've ever met.
Whatever, Peter's back to being a normal 15-year-old boy. Again, give or take wicked abs and superpowers.
Smell like garbage.
Look, being a teen boy is tough, okay? Sometimes they get stinky. But yeah, he does normal kid things like play with a Lego Death Star at school and ask girls 2 years older than him to go to homecoming.
I like you.
Oh, my man. He doesn't even use his abs or show off how far he can spray sticky. May drops him off at Liz's house, maybe literally that night. But guess who opens the goddamn door? Holy shit, it's Adrian!
He must be Peter.
Now, this is a classic racial twist, and if you didn't see it coming, that's because you're racist.
It's the right answer.
Dave actually shit himself. Though to be fair, he did that twice earlier during the film for non-racist reasons too. You were like, they're mixing the races? Jesus Christ. He is a villain. What a villain.
That's not gonna make it in, I hope.
It did.
Sorry, put her there.
But also, okay, this means that Adrian is super rich. Like, this house is seriously insane. He keeps acting like, oh, poor him. He's a working class man. He's actually an extremely rich arms dealer. I mean, he's the villain, so it's okay for him to be a little inconsistent like that. But it's also a little weird to be like, look, he's a bad version of Tony Stark because that arms dealer was born into wealth and this arms dealer worked for it, which is bad. And considering Tony armed actual wars, he for sure has the higher civilian body count. His weapons got used on him. They killed American soldiers. I don't know why Adrian's so bad, comparatively.
I almost forgot about that.
Adrian drives them to the dance, and he's pretty immediately clocked Peter as Spider-Man.
I'll kill you
dead.
Presumably because of how sticky his hands are and how wicked his abs. And now most parents would assume that both of those are the results of vigorously banging their daughter, but this man sees through that and comes up with an answer that doesn't break his heart.
Because if you do, I'll kill you.
He gives him the talk about how he better not interfere with Adrian's business anymore or he'll kill him. But Peter's the genetically enhanced one, right? Spoiler alert, Adrian didn't fly them to homecoming in his massive ass bird suit. Peter could easily beat him up and turn him in or something, right? People wouldn't even have to know that you're Spider-Man. Just show the cops your concealed carry abs. I get that might create a lot of problems, but Peter obviously eventually goes after him anyway. So might as well do it right now when you have a significant advantage? Or can you not think of a sick one-liner, meaning that you're basically powerless to act?
Early bird gets the
spider
in
the butthole.
Yeah, that's it.
You're welcome.
And indeed, Peter gets out of the car only to immediately chase after Adrian, only to get shockered in the high school parking lot. Again, high school! Am I right, Dave? Woo! Peter gets railed pretty good, but fortunately Ned shows up last second and sprays the bad guy.
Nice shot!
Super good. Peter then steals the car of this bully guy so he can chase Adrian, which is possible because he intentionally left his phone in the car instead of leaving like Adrian's teeth on the floor mats and finishing things right there. And Ned's able to track the phone. So finally, Ned gets to help in a useful way beyond accidentally activating bombs in his backpack and dragging a car payment's worth of Lego Death Star everywhere.
Guy in the chair.
So as it turns out, Adrian's plan is to rob Tony Stark's plane as it transfers his most coolest tech from New York City to the farm upstate, which seems like a terrible idea because A, now you will definitely draw the attention of the Avengers. I'm pretty sure Happy's not going to be like, oh shit, maybe I loaded the wrong plane? I will not investigate further. And B, like, who are you gonna sell Hulk Buster armor to exactly? The Bloods? The suit's all red, so that means the Crips aren't gonna put in a competing bid. And how are they gonna be able to turn off the presumably 10,000 high-end fail-safes in there that Tony almost certainly controls? There's a reason criminals don't routinely steal Black Hawk helicopters. But whatever, Spider-Man shows up, and as expected, he first talks some shit instead of taking Adrian out.
Surprised?
Oh, hey, Pete.
And Spidey, buddy, pal, friendo, shut the f up. This gives Adrian plenty of time to use a drone to drop a whole damned building on Peter. And honestly, Tom Holland does a really great job selling how damn scary and horrible that would be. Hello! Up until this movie, I thought that having a building dropped on you would be no big deal, but now I think it would be a big deal. Oh my God, the power of cinema is amazing. Peter has a little metaphorical reflection moment, which gives him the mommy strength to push the rubble off himself.
If you're nothing without this suit, then you shouldn't have it.
And stick himself to Adrian as he flies away to rob the plane. Interestingly, the plane is, I guess, invisible or whatever, but other than that, it has few to no security protocols. There's nobody on the plane because Tony was too cheap to pay overtime to his security team or waste gas on a drone suit, so Adrian's able to hack whatever automated features there are almost instantly. They don't even have a passcode on the damned boxes full of insane alien weapons. Like maybe a Walmart padlock to at least slow potential robbers down? I realize Tony's password is almost certainly 42069, but even that could slow them down just a little bit. It shouldn't be harder to get razors at CVS than into Tony's super WMDs. Fortunately, Spider-Man is there, and the resultant battle knocks loose one of the plane's engines, presumably leading to the deaths of hundreds when it hits the ground, and then the plane crashes into the Coney Island parachute jump, presumably leading to hundreds more deaths before eventually semi-safely crash landing on a beach. Spider-Man appears to suffer another concussion, which, given that nobody treated his initial concussion, suggests that he's now in serious danger of experiencing a traumatic brain injury. But it's fine, he's 15, he'll bounce back. Adrian gets up and tries to grab more things, but they're all about to explode, and Peter tries to stop him, presumably because this will make it easier to get his blessing to marry his daughter someday, like when the priest asks, do you take these abs? But Adrian explodes himself anyway. Peter drags his unconscious ass away from the worst of it before webbing him up and leaving him for Happy to pick up. The next day, or 8 to 5 million days in the future, Liz tells Peter they're moving to Oregon because Adrian doesn't want them to be in state during his trial. And also, she hates Peter for bailing on her all the time. So I guess love is dead!
You say that a lot.
Especially if Peter continues to refuse to lift his shirt.
That,
was a pretty crappy thing to do.
We then learn that the weird girl at the periphery of this movie is nicknamed MJ, which is crazy because that's Michael Jordan's initials. What?
My friends call me MJ.
It became personal with me.
Also, Peter meets with Happy in the school bathroom.
I really owe you one.
I don't want a blowjob.
Which, okay, how did he get in the school? Do they have zero security in this place? Why are they meeting in a school bathroom? One of your students' dads just got nabbed for being a super weapons dealer. Maybe ask the roaming random adults in the hallways for some ID? That's it. I am not sending my kids to the fictional nerd high school from Spider-Man Homecoming. It's decided. It's not gonna happen. They have a great science program, but they're way too loose with who they let onto the premises and into the children's bathrooms.
How long you been here?
Long enough to be awkward.
Oh, Happy's doing bathroom meetups because he's abducting Peter to take him to the new Avengers HQ. Well, it's fine then. I didn't realize the bathroom man was going to remove children from school. I don't know why I thought it was weird. It's okay, officer. I'm just meeting this child in the bathroom to take them to a second location.
In the toilet? No, he's upstate.
Everything is above board. He's very sticky. At the upstate farm, Tony is like, all right, you can be the newest Avenger. I was wrong about you. Here's a new murder suit, you literal child soldier.
I'm good.
Peter, wisely, decides to stay underground and not reveal himself, but Tony gives the child the old murder suit anyway because, again, he seems like a cool kid, and it would be a shame if he didn't have the option to unilaterally decide to murder people he thinks might be criminals. But then, oh shit. What the f? May learns he's Spider-Man. I assume she already knew about the abs thing. In a mid-credits scene, one of the criminals from the fairy deal is like, hey, Adrian, do you know Spider-Man's identity? And he's like, nope. I'm the vulture, not the stool pigeon. And then a post-credit scene shows a war criminal discussing patience.
Sometimes patience is the key to victory.
Which is actually a good thing to have if you're gonna try to watch this entire video. It's a long one, if you haven't noticed.
How many more of these?
I figure on at least 1,000.
Thor is hungry. He loves Maruchan. I swear my hammer was in here somewhere. Stupid shit. Paintbrush. That's not very becoming of a king. Mjolnir, where are you? I bet my brother would feel quite at home in this icebox. You just edit this out, right?
I'm asking for safe passage through the anus.
Oh, thank God, we're back to a movie not sullied by Sony's joint custody bullshit. Any studio can be a rights holder, but it takes a real studio to be a daddy.
What?
Sorry, I spent most of the last movie worried that the shit emoji was gonna show up, but no longer, except, oh no!
Oh no, Thor's in a cage.
He briefly recaps to a skeleton what he's been up to, namely having scary dreams about Ragnarok, that is the fall of Asgard at the hands of a massive fire demon named Surtur, which just so happens to be this guy.
All will burn. Oh, that's intense.
It's a little intense, sure, but it's almost immediately clear that this movie, it's gonna be the silly one. Or, I guess one of the silly ones. Phase 3 is a very silly phase, at least for the first third.
You cannot stop
the wacky adventures we will have.
Thor breaks free, grabs his hammer, and cranks it all over some lesser demon dudes. Now, Surtur's got... which is bad, unless you need to bake a Thanksgiving turkey in minutes, in which case it's actually good. But fortunately, Thor spins his hammer so fast that he doesn't even catch fire, which explains why all firemen run into burning buildings swinging hammers. Like, so fast. It's called Thor's helicopter technique, and it saves lives. Thor knocks off and takes Surtur's helmet because unless that thing's introduced to the eternal flame burning in Odin's vault, he'll never get to Ragnarok out with his Ragnarok out all over Asgard's guarded ass. Which is what he wants to do, but he can't do it unless he's got the thing and he can put it in the eternal flame. Back on Asgard, Idris Elba has presumably been fired for being the most morally flexible Bifrost operator of all time, and he's been replaced by a guy named Scourge.
Behold.
Which, first of all, super non-suspicious name. Please come over and babysit my kids, Scourge. Except actually, he seems just as morally flexible. His judgment is dreadful. Ooh. Although whereas Idris used his powers to topple regimes across the galaxy, Scourge mostly uses his power to get mopeds and machine guns, which is lower impact, so that's good. He beams Thor, and also a dragon's head, back to Asgard, where Thor meets with Odin, who, if you remember, is actually Loki. And I get that he'd want the power of being king, but man, it would suck to have to intentionally put yourself inside an old man's body, let alone your dad's. Is being king worth it if you have to see his dick when you have to pee 15 times a night? Thor isn't fooled by his brother. Maybe Loki's magic allowed him to retain his normal, thick, treacherous-sounding stream of piss, and Thor correctly identified it as the pee of a younger man. Remember, in the original comics, Thor's secret human identity was a medical doctor, so he's very knowledgeable about piss. Oh, you don't want to see your dad's dick all the time. Maybe ever.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a good point to make.
I'm just worried people aren't getting the point that I'm making. I need everyone to agree before we can move on. And anyway, he's like, where is Dad? And Loki's like, okay, fine. I left him at this old folks' home. Except, whoops, the home is destroyed, but actually it's fine. They're whisked away by Doctor Strange, who tells them where Odin is so that they'll leave New York City.
All right, bye-bye.
Oh, by the way, Thor and Jane Foster have apparently broken up in the same way that Dave and I spent our time after eating Arby's for the Hobbit and Texas Chainsaw Massacre videos.
It's a mutual dumping.
We actually held hands the entire time. It was actually really sweet. But anyway, turns out Odin is just hanging out on a cliff in Norway. And wow, I get why that old folks' home has been destroyed. Like, they really let him escape. He escaped all to shit. Did they get him a passport and a ticket? How did he get to Norway? He was in New York City. Thor and Loki are all like, hey, Dad, time to go home. But Odin's like, nah, bros. My contracted number of appearances clause is about to die. And that's extra bad because when I kick the proverbial Viking bucket, the goddess of death, who just so happens to be your never-before-mentioned sister, will be able to visit and have carte blanche to do whatever she wants. And I'll tell you what, she is an extremely lame hang. The goddess of casual board games and pleasant conversation, she is not.
Her violent appetites grew beyond my control.
These violent delights have violent ends.
Man, Anthony Hopkins sure loves those. Then he forced ghosts away like Luke Skywalker after a particularly long Skype call, and Thor gets super sad and lightningy, which are, of course, the first two stages of Nordic grief. The third one is hammers, but I don't know if that'll come up in this movie.
Then they go kill some Saxons or whatever.
And just like Odin said, their sister immediately shows up and, or wait, is that Gerard Way?
I don't think so.
No, okay, it's a lady.
It's a shame. I would have liked to have seen that.
Dave, you may get out the salad dressing. I don't want you to masturbate to the lead singer of My Chemical Romance, but I'm fine with you masturbating to Thor's sister.
Really?
So Odin has 3 children, a raven-haired emo god of mischief, a raven-haired goth daughter of death, and a jock god of protein shakes, and one of them is adopted, and it's not the blonde one?
You don't look like him.
Anyway, like all secretly evil older sisters, she immediately breaks Thor's favorite toy. Loki calls in a rainbow escape beam, but the sister, Helena, gets inside and actually knocks Thor and Loki out mid-flight without even needing to use a red shell. So she arrives on Asgard alone and immediately kills Fat Dwarf and the Gay Musketeer just to show that she is serious.
Oh no.
She then recruits Scourge because she correctly assumes the guy running the Bifrost is the easiest to convince to overthrow the kingdom. And I'll just say it, whoever it is in Asgard HR that's responsible for hiring Bifrost operators really sucks at their job. They're batting 0 for 2 so far. Maybe they should just automate the system or use the wanted ads for Bifrost Guardian as a sting operation to gather Asgard's most untrustworthy guys in one place.
I'm just a janitor.
Helena heads to the planet Square? I guess it's a really small, flat planet. She makes the case for why she should be queen, and the random Japanese guy, whoever you are, is like, no thank you, so she's forced to kill him. And like 100 other people, which actually that in and of itself is a pretty good argument. I mean, you kill 100 people and they pretty much let you do whatever. Oh, there's no smoking in this Wendy's? These 100 corpses say otherwise. It's the perfect argument. You can't counter it. Checkmate. She's clearly the most badass person on the planet currently. That, plus her bloodline, is more than enough, given that the government is mostly just a shit-ass monarchy. It's not like Odin was democratically elected, and if there had been an election, I just assume his slogan was, vote for me, or I will kill you. What would he have campaigned on? Eye patches for all? Also, she can apparently get stabbed clean through with no issue. These are Asgardians with Asgardian weapons fighting an Asgardian, right? Why would that do literally no damage? She's not a god to them. Someone needs to boot her off the server for cheating. I just mean, like, Odin is not that great of a king, as far as I can tell. Also, he was a dude in disguise for the past couple years. Thor doesn't want to be king. She might as well be queen. Who gives a shit?
The peasants are in all of these situations.
What do they even care?
Still, it's a shame.
Helena gets into the throne room and does a little historical revisionism.
Does no one remember me?
Typical Nepo baby. Turns out, not only did she and Odin conquer the 9 realms all those years ago in a bloodthirsty way, which also would include Earth, right? Weird how our history books don't mention it. But it's also weird that the Asgardians never actually got rid of the paintings depicting this reality. I mean, it is a nice painting. It would be a shame to just get rid of it. Painting it over probably felt like a good compromise at the time. Apparently, Odin at some point decided, never mind, I don't want to be a complete piece of shit anymore. So he banished Helena. It'd be like your dad preparing you from birth to be, I don't know, a football player, taking you to practice, doing drills with you at home, randomly hitting you in the head with a brick to vaccinate you against concussions. Then one day, after your NFL debut, he goes, actually, football sucks and I'm canceling all football. No more football forever. So go find another purpose in life. Also, you can't live here anymore because you're so obsessed with football. God, I think you'd also be rightfully pissed. Once again, this dude is a terrible father. And honestly, just as bad at ruling. Literally nothing about Odin ever seems good or even competent. He sucks constantly at every single thing he attempts, not to mention is very wishy-washy. That's it. It's like, you're banished for wanting to conquer everything. The thing that I raised you to do alongside me. Should you not banish yourself, asshole? I think the point is that she kept wanting to do it, but it's like, maybe he wept for there were no more realms to conquer. But no matter, even though Asgardians writ large refuse to acknowledge her claim to the throne, she jumps down into the tombs or whatever to raise herself up a zombie army. And also a big-ass wolf. Pretty convenient that all that was down there just waiting for somebody to resurrect them. Oh my God, that's where we put the big-ass wolf. In the zombie army.
Has no one been taught our history?
About the zombies.
Thor, meanwhile, crash lands on a trash planet. No, not that one. He's immediately captured and electrocuted by trash Jawas, which is to say regular Jawas, and then captured by sexy trash drunk lady after she casually murders like 30 trash Jawas. Oh, she also electrocutes Thor, which is like so ironic. It's like drowning Dave in salad dressing. Except also, Thor is easily one of the strongest Avengers around. And even though he lost his hammer and is all mopey about it, he still has the physical strength and stamina that he had before, right? But he's taken down within seconds with this trash planet taser thing. And if this thing could take down Thor, then a box of these could kill all of the Avengers in like 5 minutes. You don't need an army of Chitauri soldiers. You just need a box of trash planet piss tasers. Whatever, Thor's then put on an Epcot-ass planet Earth ride that explains the trash planet Sakar's whole deal.
Here, you are loved.
He then meets their probably not democratically elected leader, the Grand Master, who explains that he's hoping Thor will fight his champion in the contest of champions. Ooh, I hope the contest is Lego Death Star building. Unless he wants to be pardoned instead.
You're officially pardoned from life.
Surprisingly, Loki is here too and has been for several weeks. Because apparently getting knocked out of the random rainbow warp beam doesn't knock you into different locations in space, but rather different times and somehow, yes, the same location. There do appear to be a lot of weird wormhole-esque portals all over the planet, so maybe all the constantly falling trash is actually just shit that kept getting accidentally sucked into and then knocked out of rainbow tractor beams? I don't know. The point is, Loki is everybody's friend here, and he pretends to not know Thor.
What are you whispering about?
In the gladiator holding circle,
but not a real circle, more like a freaky circle.
He meets a revolutionary made of rocks and another guy with knives for hands. There must be a paper guy off screen really sweating it out over which one he's going to be pitted against. Please, God, give me rock guy.
Just a little rock, paper, scissors joke for you.
He also meets several dead bodies.
Doug's dead.
Which is kind of weird because I assume there's a big arena for killing. So where are there dead bodies in here? It just seems messy. Loki comes to visit. Sorry, the Force Ghost of Loki comes to visit. And he's got a scheme to take over this planet since he assumes Asgard has been defeated given Helena's immense strength and eyeshadow. But Thor is not into that idea.
Piss off, Ghost!
He gets ready for his contest and realizes that his trash capturer is Asgardian herself, and in fact was at one time a lady warrior.
I thought you were a Valkyrie.
Which is actually something we would never have in America. No lady soldiers, no fat dudes. Uncle Sam can only be fed a diet of buff boy soldiers.
It's tiring to look out at combat formations, or really any formation, and see fat troops.
It's a nice way of putting it.
She refuses to help Thor, and he gets a haircut.
No!
Weirdly, the movie acts like this is some big deal, but wasn't Lady Sif a badass female warrior? No, but this female warrior is more female and more badass. I don't know, I guess she rode a magic horse? If I had to pick between two girls and the one has a horse, I think the answer is pretty obvious.
You can do a lot with a horse.
Dave, I didn't mean like that. I just meant like to ride and Anyway, Thor's sent into a big-ass arena and forced to battle. Oh my God, Bruce Banner?
No Banner, only Hulk.
Oh, okay. Well, it should be no problem because Thor knows the sexy Un-Hulk song that Black Widow used to sing. How do you like your sex? Oh well, nevertheless. They fight a bit and Thor manages to get supercharged via lightning, and honestly, it seems like he could have won on his own, but Grandmaster unfairly knocks Thor out, so Hulk wins by default. Interestingly, Thor isn't killed though, and I do actually think it'd have been interesting to see how the fight would have actually ended. Like, as far as the rules are concerned, were they not having to fight to the death? If not, then what happened to Doug? Why'd they kill Doug? Does it usually end when somebody goes unconscious? Well, that doesn't feel very gladiator-y. I am not entertained.
Hulk in a hot tub.
Is this not why you were here? Never mind, I'm back in. Green asses will do that.
I'm naked. He's very naked.
I was unruly during our local Wicked screening. I was like, give me that green ass. And they're like, the movie's already filmed and there's no green ass. There's nothing you can do about it. I'm like, I think I can. If I yell about it enough, I'm defying gravity. I want your pants to I wanted your pants to succumb to gravity, slip down, show me that green ass.
Is that when they asked you to leave, or?
They had to taser me, dude. I was throwing popcorn at the screen.
This is like Shrek all over again.
I was going. Those are the two best green ass movies.
It's like a switch in your brain. You see a green ass, it's like, I can't help myself.
I'm like the Winter Soldier, but for green asses. That's how you activate me. Turns out Hulk got here by accidentally flying through a wormhole on that jet from the end of Age of Ultron. And yeah, he's been Hulk the entire time, getting laid and paid, while also missing out on the wrath of Sokovia victims' parents. So he neither wishes to turn back into Banner nor leave. Not that anybody can leave anyway. You know, because of space lasers and space gold blooms. Idris Elba then gives Thor a brief vision to show him how much things suck now, which naturally makes Thor sad again.
Shut up.
He's so sad.
So sad.
Then Valkyrie shows up and like, how and why are she and Hulk such good friends? I mean, they're allowed to be friends, I guess, but do they run in similar social circles? What was their meet cute? Did Hulk smash? Thor tries to recruit her to help him with Helena.
I already faced her once back when I believed in the throne.
Apparently it didn't go great, and she sort of hates Asgard now, so she's hesitant. But Thor manages to trick her, and he gets the neck thing off his neck, and he breaks out the window. He hops into the Hulk jet, but Hulk tries to stop him and ends up smashing most of it until a Black Widow recording makes him instantly come down. I need you to. And transform into Bruce again. Terrifyingly, Bruce has no recollection of the last 2 years, but on the plus side, I bet Hulk used his big green butt and wide popularity to do some horrific things.
Fingers and butts, dicks and butts.
So maybe it's better that he doesn't know. If I was super strong and had a big fat green butt, I don't think there would be any stopping me. Those are really the only two things holding me back right now.
Yeah, but once you get that surgery.
Speaking of, back on Asgard. Turns out Idris Elba is doing what Bifrost guys do best and leading the resistance to overthrow the people in charge. Even better, he has the sword key that's necessary to use the Bifrost. And again, what's going on with the Asgard's Bifrost HR person? You gotta collect people's key swords after you let them go, my dude. This means Helena can't conquer all of existence until she gets that friggin' sword key. So she's looking for them now, I guess. And in fact, Grandmaster is also looking for Hulk and Thor because he
woke up this morning thinking about a public execution.
Valk and Loki both agreed to help search, but immediately they have a fight argument of their own. whereby Loki forces her to relive a beautiful memory of Helena's kicking all of her friends' asses.
You lose!
This basically looks like a painting, and it would suck to have a painting of you getting your ass kicked, but if I did have a painting of me getting my ass kicked, I would want it to be as pretty as this.
It's kind of motivating to see that first thing in the morning. It's like, I don't want that to happen.
I'm inspired by the craftsmanship and by me not wanting to get my ass to be beat up like that again.
You look to the other wall, it's a picture of you getting your ass railed behind a Wendy's.
I did Dairy Queen.
Oh, well, that makes me feel...
Well, a lot of different things.
Get ready for my day.
Ready for a blizzard. Elsewhere, Bruce worries that if he gets too nervous or angry or horny, he'll become Hulk again and go back to the horrible life of getting laid and paid with a big fat green butt, while Bruce will just be gone forever, which would be a real shame because I guess even Banner's penis is bigger than Tony Stark's?
Tony wears his pants super tight.
He's trying on Tony's pants, but the inseam is too tight on his Banner penis.
Oh, so it is like lore accurate.
Well, I just mean even Bruce Banner has a big dick. Not even Hulk.
It's gross.
What? No! They run into Valk, and she's apparently decided that she's going to help as long as they have a cool-ass team name.
The Revenges.
Revenges?
Close enough. Oh, and also, she's got Loki tied up, which is bad because it reminds me that I had to watch all the 50 Shades movies.
Surprise.
But it's good because the only way to get back to Asgard will be through the Devil's Anus. And only Loki knows the codes to help them secure a ship strong and slippery enough for what I always pray over the blocks of cheese that I sometimes eat in their entirety.
A safe passage through the anus.
To make their plan easier to accomplish, they help the sentient pile of rocks initiate an armed rebellion. The brothers casually murder a bunch of dudes who may or may not be freaking slaves. And Loki admits that he's still considering staying. He also tries a quick betrayal just because he's a hater and, you know, it's just for the love of the game. He can't help himself.
I know I've betrayed you many times before, but this time it's truly nothing personal.
But it lasts all of 5 seconds. They grab a cool-ass, apparently orgiastic ship and fly away with Valk and Hulk close behind. Valk and Thor smash a bunch of dudes manually to make their entry into the anus a bit smoother, while Loki teams up with the Rock Revolutionaries. And finally, after what feels like forever, they safely slide into the anus.
Here we go!
They arrive on Asgard and immediately identify where those revolutionaries are hiding by their heat signatures. And I know Helena's been away a while, but could Scourge not have told her about, like, heat signatures? Would have made this way easier for her. But if she can't notice Idris Elba's heat, then, like, honestly, that's on her. Do you think she even knows about toilet paper?
Well,
whatever. Thor heads to beat up Helena while the others go to the people to save them. Oh, and Valk throws on some old lady fighter clothes, which are cool, but man, how many times do superhero movies build up to huge clothing reveal moments? Like every damn Spider-Man and Batman and X-Man and Daredevil man always expect me to shit my pants every time they finally put on the costume that they usually wear in those comic books that I largely haven't read. Like, I get that it can be kind of cool, but also it's purely aesthetic. It's like the pants aren't even assless or anything. And even those got boring after Dave wore them for the 27th time. It's just not that exciting anymore.
Once you see my clear pants.
It's just all smashed in there. Oh, that's so hot, dude.
Very sweaty.
Just shrouded in hair mostly. Whatever, the people try to evacuate, but there's a big-ass wolf on the bridge with zombie soldiers close behind. Thor and Helena, they're also having a classic sibling spat somewhere. My sisters were always hacking out my eyeballs growing up.
Are you Thor? The god of
the anus.
And then I'd have a weird hallucination with my dad who would give me a pep talk that I needed to harness the full power of lightning so that I could blow my sisters up. I cannot tell you how many times that happened as kids because I had serious brain trauma and I do not remember, but it was probably a lot. Thankfully, I've broken the cycle and my kids only hack the eyes out of people who are mean to me online instead of each other's eyes. So watch out, or one of my kids is gonna get you.
He who walks behind the rose is very urban.
I don't think you're allowed to say that. Oh, this is neither here nor there, but how many people are on this planet and or how big is this planet? I get that it's flat, but it's weird that we only ever see this one city and never more than a couple thousand residents. Seems kind of weird that a gods-led monarchy has fewer followers than I do on YouTube. What have they been doing for all the thousands of centuries they've been alive, if not breeding like breedings? You better believe if I was an Asgardian, they'd have to get me my own personal realm just to house all my children. Please sign up for my Patreon so I could buy a new realm for the children that I already have. But anyway, things seem dire wolf because A,
This stupid dog won't die!
and B, Banner's attempt to go full Hulk doesn't go so great. Oh, never mind, we're good. Hulk punches that puppy right off the flat Earth. Also,
Your savior is here!
Scourge also has a change of heart and kills some zombies with Chekhov's assault rifles akimbo because this is a movie that has most of the things that could happen in it. I think they made this movie like all the Mission Impossibles by first writing and filming all the cool action scenes like Aomer mows down space zombies with assault rifles, and then they just tried to fill the gaps between with something resembling a plot. But even still, that's not going to be enough to truly defeat Helena, so Thor punches the metaphorical self-destruct button by sending Loki to introduce Suitor's helmet to the eternal flame or whatever, which causes Suitor to show up and destroy the entire damn planet, which includes Helena. Loki also notices the Tesseract down there, but I'm sure he didn't steal it. Also, this one might be fake or is from another time. Oh wait, I forgot, I don't care. So now the entirety of Asgard are space refugees, and if captured, they will be sent to space El Salvador.
I'm not sure.
But what about Earth, dude? I'm just picking a planet you like and know out of a space hat here. Oh man, are you just trying to avoid your ex?
Earth it is.
Except during the mid-credits, their ship is approached by a huge shadow, so oh my god. Then in the post-credits, Grandmaster admits he lost the revolution, but only like a little bit.
And, it's a tie.
Oh, Mrs. Richardson.
I'm not sure if that's the best way to start.
Wait, but the story isn't over though, because though Thor left the apartment for, I guess, the events of Thor Ragnarok, Daryl's new roommate is arguably even weirder.
Imagine that.
Yeah, it's the, I assume, banished Grandmaster, and he's brought along his stick that melts people, which I'm assuming includes their landlord. He probably melted their landlord. These days, he's seriously considering taking over Earth, but first, he'll need to conquer YouTube. And like, call me Jeff Goldblum, the alien. I can help you out.
That warms me terrifically.
He also starts a band, but ends up melting the guitarist, which is an experience that's all too common in my life. My band used to have another guitarist named Spencer, but then I melted him. He definitely didn't quit. I melted him. I was in control of that. Screw you, Spencer.
I don't want to go to sleep without clearing up a few things.
I am untethered and my rage knows no bounds!
Spencer actually texted me last night for YouTube advice, ironically.
What?
Then I melted him again.
And he can't make it on YouTube because he's half melted.
Yeah. And that's it.
From the top, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
We can fix it, boss. Ah! I need tea! Herbal tea!
I'm kidding, we are vegetarians.
We open on stars, which for those of you who live in cities with tons of light pollution, think of them as like tail lights, but like in the sky. It's amazing. Stars are crazy. A kid asks his dad to explain the story of home. And voiceover daddy explains that at some point, a meteor made out of
vibranium
hit Africa.
And they ran as fast as they could.
And then 5 tribes settled in the general area because they liked the vibes. And they spent a lot of their time fighting each other until a panther goddess told some dude about an herb that, if drank, would give him superpowers. My college roommate also used to talk about herbs that make you feel invincible, but he wasn't a panther goddess, so I didn't trust him. Now, if he had been a panther goddess, I guess I would have taken the weed that he was giving me, but I didn't want it. As such, that dude, in Africa, not my roommate,
became king
I mean, if I went round saying I was an emperor
and the first Black Panther.
they put me away.
He united 4 out of the 5 tribes, which is like 80%, which is like a B-, which is actually not that great, you know? You don't want to be a B- king. Oh, I'm like 80% the king. You're not following that. Anyway, the 5th tribe buggered off to the mountains, hopefully to work on better sportsmanship. Now, vibranium is sort of a magical space element, so the resultant country, Wakanda, became the most technologically advanced on Earth. But they hid their abilities because they didn't want to have to talk to any Europeans, which is fair, because if you give a colonizer mouse a cookie, he will enslave your people for a glass of milk.
Ah, now we see the violence inherent in the system.
What's crazy is that's basically the exact same story that my dad tells me when I ask him what it was like when I was born in San Bernardino. Like right down to the meteorite hitting thing. Oh, and actually, in fact, cut from there to 1992 Oakland, the Wakanda of California, only 1 year and a couple hundred miles from where I was born, where some kids play basketball with a real hoop inside a nearby apartment. Some dudes plan a heist or something.
Coming through from the west.
And the slinky is the bridge.
But then two bald ladies show up with spears.
Grace Jones looking chicks.
Then a Black Panther dude walks in and everybody's having a good time like this is a normal Oakland get-together. And maybe it is. I don't know. I've never been. I have heard lovely things. But then T'Challa's dad, if you remember from before he was blown by Zemo, is like, okay, so remember Ulysses, non-mocapped Andy Serkis ass from Avengers, Age of Ultron? Well, here in 1992, he somehow broke into Wakanda and stole some vibranium
and triggered the bomb at the border to escape.
That killed people, and we're pretty sure he had somebody on the inside. And you, my brother, who is undercover doing something secretive in Oakland, California.
Tell me why you betrayed Wakanda.
Honestly, I have no idea.
You were almost certainly that inside man, 2006, starring Denzel Washington. And the guy in Jobu is like, no way, dog, I'm innocent. But T'Chaka's like, my guy, your friend here is named
Zuri, son of Badu.
And he is also secretly Wakandan. And now I'm starting to worry that maybe I'm secretly Wakandan. After all, as I said, San Bernardino isn't that far from Oakland. And again, 1992 isn't that far from 1991, all things considered.
What?
We have spies everywhere, like in Oakland. We got them in Paris, Tokyo, London, Oakland.
Zion Crossroads, Virginia.
Yeah, Troy, Scottsville.
Didn't you lie to me?
But dude, that's my job, remember?
I mean, sure, he lied, but also you helped a guy rob your own country? Like, if we're comparing betrayals, you are not gonna win this game, my guy.
No games.
T'Chaka wants to take Njobu back to Wakanda to
face the council and inform them of your crimes.
So I guess they do that on their UFO-looking spaceships, which are very inconspicuous, especially in 1990s California. Cut to present day, sort of immediately following the explosive conclusion of Captain America Civil War, and T'Challa watches the news and realizes, oh shit, am I the new king now that my dad has exploded? And like, yeah, man. That's how it works. If my dad, God forbid, ever gets exploded, I will become the new nationally renowned stamp designer that he was. Sure hope I don't have a vengeful, forgotten family member who's gonna come to lay claim to the throne like those dumb Odinson brothers did. I have a secret sister who wants to be a stamp designer who's gonna come smash my toys and
No, I just hope I could be your worm tongue in this situation.
My lord.
Make a stamp with dicks on it. I don't know. Just do it. They'll love it. They'll sell like hotcakes. It'll bring in incredible tax revenue. Like, trying to draw a huge dick. Get out of here! Then a magical wizard will come in, kick you down the steps.
The little male chuck will just drive away and it'll all be over.
It'll be so good. They'll make it a feature film. Trillions of dollars in revenue. Well, before I assume the mantle, I should go extract a pretty lady friend of mine from a mission in Nigeria before my pants explode harder than my dad did.
Just don't freeze.
I never freeze.
Now he jumps out and wrecks a bunch of dudes with a combination of tech, smarts, and being completely and utterly bulletproof, which I feel is a bit of a hat on a hat. It's like, look, super soldier formula, martial arts and brains, or sci-fi tech. Pick one. It's greedy to have all three. They make a big deal about how the Black Panther is such a great fighter enhanced with superhuman herbal traits. But like, I'm sure I could be a superhero if I was fully impervious to bullets. He's basically just Batman. Rich guy with a bulletproof suit, but with a better back handspring and the brains to wear a mask that covers his bullet-vulnerable mouth. Anyway, he runs into the pretty lady, who we later learn he used to date, and he practically comes in his bulletproof suit.
Hey, I'm coming.
And that's actually an important lesson, Dave. Suits can be bulletproof, but cum probably is still hard to wash out.
I guess a bulletproof suit is it machine washable? I'd be embarrassed to take my cum-stained suit to the dry cleaner. I spilled chowder all over this.
As such, a civilian is almost murdered, but it's fine, they aren't.
You froze.
It's not his fault. Maybe somebody should give him an herbal tea to tamp down his arousal. That'd be more useful.
Tea for dong.
Anyway, yeah, my dad died. Can you come to my king-making party? So another thing about Wakanda is they've built a countrywide hologram that makes it look shitty when in actuality, they've got at least one thriving metropolis. And because this is a utopia, there doesn't appear to be a single Arby's location.
We have the...
Don't do that here.
T'Challa is greeted by his queen mommy, Ramonda, and princess sister, Shuri, who is quite the cut-up, though also quite the science genius, so I guess it's fine.
What do you know?
More than you.
You are going to learn to be more professional.
Like Einstein used to be huge into whoopee cushions, according to legend, and also into his cousin, according to history. He married his cousin, is what I'm saying. You think cousin marriage is legal in Wakanda? Dave wants to know.
We don't do that here.
They go chasing waterfalls for the king-making ceremony, which includes a chance for anybody to beat the shit out of T'Challa if they want. They even give him anti-herbal tea to take away his powers, but not his abs, so it'll be a fair-ish fight. Most say they're cool with him being king.
The River Tribe will not challenge
pussy. But this M'Baku dude from the Freethinker Mountain tribe people is like, no, actually, I'd like to fight in
ritual combat.
So they do.
Round one, fight.
And it's apparently video game battle royale rules. That is, the fighting area shrinks consistently throughout the fight, like the storm in Fortnite. Now, T'Challa largely gets his ass kicked, but he obviously wins. In part because he seems to be well trained in MMA. Weirdly, Dave challenges me to this exact kind of thing every few months in the hope that he can take my channel from me, but he's never gonna win!
Not fit to lead!
Sorry.
His poor diet and always falling for look out behind you makes him very susceptible to throat punches. Afterwards, T'Challa rejuices up on PEDs, panther-enhancing drugs, and hangs out with dead Panther Daddy in a vision for a bit, and is given the weird bit of advice that
it's hard for a good man to be king.
Which I actually think is probably true. That's why I recommend us staying a republic, maybe? The authoritarian thing seems to mostly suck ass. Not to get political, but Wakanda could use a governmental overhaul. I guess at least their king is democratically elected via ass kicking. Sort of disenfranchises frail twinks like Dave, but at least it's something.
But you can't expect to wield supreme executive power just because some watery tart threw a sword at you.
You can challenge the king to a battle. Or Trivial Pursuit. You could also do a swimsuit contest. Just to cover all the essential leadership quality bases. Elsewhere at a London museum, a guy is
checking out these artifacts.
You check your butt.
He identifies one of them as actually being an old Wakandan weapon, but actually it's fine.
Don't trip. I'm gonna take it off your hands for you.
The woman is poisoned.
I think she might not be feeling too good.
And when the EMTs show up, they're mean EMTs. And one of them is Ulysses from the hit film Avengers: Age of Ultron. Oh my God.
But just don't tell anyone, all right?
But this time, his hand is able to vibrate for her pleasure. Which is pretty cool. Just because you're a villain in the streets doesn't mean you can't be a hero in the sheets.
That's just a taste.
They steal the weapon for its vibranium and sneak out via sexy ambulance. The best kind of ambulance. But this doesn't go entirely unnoticed, and in fact, Wakanda is like, whoa, hey, that's the guy that exploded a bunch of us like 30 years ago. We should go grab his fly ass. Another problem with this government is the king is also their main soldier guy.
The king of a third world country runs around in a bulletproof catsuit.
Stop. My penis can only get so erect.
Not only is it unwise in case he dies in combat, but also it's too much of a consolidation of power. That's why I only vote for leaders with bone spurs, and why I always send in a body double to possibly dangerous situations. Support my Patreon, because being friends with Dave means those situations are more frequent for me than for most. Every time you've seen a scene where I eat Arby's, that's a stunt double. Whatever, he's gonna go no matter what I say. Dave claims this movie is already made and it can't be changed by my words. So we get a classic Q/James Bond moment, but with T'Challa and his sister.
Why do you have your toes out in my lap?
And mostly involving magic clothes like shoes and suits.
Guess what I call them? Sneakers.
Speaking of, the new suit he's got has this thing where it absorbs kinetic energy and then can spit it back out. Obviously, I don't know how it works. My sisters both became useless creatives like me. The only thing we've ever created are arts degrees that absorb and spit out student debt. So now they're in Busan, South Korea. God, I hope they don't take the train anywhere. Those trains are up, dude. Oh my God. Dude, it's crazy there. And they also make fun of me for pooping. I hate Korea. Nakia, the pretty lady, has a relationship with a random old Korean lady, which gets them access to some secret club, which is why I befriend every older Korean lady I meet. So far, I haven't been invited to any secret clubs, but I did get a really good deal on homemade kimchi once. So hey, still a win. But in this club, they believe Ulysses will try to sell the vibranium to some Americans. But they pretty quickly realize that those Americans are actually CIA.
Just got a little more complicated.
Specifically, Agent Everett Ross, who is technically in Captain America Civil War, but is somehow not related to Thaddeus Ross. He's like, you guys gotta get out of here. It's gonna get crazy up in this dojo.
Stay out of my way.
And T'Challa's like, whoa, we're not gonna do that. And also, that's sort of offensive, not to mention that's mostly a Japanese thing, but we're in South Korea, so it's dojang.
You've been warned.
But then Ulysses literally whips the vibranium out of the dick part of his pants.
So big.
And the girls start fighting, and everything goes all to hell. He's like, I got your vibranium right here. Ulysses manages to escape, in no small part because that arm he got chopped off in the film Avengers Age of Ultron is now a literal cannon. And the guy would probably make way more money as an MLB player, and yet he still chooses crime? But so now it's a car chase, and let me tell you, that arm cannon, it comes in handy, pun intended. A lot of times it does. Even against a vibranium car, you idiots. And imagine how many primo parking spots you could clear for yourself with that thing. It continues being useful against another car that Shuri drives remotely because the king doesn't drive. Okay? He's only driven. But yes, that car also explodes eventually, but it's fine because T'Challa managed to rip off Ulysses' tire, which is metaphorically the arm of the car, and he crashes. And T'Challa considers ripping off the arm of his head, which is the throat, obviously.
Just want you to stop saying odd.
But Ross convinces him to just let Ulysses be arrested instead. And also, the arm cannon didn't work on the Panther suit, and like, hey, seems like we're wasting a lot of tech on the one suit. Actually, on that, why do we only have one Black Panther? Why not a dozen? Why not a baker's dozen? Why not a gross? Or a hogshead? Basically any number larger than one. Is that too bureaucratic? More like Despot Panther? Seize the means of pantduction, will comrades?
We're an anarcho-syndicalist commune.
We are vegetarians.
Ulysses is held in a room that appears to also be holding cases of weapons. Seems dangerous, but at least they took his arm off. When has anyone ever used a weapon with only one arm?
I don't care!
Ulysses tells Ross the truth about Wakanda's technological prowess and utter dearth of Arby's locations.
This suit is made of meat. Bingo.
And he's like, whoa, is this true, T'Challa? But then the museum guy shows up with explosives and frees Ulysses, shooting Ross in the process as he dives in front of Nakia. He's shot in the spine, so they take him to Wakanda to heal them with their magical science medals.
Great, another broken white boy.
And look, I know that talking to Europeans is a chore.
Don't scare me like that, colonizer.
But maybe sharing your magic medicine that I assume could help disabled and sick kids wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Like, I don't know, create a shell company. Say the tech came from Japan or something. But by bringing Ross here directly, it creates a possible conflict as he could potentially reveal to the world the truth about Wakanda. But honestly, I'm shocked that the CIA let him be taken. As far as they know, Wakanda is just a bunch of farmers. Maybe they didn't have a choice. Maybe they just don't like him.
I don't care!
Ross, by the way, does become fully healed.
Success!
And, well, he thinks Wakanda's rad. He's like, whose dick do I have to suck to get a beef and cheddar around here? And they're like, we don't even have that. And he's like, I just felt a great weight lifted from me. I feel free.
I feel free. I feel safe.
Side note, I've mentioned this maybe 100 times, but I'm super tired of laughing villains, if only because I don't think you have to be mentally unstable to be a villain.
You are going to learn to be more professional.
I think it'd be fine if they took their job or situations seriously. I'd be okay with that. Save for a few super creepy smiles, Anton Chigurh never laughed once. And that guy was efficient as hell. More of that, please. Elsewhere, Ulysses and friends end up at an airfield where museum guy betrays and kills everybody.
Be more professional,
including his apparent girlfriend. And I feel like she didn't mean for him to take ride or die that literally. But yeah, he finishes off Ulysses himself. He also mentions wanting to head to Wakanda because he himself is Wakandan, evidently. Evidently. And it makes sense for him to kill Ulysses. He is a famous Wakandan terrorist, and bringing in his corpse is a free entry ticket to Magic Utopia Land. But he didn't have any reason to kill his girlfriend.
It's gonna be okay.
It wasn't.
This scene was 100% added just to make Killmonger, which is his military nickname, look more like a villain because his supposed evil master plan and the reasoning behind it otherwise kind of make too much sense to audiences. And yeah, we learned that N'Jobu from the intro is actually T'Challa's uncle.
Your uncle betrayed us.
And he had a secret son who, again, would eventually be nicknamed Killmonger because he sells kills at the market. But he became a man who mongers kills because T'Chaka actually killed N'Jobu when he pulled a gun on Shuri.
And the child we left him.
Because kids, they're annoying, especially on overseas flights. We took our 7-month-old to my sister's wedding in Brazil, and actually, she did pretty great. She did become an evil corn child eventually, but I still love her. Oh, and the reason N'Jobu helped Ulysses steal the vibranium was because he was horrified by how black people were being treated everywhere in the world that wasn't Wakanda.
They don't have the tools to fight back.
And he wanted to share Wakandan weapons with them so that they could rise up and kick ass. That's apparently not the Wakandan way. But again, if I've learned anything with this phase, they could have easily distributed weapons across the world without anybody ever tracing it back to them. If Michael Keaton in a warehouse dressed like a metal vulture could do it, I'm sure the most advanced nation in the world could figure something out. Just saying, everybody could win, except for like all the people that would die. They'd lose. But anyway, in the present, Killmonger drags Ulysses' body to the Wakandan border, and the lead guy of the border tribe, who already has issues with T'Challa and also refugees, is like, ooh, shit, let's go! This dude exploded my parents!
No man is perfect.
I'm so excited that he's here. That's what he did. He did like, we'll fix it in post. So Killmonger's brought before the council and they're like, what do you want, big guy?
I want the throne.
Well, you can't have it.
Ah, shoot, we just gave our last one to T'Challa, sorry. And he's like, oh, that's so not fetch. Guess I'll just leave, except sight.
You triggered my trap card!
I'm exercising my blood right.
He's of the royal lineage, technically, so he's allowed to call for another ritual combat. And it's like, man, power up, power down, power up, power down. I hope that tea tastes good because he is chugging a lot of it. Or maybe that's it. It tastes so good that he's willing to risk his job and life just for another sip. So anyway, they fight. And as you might expect, T'Challa gets his ass fully handed to him and he's stabbed and he's hucked off the waterfall. Killmonger also goes half-ass Inigo Montoya and kills Shuri.
I'll take you both, Uncle James.
Which is fair.
I killed my father for trying to kill you. Prepare to die.
Nakia runs away with Ross and Queen Mommy and Shuri while Killmonger receives the Panthering. His vision occurs in the Oakland apartment. He talks to his dad and it's very sad.
Everybody dies. It's just life around here.
Kind of interesting how this movie is like a reverse Candyman. Like that movie's all about creating some superhero dude to blame all the violence on. And this movie is about creating some superhero dude to save everybody from all the violence. Guess which angle sells more tickets and novelty lunchboxes? Once Killmonger wakes up, he demands they burn all the other herbs, which is a Sigma move, to be honest. But Nakia grabs one just in case she needs to power somebody up for the third act of the film Black Panther, but not 2 herbs in case they need to power somebody's character arc for the sequel of the film Black Panther. Oh, also, Killmonger plans to finish his dad's work and arm all the oppressed people of the world.
I mean that shit.
You know what I mean? Maybe we should let him cook. Anyway, our motley crew of heroes bring the herb with them to M'Baku and his tribe, and he's like, I really don't want to help you. I hate you.
Use your words.
But also, we're not that mean after all.
We have vegetarians.
And nobody who's vegetarian could be evil. Ah, well, nevertheless. The point is, we grabbed T'Challa. He is alive, although in a coma and buried under snow, like he's to Captain T'America. So, of course, they give him the tea, and he has another herbal vision where he yells at his dad for being such a dick.
Why didn't you bring the boy home?
He was fat and he was bad.
And ultimately, he basically fully agrees with Killmonger now.
To a rogue!
If not necessarily with his plan to Killmonger everybody in the world. That is, he regrets Wakanda's selfishness when it comes to sharing resources and knowledge and delicious herbal tea-fa-dong. This is actually an increasingly weird problem that keeps showing up with superhero movie villains these days. There are other MCU examples, but they're largely in the future. So let's talk about the actual greatest superhero franchise of all time.
Bible Man.
No, The Incredibles. See, in The Incredibles 2, the villain, Evelyn Badpun, wants to sabotage the public rehabilitation of superheroes because she thinks society shouldn't rely on them to solve all of their problems. To do this, she uses mind control to try to blow up a boat full of diplomats. Okay. I mean, based on what the movie tells us, Evelyn is absolutely right.
Superheroes keep us weak.
We shouldn't trust superheroes to solve all of our problems. Her father was murdered because he foolishly waited around because... him. Why does society love flashy but fallible systems more than reliable but mundane ones? Why are we so obsessed with the idea of superior people who can always bail us out? Yes, I am starting to critique real life. Don't get mad at me.
Why are you bullying me? I'm right. All of you are wrong.
But these are rhetorical-ass questions because Evelyn attempts mass murder in lieu of posting a bunch of insightful TikToks. And yeah, I get it. We can't make a fun drama out of Evelyn writing a stern op-ed in the New York Times, but the message often accidentally ends up being, you'd better be happy with painfully slow incremental improvements because people who are real uppity about wanting to improve society are all, bar none, crazy murderers. Spoiler alert, this movie ends with T'Challa opening up a local outreach center in Oakland. That's awesome. And he does hint at some larger impact things globally, but at least Killmonger had vision. The writers just also decided to make him a cold-blooded murderer who burns flowers instead of critiquing the specifics of his actual plan. Speaking of flower side, if his whole thing is the empowerment and liberation of his people on a global scale, then shouldn't he want to make more flowers and give flower powers to his people?
Yeah, go ahead and burn all that.
Why? But whatever. T'Challa comes back to life.
I never freeze.
And it turns out that Shuri had grabbed another Black Panther suit necklace. And even though M'Baku doesn't want to offer up his army,
I owed you a great debt.
T'Challa's got a magic suit and is all caffeinated on the magic tea. So I'm sure they'll figure something out. And hey, wait a second. I get that Killmonger is a murderer and all, but he didn't break any rules or laws of Wakanda. He didn't kill anyone in Wakanda. And he had the right to challenge T'Challa. He won fair and square. He had the right to throw him over a waterfall. He had the right to burn the sacred herbs. None of those are good things, but they are less about Killmonger himself and more about a system of monarchy with absolute power. And spoiler alert, the movie does not end with T'Challa giving up the crown and establishing an office led by an electable president. They run back to the Capitol Palace, whatever the main building is, and T'Challa takes out one of the ships carrying weapons to somewhere, and hilariously, they make it sound like they're just gonna, drop machine guns all over Oakland and hope the oppressed people know what to do? I mean, in actuality, they offhand mention having spies everywhere.
The war dogs in London, New York, and Hong Kong are standing by.
Who will presumably have a better plan for distribution, but does Wakanda have a FedEx account? But even with that, this final battle goes to great pains to make sure those ships never escape Wakandan borders. But if T'Challa becomes king again, he can just say, hey spies, I know the last guy told you to arm the world, but please don't. I'm the king.
Oh, king, very nice.
They have more time than the next 15 minutes. Revolutions take a little bit of time, usually. At least 40 minutes. Whatever. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Basically, T'Challa shows up and is like, actually, I should still be king or we should continue our
ritual combat.
Because I neither died nor yielded. But the border dudes remain on Killmonger's side while the bald ladies revert to T'Challa's side as he's still actively the rightful-ist king according to loopholes. And then a whole Black Panther civil war breaks out. The main border guy even blows his rhino horn in front of God and everybody. It's a mess out there. An entirely bloodless mess, but a mess nonetheless.
God bless this mess.
Apparently Wakandans don't bleed. Anyway, Ross remote controls a ship to blow up the other weapons ships, and in doing so, he even gets to do a white boy Wakandan salute, which is very special for him. Next, he's going to ask for permission to sing all the lyrics to his favorite rap songs. He's like, how far can I push this? I bet there's more here. Meanwhile, Killmonger and T'Challa get knocked into the Vibranium Train Mountain and have a fight on a train track that has special things that negate the effects of vibranium and therefore their suits. And there's a lot to love about this movie. But the CG largely looks like absolute Panther shit. And this final fight as a whole looks like absolute Panther shit. Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Eventually, T'Challa kills Killmonger, but boy, does it look like absolute Panther shit. But at least he takes Killmonger to see one last beautiful absolute Panther shit. CG Wakandan sunrise before he dies.
Hell of a move.
I mean, maybe it was real, but it sure didn't look real. It's weird to be like, this movie's about celebrating Africa, but we were way too scared to film an African sunrise.
I was filmed in front of a blue screen, while the black actor was filmed elsewhere. I was never in harm's way for a moment.
Isn't technology wonderful?
Oh, and yeah, the Civil War up top ends when the border guy and one of the bald ladies remember that they're both too hot to kill and they love each other. And also M'Baku does show up and clobber a bunch of people, and it's like nothing can beat the power of love and also clobbering. Then yeah, they go to Oakland and open up an outreach center and also tell the United Nations they'll now share their knowledge.
What can a nation of farmers have to offer the rest of the world?
What a dick thing to say, my guy. Like, even if Wakanda was just a regular country, who the would just say that to an open general assembly? At minimum, we all know they have a kick-ass bulletproof explosive suit, right? Like, isn't Black Panther relatively well known at this point? He's fought high-profile battles in America, South Korea, Germany. He literally brought in the guy that blew up your last meeting? Whatever, post-credits reveal POV, you're getting stared at by a bunch of children because, oh my God, you're Bucky? You're alive? Hey, did they fix your dumbass brain yet?
How are you feeling?
Bucky.
Oh.
Hell of a move.
All right, this is getting ridiculous. I'm just gonna come down and do it myself. But first I gotta get ready. I got way too much crap on me. Dude, you weren't even spending any budget on yourself? Not until I've killed half of all the people. Not enough resources, perfectly balanced. Of course, oh yeah!
I do not want another single pop culture reference out of you for the rest of the trip.
Hey, remember the Asgardian refugee ship from 2 movies ago? Well, you freaking better, because yeah, they're under assault. And I know what you're thinking, but it's not ice.
Why would you say something so controversial yet so brave?
I ask you, to what end?
Turns out it's our old buddy Thanos. But actually it's fine, because it's not so much a suffering thing as a salvation thing, apparently.
You may think this is suffering. No.
Oh, thank God.
Interesting how even space aliens from hell spout pseudo-Christian religious bullshit to help us identify that, oh, okay, they must be evil. Or the writers of Left Behind. Same difference, I guess.
Why would you?
Anyway, Thor here is looking rough.
You talk too much.
Okay, but it's my job. That's like saying you beat too many people to death with hammers. Loki's looking actually pretty much okay, and they're like, all right, so give us the Tesseract or we'll cut off your brother's head. And Loki tries to call their bluff, but I mean, why would they be bluffing? You think that's fake blood leaking out of Idris Elba over there?
Kill away.
I didn't mean that. I don't mean that.
You really are the worst, brother.
So he's like, all right, yeah, fine, I did steal the Tesseract, here you go. This is not the behavior I would expect from a god of tricks and lies. But then,
We have a Hulk.
except actually Thanos kicks Hulk's ass pretty thoroughly. And I'd like you to keep this moment in your pocket, because we're gonna bring it up later. So a dying Idris Elba blasts Hulk away with a rainbow beam, and Thor gets all contained with metal or whatever. Thanos then smushes the Tesseract out of its original package, ruining its mint condition value, and he takes its stone form and pops it into his magic glove, and then Loki tries to stab him, but Thanos blocks his attempt with the Space Stone.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
And like, this entire series has been about Loki trying to steal stones, but he never actually uses them for anything. I know he wanted to keep it graded Gem 10 for his eBay store, but could he not have used the Space Stone to do some damage to Thanos 10 seconds ago? And if not, then why steal the damn thing? If Thanos is the only dude who can wield it, then like, who else were you hoping to trade or sell it to? I don't know, but he's dead now. I guess it's moot.
No resurrections this time.
At least, not unless we can think of a way to leverage your enduring popularity for a Disney Plus spin-off show. But what are the chances of that?
Inevitable.
Also, you're gonna come back apparently in the new Avengers movie. You will literally never die. Anyway, Thanos doesn't finish Thor off, instead apparently hoping that he'll die when the ship explodes, but like, maybe you should cut his head off or something? If you're in that big of a rush, maybe you should have stolen the Time Stone first, you dipshit. I don't know. But some of Thanos' alien buddies are sent to grab the other stones and bring them back to him on Titan, his home planet. Thor isn't dead, of course, and he's almost immediately discovered by the lesser Chris.
It's true. You have put on weight.
What? And the rest of the Guardians of the Galaxy responding to his distress signal in the hopes that they'll get some money out of the deal, because space is like, I don't know, 100 cubic miles at most. It's very small. People are always bumping into each other all the time. Aboard, everybody seems to very much want to have sex with Thor, which is fair.
It's like a pirate had a baby with an angel.
But this makes Quill so jealous, he considers purchasing a Bowflex, which is true desperation. I don't think a single person has ever actually gotten in better shape from a Bowflex. That's just the thing that everybody tried to bend in various directions for a couple weeks before realizing it was bullshit, and then they went back to eating ice cream sandwiches. You want results? You gotta get a greased pig. Best exercise I ever got. Well, actually, I couldn't afford a pig, so I used Dave. But he brought all of his own lube, so wow. Anyway, sexy-ass Thor explains how if Thanos gets all 6 stones, he'll be able to eliminate half of all life in the universe with a single snap of his fingers, literally. He has to physically snap his actual physical fingers or it doesn't work, apparently. Which means that if any of my kids got all 6 stones, we'd actually be fine. They're really struggling with snapping currently, so. Like there are moments where they're like, ah, trying to keep his fingers apart. And it's like, I'm sorry, you have ultimate power in your hands, but you have to activate it with a spark or whatever.
If he eats too much popcorn, he's f***ed. He can't do what he's got to do.
Yeah, he's like, fingers are too greasy.
Like this.
You seem to know a great deal about
the grease. So Thor's like, okay, some of you should go to nowhere, where the reality stone is, if you inexplicably remember Thor the Dark World. But know that Thanos is probably also headed there because the Collector is just a freaking dude, and maybe we shouldn't have entrusted 1/6 of ultimate power to him. But Thor can't go because he needs to go to some other random place to forge a new weapon now that his sister broke his hammer. I would recommend a gun, personally, but I guess we'll see what they make. I think Thor with a gun would be more effective than Thor with a hammer.
Or a rocket launcher.
After some arguing,
Are you mocking me? Are you mocking me?
Groot and Rocket decide to accompany Thor while the others head to nowhere to, I guess, steal the stone. Thor would be able to just ask for it, since Asgardians are the ones who gave it to the Collector in the first place, but he has no reason to give it to the Guardians. I guess they did save the universe, but does the Collector even know about that? How would they even make their case? Hi, last movie we killed our, I guess, leader's dad. Stone, please? Couldn't take 2 seconds to write them a note? Odin's son? I don't know. That's a future Guardians problem, I guess. On Earth, Hulk smashes into Strange's sanctum, which isn't actually the name of his bathroom, but rather like the entire building. The bathroom is called the Chamber of Secrets. Although granted, Strange is the head wizard. He could probably shit anywhere he likes, and then he could probably, you know, make it go to the top of Mount Everest. Do you think he shits while doing the sling ring thing? Hulk tells Strange what's what, so they go find Stark to tell him what's what and compare weird beard maintenance tips, and there's some more brief Infinity Stone exposition to explain that first, at the beginning of time, there was nothing, but then there were 6 magic stones named for various elements, like minds and souls and space and reality and time and power. You know, the 6 main elements. I always assumed they were strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma, but guess my ass was proven wrong. Live and learn. And anyway, if anybody got all 6 of them stones, they'd be like so friggin' strong, dude. Strong as hell. Can you imagine being able to control time and also soul music? There's 6 main things. There's souls and minds, realities.
Well, what about hanging with the boys?
The hanging with the boys stuff.
That's a good one, you know? Well, reality kind of encompasses all of it.
That's what I was going to say. I was like, I think reality is kind of the main one.
It seems to be the umbrella stone.
Everything the buddy needs. Douchebag.
They want to contact Vision since he's got a mind stone grafted into his damned head, but nobody knows where he is, except maybe Steve Rogers. But if you remember,
The Avengers broke up. We're toast.
And anyway, before Tony can put aside their differences, a big-ass alien ship arrives and 2
children of Thanos
attack, which is unfortunate because Hulk suddenly has performance anxiety.
Dude, you're embarrassing me in front of the wizards.
Get hard for me.
Bruce's balls are blue, but he needs them to be green. So Strange sends him somewhere safe, like 3 blocks away. Not safe enough, Strange, you idiot. Play a video game and learn how to space out your fast travel spots. He's like, I'm gonna send you somewhere safe. How about to the bagel place down the street? It's like, okay, these are aliens attacking all of New York City. I've seen you send people to Mount Everest and the Sahara Desert. I know you were thinking fast. Think faster. Think better.
Like Texas. That's the first thing that
Boom.
comes.
I can think of that in a second.
How we doing? Good, Pat?
Really, really good.
The ship arrival arouses Peter.
Down in my plums.
And he heads to fight as well, and Stan Lee cameos as the bus driver to give all the kids some shit.
What's the matter with you kids? You never seen a spaceship before?
Actually, that's not really a joke. He's completely right. This is New York City, which was attacked by an entire army of alien spaceships like 6 years ago. That was the entire plot of Spider-Man's solo movie. I mean, this is still a crazy thing, but I think they'd be feeling more crushing terror than, gee whiz, look at that thing. Who do you think that is? What do you figure that is? You think it's the thing that butchered like 1 million of us a year ago?
Kid, where'd you come from?
Right over there. He lives here all the time. am. Where did you come from? Didn't you move upstate? You moved out of the city.
It was upstairs.
Yeah, what are you talking about? He's attacking my kitchen. Does nobody remember previous movies? Fair. Wong blasts the bigger alien to Alaska or somewhere, which makes sense since space aliens are always void in Alaska, Hawaii, and Puerto Rico, and the high price of groceries and the lack of sunlight-induced depression will kill him in a matter of years. But then Strange and his time stone necklace are captured by the metal-bending skinny alien, though Peter is in hot-ass pursuit. He passes out as the ship gets too high, but Stark gives him a new suit, so actually it's fine. He's now a Rocket Spider-Man! He's gonna die by the end of this movie.
I forgot that lyric in that song.
Strange comes to in the spaceship and gets tortured for his stone, but Peter has an idea to shoot a hole in the spaceship and suck that wizard sucker out into space. It's like my grandma always used to say, when you're dealing with an evil space wizard, suck it is your best bet. I was like, Grandma, ew, how do you even know that? I've watched a lot of films about aliens, and let me tell you, they don't try and suck them enough. It worked on your grandfather. I don't see why it wouldn't work on an alien.
So you sat there, you wrote this line.
Yeah, but... Well, no, she told it to me, and I was like, I should tell everyone my pearls of Grandma's wisdom. Anyway, whatever. Tony's like, okay, I realize it'd theoretically be safer to head home now, but I bet this ship is headed to Thanos, and I think we should let it head to Thanos so that we can kill Thanos because he is bad. Yes, it's a bummer that we have a legal child with us, but he made his choice. The other two agree because among other issues, nobody seems entirely sure how to turn the ship around anyway. On the ground, Banner does call Steve, presumably to ask for help finding Vision, but I think it's implied he's also asking for feet pics.
I'm gonna make a call.
And where is Vision? Why, he's blasting Wanda full of...
Fizz?
That's cum, innit?
You know, like Vision jizz. Viz.
Fizz?
Which I think he can make any flavor he wants.
Vanilla!
Naturally.
But anyway, he's been having stone issues, which, I mean, that's just a part of getting older, my man. I mean, what are you, like 1 or 2 years old? Yeah, that's when it starts. Pretty much downhill after you hit the big deuce.
Is it the
Plums.
So maybe that's why he tells Wanda he wants to stop this midnight vizzing and actually settle down and get committed. Moving their relationship from Wi-Fi, you know, which connects to the first available source, to Bluetooth, which connects to one specific source. Because he's a robot. He only knows robot stuff. It's actually very beautiful when he says it. It'll make you viz.
Sex robot.
Or not, if I'm overstepping.
But they both see a news report about the latest New York City alien invasion, and Vision gets that I guess neither superhero heard coming, and I guess that's part of getting older too. This sets off a fight scene all around the apparently abandoned European city they found themselves in. Looks like it's Upper Dusselfin upon the Tiberville. It's a bit of a hole. No one will miss it. Anyway, things are dicey, and it's looking like Viz might have blasted his last vanilla Viz when, oh shit, the Outlaw Avengers. You know, Captain Steve Erica, Blonde Widow, and Sam. They show up last second looking like Dave's search history. Dark and dangerous and sexy. They saved the day, but again, we really shouldn't bring Natasha on these missions. I know her butt in that outfit is good for team morale, but she doesn't have any superpowers and or magic robot wings and or a horny Hulk that she needs to calm down with her sexy singing voice. I mean, she could snipe from afar or run logistics or something, but it's increasingly ridiculous to put her in the field like this.
But we will.
The aliens escape, and is it crazy that we haven't seen a single scrambled fighter shoot at any of these alien spaceships yet? In fact, the military is completely absent despite multiple high-profile alien invasions. This is like if Independence Day 2 had them all take a wait-and-see approach, which is what I should have done instead of seeing it opening weekend. Because wow, not great, not great.
No! No, Mom! No!
What?
The Outlawgers head to Avengers HQ to hang out with Robot Legs Don Cheadle.
I think you look great.
Oh, right. And also to hang out with horny-ass Bruce here, whose eyes are just begging for a Natasha lullaby.
Yeah.
We briefly learned that Hawkeye and Ant-Man took plea deals for the Sokovia Accord violations, so their families and the budget for this one would remain safe. And Vision's like, yeah, can somebody explode this stone in my head so that Thanos can't get it? And when I say someone, I mean Wanda, because only she has that power. But Bruce is like, actually, I bet we can pull it out, but we would need to travel to Wakanda, where coincidentally, Bucky's getting a new cool-ass arm with which to pound injustice and his dick. And do you think it was weird for Wakandans to give this white boy a super robot arm when one of the biggest terrorists in their history also had one? I bet they're installing a backdoor that makes him punch his own face if he says anything anti-Wakandan.
Pretty, isn't it?
Random flashback to Thanos meeting baby Gamora for the first time when he killed half her planet because they had bad resources, and then he adopted her and he gave her a tiny knife which balances out the murdering half the planet thing, I think?
Perfectly balanced.
The tang is nearly the full width of the blade.
In present day, Gamora asked Peter to promise to kill her rather than let her be captured by Thanos because she knows something that she doesn't want Thanos to know.
I know something he doesn't.
It's that secret recipe of 11 different spices and herbs.
Peter reluctantly agrees because that's the only way he'll get a smooch in front of Drax.
Dude, how long have you been standing there?
Also, couldn't she ask anyone else besides the one guy who is in love with her? I bet Drax would kill Gamora even if she weren't captured. Drax would kill her if she was just stuck in a porta potty or something. I'm just saying there are always better options for person best suited to kill me than the person that's currently banging you. They arrive in nowhere and everything looks deserted, which seems like a bad sign, and oops, yeah, Thanos is there, but actually it's fine. Gamora stabs him in the throat and apparently he bleeds?
That was quick.
But actually that was an illusion, which they should have known because Tobias was actually in one of the Collector's tanks just a second ago.
This is the magic trick, huh?
Illusion, Michael.
But yeah, the problem is that Thanos is using the Reality Stone to make reality very wacky. An extremely useful, almost overpowered power that he will refuse to use for the rest of the movie and its sequel. He grabs Gamora and she's like, kill me! And Peter tries.
I'm gonna need a volunteer for my next illusion.
But his lasers turn to bubbles. It's pretty silly and fun. But then Thanos disappears with Gamora, which is less silly and fun. I'll be honest, Gamora doesn't seem to be trying all that hard to kill herself. She's doing more damage to soup than to her vital organs. Thanos is like, hey, by the way, your old planet's doing great after my whole killing half of them thing. Their therapists own 3 yachts on average. Just thought you should know that it's possible to look at the half full part of the murder glass. Anyway, where's the soul stone? Gamora's like, the bolt stone? I don't know what you're saying. Where did you grab these stones, you ass chin purple fart eater? Ha ha! But Thanos is like, shut your pie hole. We're torturing / turning Nebula into modern art because you tried to assassinate me earlier. And if you don't tell me where the stone is, I will torture her more, I guess. And Gamora's like, well, that's very sad, and I'd let literally half of the universe die to not really save, but maybe provide a brief respite to my not even technically a sister. So she says the stone is with the son of the steward of Gondor? Boromir! No, the first time I watched this, I thought they said Boromir, and I was like, whoa, talk about an epic team up. Not to mention, spoiler alert, somebody very accustomed to dying.
The stone is on Boromir.
But no, it's some planet somewhere, and the stone mountain is guarded by a freaking Red Skull from the first Captain America movie of all Dan / recast people. Remember when he was yeeted into space for touching the Tesseract? Well, this is where he was yeeted too, apparently. And now he's cursed to guide people to another stone that he himself will never possess.
It is my curse.
And who told you this, dude? The stones? Is there like an infinity god of some kind? Or are you just guessing based on your circumstances? How long have you been here? Is this like a Castaway Wilson situation where you think the stones are talking to you? Also, where have you been pooping? Just so I know where to step.
You should know.
He leads the two of them to the edge of some cliff and is like, okay, to get the stone, you gotta make a trade.
A soul for a soul.
Gotta pay the troll toll to get into this boy's hole.
But you can't just trade any old ass soul. It's gotta be a good one that you really like. And Gamora's all like, ha ha, you never loved anyone, you big purple piece of ass. Oh shit. Turns out Thanos loved Gamora, and it turns out that her blood is green, which sort of seems like it makes sense, but it's not like Dave's blood is splotchy peach and eggshell colored with a bunch of white supremacist prison tattoos on it.
I wouldn't join the white supremacists. I'd join another, like a more ethnic gang, because the food would be better, I think.
Yeah, I'm sure they would accept you. Hey, I'm just here for the food, guys. What are we making? What are we making? What are we making? Interestingly, she did try to kill herself last second, but again, bubbles.
Nobody seems to be able to resist the kind of bubbles Bubble Thing makes.
I'm sorry, little
one.
Guess somebody hasn't found the imagination stone yet, huh, Thanos? Anyway, sucks she's dead, but at least right before she died, she knew she was loved, so that's nice. But yeah, Thanos gets the stone, which that sucks, probably. Elsewhere in space, Rocket gives Thor a new eye.
The only way I could sneak it off Contraxia was
One place he knew he could hide something, his ass.
I would have watched that.
And between the lack of eye and the killer bacteria from Rocket's anus coursing through his veins, Thor is basically a space pirate now. They arrive at the weapons forge place, but the neutron star has gone out and the forge isn't even forging. It's like, oh, this is a mess. Even worse, they're attacked by a massive Peter Dinklage, who's like, Thanos killed all my buddies, even though he said he wouldn't if I made him a magic Infinity Stone glove. Anyway, now I'm sad and all our is broken, and Thor's like, no big deal. I've got several plans with which to reactivate the star and the forge, even though it'll probably get me damn near melted until the third act in the process. And indeed, a new axe is forged named Stormbreaker with a handle made out of Groot's literal teenage arm. And these movies love harming teenagers. I'll be honest, I never thought that you and the Marvel movies shared something, but here we are.
Sorry.
Speaking of, Stark, Strange, and Peter crash land into Titan, while simultaneously Nebula escapes and calls the Guardians for help, which leads to one big hilarious misunderstanding not that dissimilar from the film Parent Trap starring Lindsay Lohan.
I do not want another single pop culture reference out of you.
Well, sorry, that's sort of my entire thing, okay?
Who are you? We're the Avengers, man.
They managed to resolve their issues without killing any teenagers, so I guess it's not that much like the Parent Trap, because obviously, teenagers are killed a lot in the Parent Trap, I think. I think my grandpa had 2 movies spliced into the one VHS. You know how it's like halfway through Parent Trap, they storm Normandy?
Yeah, that was a crazy, like, B plot.
Yeah, and then for the next hour and a half, Tom Hanks tries to save Matt Damon. But Strange seems to be wigging out.
Strange, we all right?
Oh no, actually, he was just looking at all possible futures, and he found one out of 14 million plus where they win, and seriously? There's not even one where Thanos has a random heart attack, or he accidentally eats some Arby's, or he decides that his new life goal is to just keep pranking people with his new bubble weapon bit. Drax preemptively offers to suck Thanos' toes, but Strange assures him that's not one of the futures where they win. And Drax is like, I mean, I would win, but then he drops it. This is all actual dialogue from the movie. It's Oscar-winning stuff. It's pretty good. Okay, so the Outlaws and Vision finally show up in Wakanda. They had to change planes 7 times, and they saw The Incredibles 2 11 times. They must be exhausted. Anyway, they're like, hey, thanks for the help. I am sorry that you'll almost certainly be invaded by aliens. Thanks for opening up your borders and stuff. Sorry to abuse that kindness almost literally immediately, but you know, desperate times. For the last 5,000 years, we've kept our country secret and safe. But today we're gonna open up, oh my God, can you be the center of an alien invasion? I'm tired of aliens breaking American cities. What about right in the middle of Africa?
This is why I said we shouldn't open it up.
Shuri thinks she can remove the thing from Vision's head, but it's gonna take a long time because Vision didn't renew his VizCare warranty, so everybody else prepares for a protracted Naboo-ass siege. Again, nobody thinks to ask for help from Wong's sorcerer speed dial or any trained militaries or even just like bullies with cool pocket knives or anything. Maybe those just don't exist anymore. Tony did say he privatized world peace at some point, so maybe everybody just disarmed to make it easier for big green dudes and witches and shit to police the world. Well, this is where that bill comes due. Okay, it would really help if we had a couple tanks.
It's not gonna happen.
But Thanos' crew has a bunch of freaky-ass critters that throw themselves at Wakanda's force shield, and though it's slowing them down quite a bit, it's not stopping every freaky-ass critter, like the space alien version of the Tush Push, and they worry that a couple might sneak around behind and get Vision, even though he is being personally guarded by arguably the most powerful Avenger, so it might be fine. And if you're really so worried about it, why not just send a few extra soldiers to guard him directly? We already evacuated the city, so there's not too many civilians to worry about.
Open the barrier?
But no, they instead open up part of the shield to funnel all the bad guys directly at them, initiating a Lord of the Rings-esque hand-to-hand battle, despite Wakanda ostensibly owning a bunch of crazy futuristic fighter jet things. The battle seems to be going okay-ish, but then Thor shows up with his new axe that lets him, I don't know, Bifrost travel, by the way. Apparently you don't actually need a Bifrost to Bifrost travel, which I guess, to be fair, is what Idris did earlier. I don't know. The point is, he wrecked some shit. The aliens finally utilize the massive digging machines that I guess they brought along but forgot about until this moment. Or maybe the aliens had operated or union and they were on their break. Either way, it ends up forcing Wanda to come down and blow those up.
Why was she up there all this time?
Because she's in love.
But of course, this allows bad guys to break into Vision's room, and he falls out a window, and he's weakened, and he's stabbed again.
Won't that void the warranty?
But Steve saves him, and then Vision saves Steve. Meanwhile, Thanos himself returns to Titan and isn't overly surprised to find a random human wizard chilling on this clearly abandoned world. So he's like, hey, you want a little exposition?
Oh, yeah.
This planet used to be super pretty, but then we ran out of resources, and I recommended we kill half of everybody at random. I'm not a freaking monster. But everybody said no, so they all died, which is why I'm now the way that I am. And that sounds more like a skill issue. Like maybe opening with 50% casualties was a dumb negotiation tactic. How did you even come to that specific number? That very much sounds like a hyperbolic statement you say to get people's attention before you walk it back to present your actual plan.
So, should we kiss?
But random, just passionate.
He's like, I think we should kill half. Does that sound good? That's funny too that he just universally thinks that will work. Doesn't matter what the specific planets or anything, it's just like, I think we kill like half.
Good even number.
Whatever. Strange listens quietly and then drops some big ass shit right on Thanos because it's an ambush! Quick! Boom! Viz in his eye, Spider-Man.
Is that vanilla?
Shockingly, it actually basically works, and they get Thanos subdued, and they're pulling off his glove, soon to be followed by his pants, I'd imagine, and then it's really gonna be a party!
Be quick. He is very well endowed.
I thought you'd be hard.
But before they get it fully off, Quill's like, hey, since we're all just hanging out, where's Gamora?
Why is Gamora?
And when he realizes Gamora's Gamorte, he starts wailing on Thanos, which screws everything up, and then Thanos explodes everything everywhere, all at once. Eventually, Thanos stabs Tony in the gut and says what I say to Dave every time I try to smother him with a pillow.
I hope they remember you.
But then Strange trades the Time Stone for Tony's life, which seems crazy, but they are beard bros.
Did we just lose?
From a certain point of view.
And he claims it was the only way to win in the long term. Thanos blasts away to Wakanda and easily trashes everybody with his almost fully unlocked skill tree. And Viz is like, you gotta kill me, babe. And Wanda does. Wow. 2 for 2 on lovers following through on killing the other lover. Good for them. Committed. Strong. They're always like, I will always choose the universe. I will always kill you. It's funny because it's like the exact opposite point of The Matrix Reloaded. The one is always presented with like, you know, you can fight me and all of humanity dies, or you can pick a few and save them. But Neo's the only one who had a love. He could not give Trinity up. If he was in this, he would just shoot Trinity in the head and be like, poof, done.
Yeah, let's get that underground orgy going again.
And all this time, Captain America is doing an okay-ish job holding off Thanos with just his physical strength, even punching him in the butt chin in a way that Thanos felt it. And, well, remember the scene earlier when Thanos ragdolled the Hulk, easily the most physically powerful Avenger of them all? How in all that is holy is Captain America, who's just a human in slightly above peak condition, capable of registering to Thanos as anything other than a light breeze? We need to write up a bunch of power limits for everyone in the MCU and stick to them, because right now, these movies just, they lack consistency. Except, oh wait, Thanos has the Time Stone, so he rewinds Vision and kills him again, but with the stone intact. But before he can snap it in, Thor blasts out of the sky and stabs him in the chest, but I guess doesn't necessarily know about the physical snap thing, so...
You should have gone for that.
Whoa! Hey, so before we move on, Thanos wants to snap half of the galactic population for resource rationing. But like, why not just snap up double the resources? Or triple?
Triples makes it safe. No, triples is best.
I understand, my child.
In the comics, Thanos wants to kill everyone because he's a simp for death and hopes doing that will take him to the Bone Zone, which... fair. But here, again, he just seems like a dipshit with a skill issue, unable to accept notes on his plan. What if he just made a new source of renewable energy? Made it so that a single apple has all the necessary nutrients and filled you up for an entire day, like Huel powder, if they sponsored this.
They didn't.
Or, like, you know, Raycons. If they sponsored it.
They did not.
I'll tell you what, I eat 1 Raycon a day and I am full.
I'm full. I'm doing good. I turned purple, but...
What if he just like used his power to make himself king of the universe and he redistributed resources from the rich more evenly down to everybody else? Just feels like if he asked a couple other people to speak into his insane plan, they could have come up with a slightly less genocidal option.
Did you do it?
But he doesn't. So Thanos ends up in a liminal space and has a brief chat with baby Gamora about the cost of even just a single trip to the grocery store in 2026.
What did it cost?
Everything.
And then IRL, he poofs away to somewhere to look out over a peaceful sunrise or whatever. And he half smiles and he's like, you did good, you sexy purple man, you. And meanwhile, half of everybody else just sort of dissipates into ash, which that makes zero sense to me. We just spent the entire movie setting up how Thanos turns things into bubbles. Everybody should be turning into bubbles. Otherwise, it makes no sense. You like ignored Chekhov's bubble gun. If you do something twice, it's a law. Bubbles, bubbles, ash? What are you, stupid? This is like the main thing I'm mad about in everything I've ever done. It just would have been really funny if like everybody's like slowly dying, but they're turning fucking bubbles.
And then it like makes the pop like sound, like pop.
Spider-Man, no! On a more serious note, this is one of the greatest endings to a big fat blockbuster of all time because it feels serious and heavy, and it's a shocking downer note to end a superhero movie on. I love it. All movies should end that way. Not with their characters dead, but specifically with Spider-Man dead. Like, think how much better Casablanca would have been if it ended with a dead Spider-Man. Anyway, great ending. Loved it. Granted, I did love how when I was watching it in a sold-out theater, the 10-year-old kid sitting in front of me loudly turned to his dad and yelled, "Wait, is Spider-Man dead? That's gay." Sort of killed the vibe. But whatever. Still, cool moment. Very Rapture-esque in that it's a fake thing that somebody made up and yet it still manages to elicit strong emotions out of people. There's no mid-credits scene, but in the post-credits, Maria Hill and Nick Fury watch the world fall apart as all the Christians disappear. But before Nick himself gets blasted, he almost drops the swear word, "Mother," and successfully appears to contact Captain Marvel. I'll admit, that's not a logo I'd recognize, but everybody sitting around me that wasn't still yelling about Spider-Man's gay death was happy to explain it to me.
What is this? What the hell is happening?
Wait, what? We're not even gonna finish the story? We're gonna talk about Ant-Man? I know, it's crazy. What do they think up next?
We'll never stop puking.
So if there's one thing Hank Pym still thinks about, it's
the night your mother and I had to leave you.
You know, the night he and his wife were freakishly de-aged with computers and forced to leave Hope behind so they could go blow up a nuke by going subatomic, which, again, if you have to become smaller than molecules to get inside a thing, how would you be big enough to destroy anything inside the missile or the thing or whatever? And even if you are big enough to impact things, how do you know you're bonking into the right shit? The space between molecules, if you're smaller than a molecule, is insanely huge. You're not gonna hit the right thing.
I've never been smaller than a molecule, so.
Let me tell you, it's wild. Babe, you don't understand. It went subatomic right now, so I could get even deeper into you. That's what I'm doing.
She wasn't coming. Would you have come?
Anyway, Janet manages to do it, but of course becomes lost to the freaky-ass quantum realm. Oh no! But because Scott managed to get that small and still come back, Hank's vigor has been renewed, and he explains to Hope that he hopes to come up with a quantum tunnel that he thinks he can use to go get her mom back. I guess. I am curious what he thinks she's been, like, eating all of these years. Thankfully, we stopped at a Taco Bell on the way to the mission, and your mom could subatomically survive on the stored enchilada calories for decades. But you think about it, you take a bite of an enchilada, and then you become impossibly small. That'll live inside you forever, dude.
If we could teleport, like time travel back to when they still had the enchilada, and shrink 1,000,000 of them.
Bring them back.
And then re-expand them.
Fill a warehouse with them.
Life is good.
And also, like Dave rolling around naked in the snow, it seems like there's no end cap to the shrinkage. Like, wouldn't she still be infinitely shrinking to this day? Why would it stop? Does the suit run out of juice at some point? Dave sure didn't seem to. The thing shrunk all the way into his chest by the time I poured gasoline on him to help warm him up. I don't know, whatever. Cut to Scott playing with Cassie in the most sick-ass cardboard fort ever constructed, which is why I will never let my kids watch Ant-Man and the Wasp, because then they might have expectations of me, and I'm not building us a whole ass new house out of cardboard. But join my Patreon just to be safe. I'm gonna guess that 90% of this movie's budget went to freaky de-aging and this cardboard fort. I'd pay at least $100 million for a cardboard fort like this. So join my Patreon so we can get there. We're very close. right on the cusp of it.
Oh, I think I got lased.
Interestingly, the game of the fort appears to be teaching his young daughter to be an expert thief, which seems unwise from a parental perspective, but fantastic from a setting up sequels one.
Oh no, the fun!
Scott's gotten in a lot of trouble with the police over the years. Seems like he'd want to protect his daughter from that part of his life. Are they gonna practice shanking a bitch-ass snitch in the shower next week?
And how, like, kill the meanest, toughest person in prison so people take me seriously.
And so I can eat double rations when I eat their food off their corpse.
I'm in the middle of trying to steal something with my daughter.
She's like 7. Why are you teaching her to thieve? You're a thief. You're under house arrest right now.
Let's bounce before the po-po come back.
Well, that sounds great. That sounds so fun.
I know it's silly to get hung up on these kinds of things, but I do.
I guess it's fine because Scott's a security consultant or something now with Luis and 2 of the other ex-criminals Scott calls friends, which, does that not violate like 4 paroles simultaneously? You're not allowed to hang out with associated criminals, right? Isn't that like a whole parole thing? Don't hang out with any criminals unless you guys start a business. That'd be fun. Security consulting, great idea. I'd love to have a convict come and case my joint, as it were. I'm sorry, what did you go to prison for? Oh, I broke into people's houses. Okay, and you're going to come look at my security system and recommend things to me? Yeah. I was thinking, my first consulting thought is, what if we just leave the back door open? And what if we put all of your money in a bag on the front lawn addressed to me?
I think we have way too many security cameras.
Makes my job harder.
Even beyond that, it's not all fine because in their pretend thieving, Scott's ankle monitor trips an alarm so the po-po show up and shut them down, and also briefly explain that Scott was put under house arrest because of his part in the events of Captain America: Civil War, which, shouldn't that get him on literally every news show in the world? I doubt anyone from Team Tony is doing interviews, and Team Cap is in the wind, leaving just Scott to tell his version, get a book deal, get a podcast, get like $100,000 per interview. Oh my God, is that how he affords this cardboard castle?
This must all seem like a bunch of confusing grown-up stuff to you, huh?
But no, he does none of that, and that's why he's been here doing nothing but saving other series supporting cast budgets for the last 2 years. Oh, also, Hank and Hope are in trouble because it was their tech that was used in the Civil Warring. Interesting that gun sellers working with Hydra aren't liable for their customers' actions, but people that make shrinking magic suits are. Anybody that sells AR-15s to children or whatever that shoot up a high school, not your fault. But if you create a magic shrinking suit that gets used in a superhero Civil War scenario, that's on you. Okay? How is that their fault? They just like invented something. That's not even the guy who sells it. That's the guy who like invented the concept of guns. Anyway, they haven't been caught yet, but it's only a matter of time because I heard that they ate too much Arby's recently.
We'll never stop puking.
Just follow the smell, FBI. That stink can't shrink no matter how small they get.
It's only a matter of time before we get them.
Arby's, we have, ye have.
Later, Scott has some quantum realm PTSD visions or something, so he calls Hank on a secret burner phone. He's not allowed to call Hank, by the way, given that he's a wanted criminal in the eyes of the law. I guess that criminal he can't talk to, but the other ones he can. Whatever, Hank doesn't answer. Of course, Scott's darted in the neck like 5 minutes later and wakes up next to Hope grilling him about her mom. He's like, ah, my ankle monitor, but Hope's like, it's fine. We trained a big-ass man-ant to do everything that you do, including cranking it in the bathroom for literally 2 hours a day, every day.
And how do you know about my daily routine?
That's not even a joke. That's basically what the movie says.
2 hours in the bathroom, whatever that's about.
Self-care's all about loving yourself.
2 hours, you gotta stretch. Or is gooning the one where it's...
Why do you keep talking about gooning? Who taught you this?
I'm learning all the new terms.
What do you think it is?
I think it's like edging. I think it's like jerking off really slowly, so it makes sense that he'd be gooning in the bathroom for 2 hours.
Man in India who has been hired by YouTube to watch this video to see if it's appropriate. What do you think?
Please tell us what gooning is.
Just send me a message. I'm just curious what you think. Man living in New Delhi who is like, I hate my life. I hate my job.
This guy in purple.
So far, the biggest one we've had is you.
Scott's brought to a crazy secret ant lab where they've nearly finished building the quantum tunnel.
It's a tunnel.
To the quantum realm.
Makes sense.
Could have guessed that. They believe Scott somehow got entangled with Hope's mommy, which, oh, that's a spicy reveal. Were they gooning?
We think she might still be down there.
In my butt.
But no, they just mean quantumly entangled. No viz included. It's less physical, but no less sexy.
I would never do that. I respect you too much.
And whatever, Janet maybe sent Scott a message to her location. But of course, before they can go get her, they need a random MacGuffin component for the tunnel to get to the, so that they can get to the mom Guffin. And let me tell you, this movie loves MacGuffins. They are always going places to find things or learn things or find people or learn people so that they can go to the next place by making a tiny car big in their big building tiny. And this movie is huge in the tiny house influencer community. Oh, also, they're being watched by an invisible person. So many things. The meeting is with a Sonny Birch who has the component they need, but who also has learned Hope's true identity thanks to a contact at the FBI who he mentions like 15 times throughout this movie. And he's like, I think you should sell your definitely quantum lab to some buddies of mine and just buy a new mom shell Pfeiffer.
Quantum energy is the future.
But Hope says no thank you, so Sonny's like, fine, then you can't have your MacGuffin, but I will keep your money. And Hope's like, okay, but I bet somebody will come beat your ass in about 12 seconds. But I need to leave the room first. I mean, they need to leave the room first. Hope nobody comes and beats your ass in 12 seconds wearing a wasp outfit.
This is gonna be so
Badass, badass, badass.
Crazily, it's Hope who kicks all the asses?
What a twist.
But I'm surprised. If Sonny knows who she and her father are, then why wasn't he prepared for the very real possibility that she'd come back and kick his ass with their insanely advanced tech? Whenever Dave blackmails guy who can explode my dick with his thoughts, he makes sure to roll around in the snow until the shrinkage makes him untargetable.
But it will mend in time.
You have to be prepared, my dude. Even without the powers, Hank's solution for most things seems to be just punching people. Sonny doesn't appear to have any protection whatsoever besides beefy boys who shoot guns and huck knives, which doesn't exactly scream, I know exactly how to go about killing an ant lady in possession of quantum technology. They should have all had those little salt guns that you use to shoot flies or like cans of Raid at least. Even worse for ill-prepared Sonny, a third ghostly party who quantum phases through matter sometimes. She shows up and also tries to kick their ass for the component.
What in the hell is that?
Everybody wants this component! Also, Hank hands Scott an experimental new suit because Scott claims that his old one was destroyed, and Scott also runs in there to kick Ghost right in the coochie, just like Hope trained him to do.
Remember? Yeah, great form.
If you're fighting a ghost, you kick him in the cooch. I did it to Casper. He died again.
I got sick. My dad got sad.
That boy ghost is no longer a boy ghost, let me tell you. Except, oh shit, then Ghost Lady steals the whole f***ing lab from Daddy, and there's no way to track it because Hank was too cheap to spring for LoJack, which feels like an oversight. I'm not a scientist and I have no money, but I can track basically anything if I wanted to. My phone, my car. Dave ate my AirTag just off the counter. And I know you've been gooning for 2 hours a day, because I can see it on the AirTag.
Are you okay?
No! Sorry.
But worst of all, the team now has nowhere to sit and think because their sitting and thinking building has been stolen. They instead head to Scott's new office to sit and think their next move. Oh, and to also speculate as to the identity of Ghost.
Like Baba Yaga.
Yeah, I don't think it's John Wick. That'd be way too crazy.
We called him Baba Yaga.
You know Baba Yaga?
Also, she's way too hot and bad at controlling her phasing abilities outside of the suit to be John Wick. So I think I can definitively say that she is not John Wick. Settled. But also, I don't think that she's the mythological Baba Yaga.
The witch.
Because she doesn't seem like a fearsome Slavic witch of life, death, and natural decay who guards the boundary between worlds and occasionally grants wisdom to the worthy and lives in a bone-adorned hut on chicken legs, embodying nature's wild power and offering a way to confront themes of transformation and death through the prism of fantasy. I've said too much. Oh, the cops are here. They're like, how do you know all this about Baba Yaga?
They tell stories to children to frighten them.
They reach out to an old work nemesis of Hank's named Bill, who coincidentally enough does actually know John Wick.
Hope I'd love to help you, but we're going to Applebee's after this.
Because it's possible that Bill might have the technology necessary to track Hank's stolen lab. But again, I can't believe you didn't put a tracker on the building somehow. I mean, it's freaking tiny. What if it fell in the trash or got eaten by a bear at the zoo or got stolen by the dozens of known and unknown people and agencies that keep trying to steal your shit? Oops.
Back in the day, I was
Hank's partner on a project called Hank's Bullshit.
That sounds important.
Bill's a professor now, and he and Hank don't like each other very much. But even still, he gives them a good idea for how to track the lab and doesn't give them up to the FBI, which honestly is very sweet. I love when people don't sell me out to the FBI. It makes my whole day. But oh no, the only way to find the lab MacGuffin and install the component MacGuffin is if they could find an old suit MacGuffin like the one Scott had before it became a destroyed MacGuffin. Except, oh thank God MacGuffin, he didn't actually destroy it MacGuffin. And it is of course tucked away inside a trophy MacGuffin that Cathey is brought to show and tell in Mrs. MacGuffin's class at a school named probably after a Confederate soldier. But could you imagine if it was named MacGuffin? So now they have to get that shit Guffin. And meanwhile, Scott's current suit is having some real issues, and for no reason at all do we think they could come up with a way to embiggen a dick? Dave wants to know right now. Please answer fast. He has a knife.
How big did you get? My record, 21 feet.
Too big.
But yeah, feels like they've been wasting a lot of time learning how to control the size of almost everything else, but all those things are useless for most people. I don't own a building that I need to move from place to place, nor any insects I wish I could befriend, but a penis? Now that I do have.
Not bad. You?
Anyway, Scott runs around the school like a particularly small child because this place has even worse school security than Peter's school, until he eventually, yay, he grabs the old suit out of the trophy and oh, look at that, it works, and points to the location of the lab / the next act. They go to the place, but are immediately attacked / knocked out / tied up. Come on! And Ghost uncomfortably sensually reveals her name, Ava, and her sad backstory about how her dad also used to work with Hank and also hated Hank, and he did some quantum experiments that exploded him and her mom to death, but only left Ava semi-corporeal, which is very painful, very difficult to control, and very likely to kill her in just a few more weeks. Sort of like a beef and cheddar inside of a human stomach. Sadly, that body horror isn't invisible. You know, one day Arby's is gonna offer me an insane sponsorship deal as some sort of psychological revenge plan, and I will take it. I'll be dead in a week, but it'll have been worth it. Basically, my life is gonna be like It's a Wonderful Life, but instead of killing myself for the life insurance, I'm gonna kill myself by eating beef and cheddar for the sponsorship money. This doesn't feel as classic to me. This tale doesn't seem like it's gonna hold up.
You're worth more dead than alive.
Anyway, when she was a kid, Ava was picked up by S.H.I.E.L.D. and they did their standard S.H.I.E.L.D. protocol when dealing with kids thing, that is, training them to be a killer and soldier in exchange for maybe they'd fix her someday, but of course, they never fixed her. And do you wonder if S.H.I.E.L.D. ever picks people up and trains them to become like, I don't know, pastry chefs, or like landscape portrait artists, or maybe doctors? Do they only do assassins and killers? Fortunately for Ghost, the not pastry chef, oh hey, Bill sort of adopted her, I guess. And their current plan to help Ava not die is to also go grab Janet from the quantum realm and then suck the quantum juice out of her and give it to Ava, which should heal her. Maybe.
Yes, science! That would rip Janet apart.
Although Hank's worried that that would tear Janet apart, and he only wants to tear her apart in the bedroom. Suck her juice out in the bedroom. What? Although I'm worried that this sort of science is so insanely hypothetical that it's nearly impossible to have a reasonable conversation about it. Like if someone told me that they are planning to trap God in a jar and microwave it, it'd be very weird for me to immediately go, no, don't do that. That'll collapse the value of the Kuwaiti dinar. It just means it's like, people are just saying, you don't know what the hell's gonna happen if you go to the quantum realm and suck the juice out of a woman who's been stuck there for 30 years. You can't even begin to hide. It doesn't matter how smart you are. That makes no sense. I'm gonna find some lady down there and I'm gonna suck her juices out. I'm like, okay, babe.
You don't know that.
But Hank has one of those classic old man in an action comedy movie fake heart attacks because famously, there's nothing funnier than heart attacks.
Oh, it's the worst one. This is a big one.
Stay calm.
Help him, man, come on! And he asks for his pills, which just so happen to be huge ants. He's gonna need a big glass of something to choke one of those suckers down. You ever tried to swallow a big ass ant? Tough. Worth it.
My record, 21 feet.
Too big.
So I guess they get the lab back and the component back, and Scott's got his old suit back, and really they've collected every MacGuffin a subatomic girl could ever dream of, and he can finally send them all in now for a chance to win a new washing machine or something. I wasn't really paying attention. They fire up the old quantum tunnel, which is weirdly exactly what Dave says every time he shits. He's very science inclined. He's so smart.
Sorry.
Meanwhile, Scott has screwed up a work thing and Luis needs him to sign off on some stuff, but before he can meet up with Scott, he's approached by Sonny, who tries to seduce Luis with an
undercarriage wash.
Sounds hot.
in exchange for Scott's location. When that doesn't work, he gives him a truth serum, which is only but so useful because of Luis's undiagnosed ADHD and his James Joyce storytelling style.
Oh, see, that's complicated.
The true villain in these movies, the sorry state of mental health care availability in this country. And it's not gonna get any better unless they close this deal that Scott screwed up because the business is almost broke. Seems like spending every second hunting MacGuffins instead of doing their actual job was a flawed business plan.
That's terrible bossing.
Too bad prison doesn't teach you a lot of skills necessary to succeed in the outside world. Eventually though, Luis admits Scott is in the woods.
The woods?
And Sonny realizes he's a little over his head trying to take down the ant family and the ghost lady, so he finally ropes in his Fed contact that he loves so much.
Hey, it's me. How'd you like
Fingers and butts, dicks and butts.
But okay, back to the tunneling. It shuts down for a second, but it's okay because Scott is fully possessed by the ghost of Janet.
Sorry, I don't know how much time I have. I need to fix the algorithm.
He/she tweaks the algorithm and shows them exactly where to find her, despite the fact that
time and space work very differently down here.
Even though, spoiler alert, she appears to have accurately aged 30 years. But because time and space is all weird there, she actually aged 31 years? But no, wouldn't it make more sense and be cheaper on the old CG budget if she hadn't aged a day and they just hired a 30-year-old actress because quantum something, something, something? You can't say time works differently and then age exactly how you'd expect, Janet. Maybe she just meant they don't have leap days or like daylight savings down there? How is it that the one time a movie hires an older actress, it's basically a plot hole?
Hey. Hi. You must be...
Anyway, she gives Scott back control of his body, and I admire her restraint to not have played with his penis a bunch when she was in control. Genital inspection is absolutely the first thing most people would do in a gender swap scenario, especially with how much shrinks and embiggens in this franchise. So they're ready to go get her, but Luis calls and warns of the many impending threats, and they're all mad at Scott for telling Luis their location, but he's adamant that it was important he do the work thing because...
Do you know how hard it is for ex-cons to find work these days?
And I actually do. I made a whole ass video about it for Amazon, and then they tanked it because everybody working on the project quit. Dave and I literally flew up to Buffalo, New York to make it. It was actually the beginning of the end of my time at Cracked because it was such an awful experience trying to make the damn video be actually interesting and not a complete betrayal of everything the series stood for and have corporate Amazon frickin' be okay with it. And then it was just frickin' shelved anyway. And yes, that series now does ads for AI products. And weirdly, it somehow gets fewer views per video? That's odd. Why? Ha ha! What?
Who could have seen that coming?
Wait! Selling out our series for AI bullshit made fewer people watch it? How is it possible that we made it worse in every conceivable way and now it's doing worse?
I'm gonna throw up.
I don't understand.
Oh my God.
But anyway, Scott runs home so the feds won't know that he left, and because he's one of those people that can only in their bathroom. Meanwhile, the Pims shut down the lab. Scott isn't caught, but they are. Sonny's inside man steals the lab for like 2 seconds. Scott knows he should help, but he's worried he'll get caught and sent to jail for 20 years, which is like 3 Spider-Man reboots long. You know how long 20 years is? You can have 3 different Spider-Mans in that time frame.
Don't laugh.
Still, his daughter encourages him to go ahead and commit, I think, a literally international crime. I wish my children were as encouraging with me breaking the law.
You are the world's greatest grandma.
It's an inside joke. It's not worth explaining. The point is, the child is going to be a criminal someday. I don't care how adorable she is. I'm sure Dave was adorable at some point too. As of this exact moment, he's actively covered in salad dressing. Not adorable.
Sorry.
Oh, Peanut. Oh.
Anyway, so Scott helps his 2 buddies break out of federal prison, but somehow Sonny knew they'd escape, maybe?
I mean, what the dickens?
And at some point, Hank trained ants to show them where the lab is. He's like, I know what my problem was. I didn't train any f***ing ants to find my lab. That was such a dumb oversight. That's the easiest solution. When did you have time to train ants to follow the lab around or whatever? What are you, insane? Just because you can make things small doesn't mean everything has to be f***ing ants. Would you like this $20 AirTag? Why would I do that when I could spend the next 15 years training ants to find it?
You could roast these vegetables or train an army of ants to cook for you.
So anyway, they unite with a few other ex-criminal friends on thin ice with the law.
What's up?
And bust into the lab with a clever diversion, and Hank dives into the quantum realm to get his wife before they lose the signal or whatever, while Scott distracts Ava. But then they also shrink the lab so they can all have a car chase with an added shrinking and growing wrinkle, which is kind of fun. Ava immediately inserts herself into this moment as well, and she gets the lab, and then they get the lab back, and then Sonny gets the lab, and Luis realizes he has the lab embiggening MacGuffin remote, so he grabs a new car to go give them the remote, and many things are happening. Awesome! Is it though? Is it awesome? Does it inspire awe? Or is it just needlessly chaotic? And is it giving me a headache? Sonny tries to escape via ferry, and between this and Spider-Man Homecoming, I've clearly been underestimating how much high-tech criminals love using ferries for high-tech criminal business affairs. I'm never gonna look at a ferry the same again. Which one of you is a high-tech criminal making a swap?
It's like the slowest means of escape ever.
I know, it's like if you're trapped, like if you're caught, where are you gonna go? You're at sea. On the slowest boat. But Scott gets all huge and steals the lab back and tosses it on dry land while he passes out and has to be saved and kissed by Hope, which is actually the name of my upcoming erotic Christian film. Sort of an untapped niche. Ava shows up and makes the lab all big and plans to extract Janet's juices once she gets out of there, despite Bill's now reservations. And speaking of, Hank crash lands somewhere in the quantum realm and loses his shit briefly until he bumps into a warrior lady that, oh my god, is his wife? Sick?
I'm not the same woman I was 30 years ago.
Yeah, you were a DC character back then. But what she means is that she's aged normally, and also she can heal brains with her fingers sometimes. Those are actually my only 2 goals for the next 30 years. Still look okay, gain the ability to heal brains with my fingers. I'll find a cure for you, Dave. I swear, I will. And I'll look good doing it. I'll find a way to get you to stop pooping in your neighbor's yard. They've started filming it and selling it to German perverts, and only I should be allowed to profit on him because he's my friend. But anyway, as they return, Ava starts sucking Janet's juices. But I guess she's too late and she gets plowed by the ship, but that's fine too. And Janet walks over and heals her brain with her fingers. Hooray for slender mommy fingers! Outside, Sonny and his boys get arrested because they got truth serumed by the side character ex-cons, and they're probably gonna get out of jail in like 4 hours because of the staggering inadmissibility of the evidence against them right now. Scott once again manages to rush home and not get caught by the police, just like the world's greatest grandma / Ferris Bueller. So now his house arrest is over.
Do people still dance?
And the business is saved, and Hank and Janet bring their houses with them to Island.
Check your lease, man, because you're living in City.
And it seems like everybody's a winner. Except during the mid-credits scene, they've apparently built a smaller, more mobile quantum tunnel in the back of a van. Why would they even do that? They built it in their lab. Why would you need a mobile one? Your lab can become tiny. And we've trained ants to find it if you lose it. You can move it so easily. That's been the whole plot of the movie, is that the damn science lab keeps disappearing. Why do you need it in a van? Doesn't really make any sense. They send Scott in there to get more healing juice or whatever for Ava, but while he's in there, everybody else gets Thanos snapped. So I guess he's as stuck as they are dead, which is to say very. Oh, and the end credits revealed that the Thanos snapping had no major impact on this large man ant who plays drums through the apocalypse. And now a girl movie? I just killed like half the universe. We should be talking about that. Why are we talking about ants and girls? I didn't write these.
Oh, she can do a lot more than make tea with those hands.
Thank you, Stan. As in, thank you people who stan these videos of mine. Obviously, everybody watching this is young enough to unironically say Stan, just like me. And also Captain Marvel, I guess. She and I also are the same in that we both have mad riz and also severe amnesia. But we're pretty sure we killed someone. But I'm getting ahead of myself. No cap.
Control it.
Slow motion explosion, goopy blue alien, hopefully blood on a pretty lady, a less pretty alien attack. Oh, thank God it was just a dream or whatever. Turns out the lady is named Veers, which seems suspiciously dumb, even for an alien name, and she lives on the Kree homeworld, where she spends her days fisting Jude Law.
Do you know what time it is?
Fist!
Now, if you remember, the Kree are evil, but counterpoint, she's pretty cute. My wife once tried to conquer Nepal, but I don't hold it against her because she is adorable. Also, I support both women's rights and women's wrongs. I support a woman's right to choose whether she invades Nepal. Not to be woke.
Those are just my values.
That's just what I believe. I don't necessarily think you need to believe it. Obviously, Nepal didn't. They brought a lot of firepower to stop her. Sherpas out the ass.
humor is a distraction.
But anyway, like most men too old to unironically say Stan, Jude Law doesn't want to be fisted.
Control it.
He thinks Veers would be a better soldier if she could beat people without using her magical fisting powers that the Kree have apparently granted her. This is actually how they train Marines on Earth. All they want to do is fist guys, but we say no fisting Marines, and that is how we won World War II. Every time I talk to a Marine, they're like sweating and like sort of shaking. And I know it's because they want to fist me, but their training has kicked in, so they're not going to.
There's nothing more dangerous to a warrior than
Fist!
Your education revenue just doubled. Easily.
34 cents. Anyway, today's a big day, and not even just because of all the fisting. That's an everyday thing. Veers is going to meet with the ChatGPT Kree that guides the Kree civilization.
a supreme intelligence.
It's like regular intelligence, but with tomatoes and sour cream. That's what makes it supreme. Regular intelligence doesn't have tomatoes and sour cream, but supreme intelligence, it has both. And it's a little better. It's worth the extra 30 cents.
You know that.
This pizza is so good, Dad. I'm
Supreme.
What's cool about it is that it appears to you as whomever you respect the most.
Your brother.
No.
Father.
No.
Your old
And I do think it'd be cool to talk to myself now that I mention it. The point is it would appear as me because I don't respect anyone as much as I respect Daddy.
Good, healthy confidence. You are glowing.
Be like, walk in there, be like, what's up, dog? And then we would dap. And then I pull away and it's like, oh, tomatoes and sour cream. But anyway, it'll give you answers, whether it knows the actual answers or not. It's ChatGPT Kree! To Veers, it appears as some old lady that she doesn't even recognize because she never saw the American President or American Beauty or American Mars Attacks.
I don't even remember.
And it also tells her to be less emotional with her fist, but anyway, even still.
You have a mission.
hell yeah! Yeah!
So the Kree currently are locked in a war with some other alien race called the Skrull, which sounds pretty evil, but you never know. Veers and Jude's squad needs to extract some spy from a planet before the Skrull extract his life from his body. Oh, also the Skrull are shapeshifters and can look like anyone, which is very disturbing to me.
Maybe if you were more attractive, then it would be less disturbing.
Veers, come on. Last night, I caught Dave whispering in my ear while I slapped that I was a grade A adorable cutie that he'd let conquer Nepal. I don't know what the hell that has to do with anything. Oh, because she said I wasn't pretty, but I am pretty. Dave said so. Dave is very picky.
Subjectively speaking, you are quite handsome.
But also, I do not understand how a species that can do that is the underdog in any scenario. Spoiler alert, on Star Trek, it only took like 4 shapeshifters to almost topple the Earth government. So Veers and Kree land on some planet, and there are comms issues, and the local non-Skrull aliens seem uppity, and oh no, Skrull are running around looking like the team members, and also they're looking like locals, and no one knows who they should fist. So a shootout ensues, and Veers is tasered unconscious. We then experience a guided trip through Veers' wacky memories of her seemingly on Earth and being a jet pilot and crashing a go-kart as a kid. Which, hey, good it wasn't the other way around. She's also just generally having trouble with boys telling her that she can't do things and that she needs to slow down.
You need to go slow!
I'm an independent woman.
I'm flying through the air. This is not good.
Which the movie wants me to see as a bad thing. And yet in every single instance, the mean boys are like correct. In just these memories, we see her Ricky Bobby her go-kart, and she falls off a rope thing in the military.
Not strong enough!
I'm an independent.
Like if she listened to the mean boys, she would stop exploding and falling, respectively. But to play devil's advocate, living your life out of spite is a great choice. This whole channel is built on pure spite. And it's working, baby. This is my revenge body.
We should like grow it really fucking huge.
Are you missing this, Cracked? You'll never get it again.
Perhaps this is a mercy, sparing you from a deeper pain.
The Skrull are somehow actively combing through these memories, and they stop on a lady that looks like what the Supreme Intelligence looked like to Veers, and they learn her name was
Dr. Wendy Lawson.
And she worked on or for something called
Pegasus,
which is or is not a magic horse. Though to be fair, that's true of all things. All things either are or are not magic horses. Right? Dave, not a magic horse. Unicorn, magic horse. That's just like off the dome. That's just 2 things.
That's 2 things. Done.
I could keep going. That camera, not a magic horse. Table, not a magic horse. Most things not, but some are.
Got it.
Then all of a sudden, Veers is in a dogfight with aliens, and while we still don't know how evil the Skrull are, we do know how horny they are. Why'd you have to remove her shoes, you perverts? Does sucking toes help you get through her memories better?
That did something. Try that again.
I doubt it. She's like still wearing her body armor, but no shoes. They're like, oh, we've captured her. We don't need to take off her armor or anything, but let's pop those dogs out.
Also, sucking toes has probably appeared 50 times in this entire script.
Sorry, I was a little hungry when I was writing it. For toes.
Oh, wait. My hunger was satiated.
Turns out, besides Oral Athlete's foot, the Skrull are looking for Lawson because they believe she invented a light-speed engine. But that's all we learn because Veers breaks free for a little fisting and another foot shot. And in the process, she blows up the entire damn spaceship and escapes via pod, which spits her out in a blockbuster because, it's 1995. You know, the last time anybody was ever happy. Well, they weren't specifically happy at Blockbuster because the floors were always sticky and they never had Rocky IV, but it was better than the Hollywood Video because I shit all over it.
I was about to say that.
So you're right, Blockbuster was better. Anyway, they're both closed. Probably just because the market changed, but also because possibly I shit it so thoroughly.
The video has been bombed. Oh my God, really? Well.
In general, the world wasn't a total toilet back then as it is now. It was a toilet. Ooh, she should rent Shawshank Redemption while she's there. That's a good one. How crazy is it that during our lifetime, we've had now 3 society-altering inventions, minimum. The internet, smartphones, and now AI. And your anime pillow.
That was, I mean, scientists worked on that for a long time before cracking that code.
They nailed it.
They really did.
Inexplicably, the space lady walks up to a security guard guy and asks for help building a communication device, and he recommends that she break into a Radio Shack?
Thank you.
I mean, he calls it into the authorities eventually, but why would he recommend that she go rob another store? Does he have a grudge against Radio Shack? Do you think his girlfriend cheated on him inside of a Radio Shack? Or like, with a radio? Wait, I was trying to think of what they sell at a Radio Shack.
Like RC cars and...
Oh, with an RC car?
Radios, I guess. Like...
My girlfriend had sex with an RC car. Do you think she cheated on him with Radio Shack after it came to life by being struck by lightning? Because that stuff, that used to happen a lot in the 90s. That was all you needed. Or maybe the local Radio Shack owner had a bunch of late fees because Blockbuster did not around. They were always sending space ladies to collect their fees via robbery.
Thank you.
Man, I don't know. But the Skrull also crash land on Earth to look for Veers while she calls Jude Law to ask for help. I also do this, but Jude has yet to pick up and I am devastated. I'm like always calling Jude Law. He never picks up.
What the Jude Law? You guys used to be so cool though.
Yeah. Then I got purple. He lost his hairline. Time comes for us all, Dave.
I'm fine, thank you for asking.
The authorities do finally show up, and hey, look, it's weirdly young-looking Agent Coulson. Oh, and weirdly young-looking Nick Fury. What a great use of $50 million or whatever. Looks very real. They even CG'd Nick Fury an extra eye, which must have been super difficult. Although they could have gotten basically the exact same effect if they just both wore backwards hats, but whatever.
Could I see some identification, please?
You got quite an army working for you here, don't you?
They went to arrest Veers, but there's an attempted assassination on her by a Skrull disguised as a surfer dude. Which actually makes no sense, right? I know you're new to the planet, but what about surfer dude screamed least conspicuous disguise? Also, they need to capture Veers alive to get back into her head via her toes, so killing her would make that very difficult. And even if the gun was set to stun or something, they'd also have to blow away like 10 authorities that are standing right there. So it's not all around, it's a bad plan. But it does kick off a chase scene, which is good, because I was getting antsy. I was like, I need some action or I'm gonna Veers tries for a long time to catch the Skrull, but all she really manages to do is punch the shit out of an old lady and pick up some purple rock. Now to Dave, that's a successful workday. He's actually got a losing record against old ladies, though his purple rock collection is formidable. But I bet Veers was hoping to achieve a little more with her day. Oh, also Coulson is a Skrull. Briefly, but Fury kills him via car crash, so it's fine. It's fine to kill people in disguises. It's why Dave loves Halloween so much. They then do an autopsy on the body and are shockingly low-key about the fact that they are actively working on an actual dead alien.
You're saying he's not from around here?
The biggest thing they're interested in is literally the size of its dick. And based on their faces,
wow.
I actually don't know if it's bigger or smaller than they expected.
They're ugly bastards, aren't they?
But either way, what the why are we staring at dead alien dick? Especially given that Fury's current boss is also secretly a Skrull, spoiler alert. This is one of the worst examples of Joss-style MCU humor. Dead alien? Woof! Mondays. How's his dick, though? This world that we are in is wacky. This is, as far as anyone knows, the first time aliens have ever been encountered on Earth.
So this is like world-altering news.
And they're just like, what's its dick like? Even the guy doing the autopsy is just kind of like, yeah, I don't know. He's f***ing dead. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, he's no Brad Pitt, sir.
You're like, no, this is insane.
What kind of hog is this thing packing?
Yeah, and they're like, you think we could jerk it off even though it's dead? It's an alien. I'm like, guys, this movie's PG-13. For cum. Ooh, turns out the purple rock thing has some information on it that suggests Veer go check on some random bar, which she does after an old-fashioned internet search from back when internet searches actually gave you what you searched for, and also after stealing some misogynist's motorcycle.
Lighten up, honey, huh?
Upon arrival, she experiences several vague memories of all the times that she threw up in there, and Nick also appears 2 seconds later.
Got to watch an alien penis. I can't unsee that.
Interestingly, he claims that he doesn't believe in aliens, but hasn't S.H.I.E.L.D. had the Tesseract for several decades at this point? Who do they think made that? Howard Stark was the smartest dude on Earth, and his crowning creations were a shield and a spoiled son. Oh right, they've got a Radio Shack. Radio Shack probably invented the Tesseract. It's like either believe in aliens or don't. It's weird to like kind of live in this, there's aliens, it's not aliens, I'm not excited, I don't care, I hate my job, Mondays.
Typical 9 to 5.
But whatever, I guess they decided to trust each other, and together they head towards whatever this Pegasus thing is, and turns out it's one of those not magic horses. Told you, it either was or it wasn't. It's not. Although upon arrival, they're quietly detained, forcing Fury to MacGyver his way out of the room so they can sneak around.
You should see what I can do with a paperclip.
Oh, girl, you nasty.
I mean, look at the way this man treats pussies. They get to some records room and learn that Lawson died and the Lightspeed project was canceled because of a crashed test flight 6 years ago. And Veers is like, that's weird. I have no memories before 6 years ago when I was found by the Kree. Oh, shit. I'm the test pilot. And oh, even more shit. Lawson was actually an undercover Kree. And oh, my shit. And I owe 6 years of blockbuster fees? They're gonna send a space lady up to space to get her ass. Right then, of course, secretly Skrull-led, and I guess also technically Nazi-led, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents show up, and there's a bunch of fighting. And interestingly, Veers blasts Fury's Skrull boss with her fist, and it barely injures him. This despite the fact that every 10 seconds she's using those same fists to blow holes through solid metal and glass ceilings. Why rein it in? She might not want to kill him, but nobody would begrudge her blowing off a leg or two, right?
That's a yes or no question.
I don't know. But speaking of, Coulson lets them and inexplicably the cat escape on some crazy experimental jet thing because he trusts Fury and furries implicitly. Evidently, they're headed to the house of one Maria Rambeau, who used to be Veer's co-pilot back when she was named the much less suspiciously dumb Carol, and all the fisting that she did was magic-free.
She can do a lot more than make tea with those hands.
Wait. What's a game?
Simpler times. Maria and her daughter Monica are like, oh hey, welcome home from being dead, Auntie Carol. Carol, unfortunately, doesn't really remember them, even after they show her approximately an entire assload's worth of pictures. Were they a couple? Where do they have so many pictures of her? Younger viewers, this was back when you had to pay for a camera and then pay for film, then drive somewhere to pay for someone to develop the film. You didn't have this many pictures of your mom's friend unless they were fisting. I hate to break it to you kids.
This is the only possible thing they could have been doing.
There is literally no other explanation.
Show us.
Maybe later.
Oh, in case you're still on the fence about whether the Kree are evil, their leader is still the Ronin dude from Guardians of the Galaxy, but for reasons that are never explained, he doesn't have all of his excessive eyeliner yet. Maybe he discovers emo from his Earth excursion and ends up like really liking the look. He's a little too early for emo too. Maybe he's into goth. Like when did Sunny Day Real Estate even come out? Maybe you heard 9 Inch Nails once. It was like,
hell yeah, dude.
not that they're goth, but it seems like they wore eyeliner. What was the most likely to wear eyeliner in 1995?
Oh, there's probably a bunch. Ministry.
And as you might expect, that means despite their propensity for shape-shifting and the weird ritual of checking out the dicks of their fallen soldiers, the Skrull aren't actually that bad.
Just don't kill me.
Their leader, Talos, shows up and is like, hey, can we just talk about some non-alien dick business? He has the black box from Carol's test crash with a recording of her voice on it. And they're like, where did you hide that? The authorities claimed it was destroyed.
Your ass.
I hid this uncomfortable hunk of metal up my ass 2 years.
Okay, I get it.
Oh, smart. He could probably shapeshift his butthole to be more accommodating. Oh, also he's scared of the cat because he says it's not actually a cat, it's a
Flirkin.
A flirkin.
which I think is actually Skrull for I'm having a stroke. If they go flirkin.
First DVD. Oh my God.
Anyway, they listen to the recording and also see the recording in Carol's imagination. And basically she was attacked during her first test flight with Lawson, and upon crash landing, she realized Lawson's true identity.
My real name is Marvell.
Hey, that's the name of the show.
You know, like how Batman's real name is DC Comics the Third.
And I come from a planet called
John C.
Anyway, Marvel hates the way they've been fighting with the Skrull, but Jude Law hates her for hating that and for having a better hairline, and so he shoots her to death, which is the worst kind of shooting that you can do, or have done to you at least. Jude's here for the energy core, so Carol literally explodes herself by shooting the engine of the downed ship, which knocks her out, but also appears to have given her fisting powers? Sounds like Dave after shooting a couple of shots of tequila down the old esophagus. Once you do that, your fisting powers are formidable.
Unlimited power.
Unlimited power! Wait. How in the hell did the black box survive that accident? The ship exploded so hard, it gave people goddamn superpowers and space amnesia. Was the black box also experimental? We should be building everything out of experimental black box material. I don't know, but then Jude Law brought Carol with them for some possibly fist-related reason.
She's still moving. Permission to at ease, soldier.
Maybe they're hoping to study her or just use her as a weapon, but that feels pretty risky. Just seems like a lot of effort to Truman show her for a whopping friggin' 6 years before they let her even go on a mission, only for her to immediately get captured and realize her true identity? That was a real waste of time. As you might expect, Carol is not psyched about all these revelations, and she's not psyched that she missed Jurassic Park in theaters, and that she missed prime Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Everything that I knew was a lie.
And Talos is like, yeah, so the Kree suck. And actually, the Skrull are basically just refugees since our homeworld exploded. But he continues saying that Lawson is cool and was helping the Skrull build a lightspeed engine so they could finally escape the Kree's reach. And Talos was hoping Carol could tell them where Lawson's secret lab is.
Your ass.
It's just basic physics.
They've been looking for it forever and have yet to find it. And Carol's like, that's because the coordinates point to an orbital lab, not one on Earth.
Was that so difficult to figure out? I mean, you're my science guy. Right?
Bill Nye would have figured that shit out. The science guy redeems himself somewhat by modifying their special jet to make it space ready. And Carol's like, hey, Maria, my good friend, whom I barely remember, you should abandon your daughter and come to space with me. But Maria's like, I should probably not do that. But then her daughter is like, don't be a wussy, mommy.
You should consider what kind of example you're setting for your daughter.
So that settles it. That's why every time my kids want more dessert, they first call me a coward for not letting them eat 15 brownies. Parents are very susceptible to that kind of thing. Their dentist, who is also a coward, is not happy with me. But I'm stronger than he is. I kick his ass. Then Carol switches her suit colors to Air Force for some reason.
Fresh.
It then looks like Carol takes a meeting with Jude Law, who offhand is like, oh, I gave you a blood transfusion, which I suppose means that she's now half Kree, and that's why her blood is weird, and also why she probably now has space hepatitis. But he pretty immediately clocks this Carol as a Skrull.
I started blasting. Bang!
And he kills it because his patience is as thin as his hairline. And like, I cannot believe that this guy agreed to die to buy our heroes, what, 15 minutes? Look, I know a lot of people who'd love to be killed by Jude Law for no reason at all, but this is a race on the brink of annihilation. Seems like they'd be less flippant with their lives, but whatever. Carol and friends and the Flurkin, formerly known as Cat, arrive at the space lab, which was cloaked. Oh! So realistically, the Skrull never would have found it, even if they did understand what the coordinates meant, unless they bonked into it. So actually, science guy, you're good. I'm sorry they made fun of you like that. It was uncalled for. I love you, science guy. Even more surprising, the lab is apparently powered by the damn Tesseract. You'd think S.H.I.E.L.D. would have kept better tabs on this insanely powerful technology, but I guess they reckon they can always get Radio Shack to make him a new one. Oh, also there are a bunch of other Skrull aboard, including Talos' little wife and his little weird kid. And is it weird that Talos didn't mention they'd be there? Not sure why he kept that a secret, unless he has a secret human family on Earth. Join my Patreon so I can build a cloaked space lab that houses a secret second family of mine in low orbit. I'm just kidding, babe. She's not here. And she doesn't watch these, so as long as you dicks don't tell her. About my secret second family that's in low orbit.
My purple family?
Yeah, my purple family. I got a regular family, I got a purple family, got an Italian family, all three races, basically. Regular, purple, Italian.
That covers it.
Yeah.
Fraternizing with the enemy.
Jude Law shows up 2 seconds later despite that incredible diversion, and they capture everybody and bring Carol before ChatGP Kree again. And she's like, I've realized now that you didn't give me any powers via this weird thing on my neck, but actually that thing is acting like a governor, and I'm gonna pull it off in the simulation world, which I guess somehow also translates to it coming off in the real world.
It's a nice touch.
She then fights with ChatGP Kree, and it causes power issues on the ship, and chaos ensues, and she goes Super Saiyan. Oh, also the Flurkin cat swallows the Tesseract whole, because it's important we remember this movie is based on comic books, and comic books are sometimes stupid as shit. Cezary and Logan, I know you're both probably going to take issue with this, but I said what I said. Unrelatedly, here's Dr. Doom riding a T-Rex that is also a Dr. Doom. Anyway, Carol pretends she still has the Tesseract as a distraction, while the Skrull and everybody escapes, and then she beats the shit out of most of the Kree, but it turns out Jude Law's got pretty nice fisting technique of his own. And after a bit, they all fly back to Earth, and Maria gets in a dogfight and wins because she's good at that stuff, and Carol also sort of ends up in a dogfight because, oh yeah, now she can fly now? She can fly now? They fly now? She can also catch planet bombs fired by a suddenly showed up Ronin out of the air and explode entire spaceships just by flying through them like a beef and cheddar through my tummy?
That's impossible.
So yeah, all of a sudden, she is fully invincible. Sure, that'll be useful. Ronin immediately buggers off and was like, I'm so sorry. I honestly don't even know why I showed up. I'm such a goober. I'm such an idiot. If only there was a way to express my emotions. So Carol goes to fight Jude Law one-on-one, and he's like,
I'm so proud of you.
but also, let's fight without powers, because fair is fair.
I have nothing to prove to you.
Yes, Queen!
She drags him back to his ship and sends him back to the Kree with a message about how she's coming, even though, is she coming?
Tell the Supreme Intelligence that I'm coming.
Twice a day, every day.
Yes, Queen!
I mean, as far as we know, 20 years later, during the events of Guardians of the Galaxy, she's still not there. Ronan almost destroyed an entire planet with an Infinity Stone in that movie. Feels like something you could have prevented with 2 decades of lead time. Although honestly, I get it. I constantly say that I'll do stuff that I will never do. Incidentally, Dave, I will figure out all of your back pay so soon. Just give me like 2 decades.
That is a funny joke because you always pay me immediately.
I know.
And I love you for that.
You're welcome. Carol instead leaves to help the Skrull find a new home, somehow. The big excuse for why she's not in any other movies is because she's like going through space trying to find them a new house. But it's like, how is she any more qualified than anybody else? What does she know about space? I know she was with the Kree for a little bit, but like...
You need a space realtor if you want to be serious about
Absolutely. If you want to be serious, if you want to take your next home purchase seriously, hire a space realtor today. But Carol tells Fury to keep the Tesseract on Earth because she doesn't want to drag a damn cat all across the universe, waiting for it to puke the damn thing up. And sister, I know how you feel. Dave routinely swallows my car keys.
Sometimes when I puke, I
Sorry.
Then the cat scratches Fury's eye, which is how he loses his eye.
Motherfucking!
What a fun explanation. You might say it was a catastrophe. He's probably not feline good about losing an eye to a space cat. I bet he has a serious infection that modern medicine can't cure.
It's just a scratch. No.
Oh, what a fun reveal after like 30 films. How'd he lose his eye? A f***ing cat scratched him. But don't worry, he's an alien cat. Then Carol gives Fury a special communicator that he should only use for emergencies, like, I don't know, say if aliens attack New York City. Oh wait, no. Only bigger emergencies, like if a sentient robot army was trying to extinguish all life on the planet by dropping a city on it. Oh nope, that's still not big enough.
What? You think I'm gonna crank call you?
Neither are the 30 other world-ending things that happened in the last 10 years alone. But you know, if something huge happens, you'll know when you see it, basically. Then she blasts into space with the Skrull to look for the galactic equivalent of a long-term stay, La Quinta Anne. Later, Fury starts writing the original Avengers proposal. He gets the name, I guess, from Carol's Air Force nickname, despite the fact that it makes no sense and there's nothing to avenge. That's purely a reactionary force. You want to be stopping things from happening. You don't want to always be Ah, well, we lost New York. I guess we'll send these guys to avenge. The idea is that he's hoping that if aliens ever attack again, they can have some Carol-esque heroes with which to fight them off. So, again, more like the Preventers. And hey, he mostly sort of succeeds, even though I guess he forgot to tell anybody else about it, which is why New York City almost got nuked all to shit. But whatever, it mostly works. The mid-credit scene reveals, oh shit, Carol has arrived in the post-snap world. Way too late.
Where's Fury? Dead.
You blew it, Carol. You waited 30 years and you still missed it. But I guess it's good she's here now that half of all life and her blockbuster fees have been eradicated. I cannot believe that man's restraint to not call her before this moment. World-eating gods from another the dark dimension showed up. No issue. He doesn't even call her until he's actively dying. Could you not set up like a every 10 years check-in schedule or something?
Yeah, little check-ins would be good.
By the time Avengers Infinity War Endgame happened, I think it's been 24 years. He's like, this isn't it. This isn't the one. The robots are about to drop a city on the planet to blow up everything. He's like, let's send Natasha. She has very strong thighs. Then in the post-credits, the cat pukes up the Tesseract. Great!
That's what I would call. I don't know. Anyways. Cutting.
Get some rest, sir.
Yeah, now we're talking. It's time for the end game. Time for the end game. Yeah!
That suit did nothing for your ass.
We open on Hawkeye teaching his daughter to fire a bow because she saw Hunger Games and he finally has a way to trick her into thinking that bows are cool. It's not unlike how I'm always teaching my daughter how to write poop jokes while very loosely pretending to be a real doctor with my script puncher-uppers kids in the background, whispering ideas for how to improve the poop joke with references to Star Trek or Batman. It's a family affair over here at Breeding Ground LLC.
Good job, Hawkeye.
Except, crap, the entire family affair besides Clint turns to ash.
Babe, babe, babe.
Babe, 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 no, babe.
Which is both very sad, but also kind of a relief as far as college savings are concerned. Do you know how much an archery degree from an Ivy League school costs? I don't. I assume it's a lot.
It probably is a lot.
Watch that be like $3,000 a year and you're like, oh wow, that's actually pretty affordable.
Now let's worry about how you get there.
But even still, he decides to dedicate his life to massacring criminals, which is also my backup plan if something ever happens to my family, so watch your back, Dave. I'm gonna go full Ronin on your butt, but Ronin with an I. Ronin with an A, evil Kree. Ronin with an I, evil Hawkeye.
What's a samurai? Like a horseback samurai warrior. Is that not a Ronin?
I don't know, but he calls himself Ronin. I don't think he has a horse though. Another instance of not a magical horse.
Yeah, that guy.
I love horses. I love horses.
Elsewhere in space, Nebula and Tony play paper football trying to kill time until they're killed by running out of air or paper CTE. They're the only two who didn't turn to ash after the Titan battle, and their ship sucks
It's now dead in the water.
And space beats water.
So Tony sadly sends recorded goodbye videos for Pepper Potts until, oh my God, Captain Marvel shows up, hooray! Finally, frickin', she brings them to Avengers HQ where Steve has just finished shaving his beard. No, not that one. Which I guess means that Captain Marvel traveled to Earth, talked to Steve, said hi, then flew back into space, found Tony, and brought him back here, despite it being
1,000 light years from the nearest 7-Eleven.
That's pretty damn quick. Thanks, Captain. Honestly, if this whole superhero thing doesn't work out, she could probably open up a restaurant with a 1 minute or less delivery time, like all over the world. Certainly be more profitable than the Marvels. Didn't like that one. Everybody's trying to tell me, no, it's actually good because it's good to have silly movies. Disagree. Didn't like it. Didn't enjoy it. It wasn't because it was all women. Could have been all dudes. Still wouldn't have liked it.
Scarf weapon would be cool.
You know what I need?
It's evidently been 23 days since Thanos snapped away half of all life in the universe, which could have just as easily killed a bunch of microbes and bacteria and only like one dude named Frank from Ohio. If you're picking all of life, I think humans are actually a pretty small percentage of all of life.
Yeah, we like the environment a lot, so it would make more sense to kill half of all humans. It would solve a lot of problems.
Well, I don't know if that's his deal. I don't know if his deal is thinking in those terms or if it's just... 50% sounds like a pretty even split. He doesn't really care. Like, is one bear worth a trillion germs? It should be, but he doesn't seem like he's that worried about specifics.
He doesn't seem detail-oriented.
Yeah, he's...
50%, that sounds good. That's just...
I think half. But it kind of seems like it did pretty specifically target half of all sentient people, and in general, things aren't going great. Weak-ass Tony is being real pissy.
You're not you when you're hungry.
But Marvel intends to go kill Thanos, which actually shouldn't be that big of a deal because Nebula knows exactly where he is.
I can tell you where Thanos is.
In my butt.
But actually that doesn't even matter because 2 days ago there was a power surge equal in power to the original snap, so clearly Thanos is on this planet right here. So they don't actually need Nebula's knowledge. So suck it, Nebula. You're still not needed. Hope that doesn't play into your issues even more. Nebula's like, I know where Thanos is. He said this planet. And then the fucking raccoon is like, actually, you can see right here where he is on a power surge. It's like, oh, well then I guess I'll just go myself. I had this like brilliant knowledge that only I have, but it doesn't matter because a raccoon with a computer also figured it out. It's so funny because they had to write that in. They're like, Nebula has the answer, but Nebula, raccoon has answer.
Nebula just second guessing about everything like in her life.
Thanos is there.
You already knew that.
I guess double confirmation is better than single confirmation.
Let's go get this son of a bitch.
And honestly, I think Marvel would have made another $1 billion more if that was the subtitle instead of Endgame. Avengers, suck shit, Nebula. They fly straight to this random garden planet where Thanos now lives the life of a simple space farmer farming space fruit to put it in his space mouth and then space poop out of his space butthole to use a space fertilizer to make more space fruit, and on in an endless space cycle it goes. It's space beautiful. That was good timing. I didn't make myself burp, but sometimes God lets me. He's attacked and they cut his glove off, but actually it doesn't matter because he did the same thing Dave did when he neutered his dog by smashing his own balls against the dog's balls.
He used the stones to destroy the stones.
Such a stupid joke.
You're like, I'm gonna neuter this dog. And then half of all life was extinguished. It was crazy.
That was super awkward.
So Thor cuts Thanos' head off. Wow, movie over. Endgame, crazy. 10 years in the making, incredible. Had a lot of fun, really enjoyed it. Sucks they lost, but at least they killed him. They avenged him. They avenged the fallen. All right. Oh, wait. Now we're 5 years later, possibly in the movie, possibly in real life. It's impossible to tell anymore. Time has no meaning, and things still, they pretty much suck, which is a subtle hint that actually it's been 5 years in real life. Spoiler alert. The 5 years following 2019, they're not the best 5 years, I wouldn't say. But even in the movie world, seems like killing half of everyone instead of making more stuff was maybe a stupid plan for societal improvement.
You gotta move on.
Anyway, Steve runs a counseling group for directors of this specific film that are having trouble going on gay dates because they keep crying.
And he cried as they were serving the salads.
Or somebody getting their salad tossed tonight.
Seems like a really specific problem, but I'm glad that somebody's very specifically there to help him through it. Captain Marvel heads back to space because her new haircut is way too shameful for Earth.
You gonna get another haircut?
Not likely.
You don't get a monkey cut like that unless you're broken inside.
A rat presses a button that turns on Scott's quantum van tunnel, shooting him out with no knowledge of what the hell's been going on for the past 5 years. Turns out he was presumed dead, and Cassie is now 5 years older, which is super sad, but now she is closer to sequel and spin-off franchise starring age, which is a big win. Also, quick question, who impounded this van with what appears to be a nuclear bomb in the backseat? I get that things have been crazy, but surely somebody would question how safe this goddamn thing was? Even if assorted agencies suddenly lost half their workers, surely the president would know that some government jobs are super important and need to be filled, unless he was a total piece of shit moron or something? Weirdly, the storage area is labeled Lang, which suggests that either Cassie signed off on it or the authorities knew it was Ant-Man's and assumed it was safe and fine, even though Ant-Man himself was presumed dead and is off and on considered a regular and also sometimes war criminal. Just surprised nobody told the Avengers about it. Give it to a scientist, it looks awesome. Regardless, Scott shows up at Avengers HQ and is like, hey, so this is crazy, but I felt like I was only in the quantum realm for 5 hours or so, which again supports my theory that Hope's mom shouldn't have aged so much. But also, he is Paul Rudd, so whatever.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
But because of his timeless experience, Scott's like, I bet we could somehow use the quantum realm like a chrono device.
Are you talking about a time machine?
Of course, the only person that could figure that out would be Tony Stark, but he has a daughter now. Like a flesh and blood one, not a metallic one made out of the internet. He learned his mistake with Ultron.
Tony Stark was able to build this in a cave!
And Tony's not particularly motivated to reverse what happened, since according to the delightful 2013 film About Time, that'd likely eliminate his daughter.
You do anything the tiniest bit different, you'll have a different child.
He's not wrong.
That said, after everybody leaves, he can't help but keep dicking with the idea until pop! Pretty amazing to think you could just solve time travel on accident, or by being Jose Canseco. Jose Canseco tweeted basically the plot to this movie on a whim, not related to Avengers. He's just like, I bet you could time travel by doing this.
This time in the shape of a Mobius strip.
Who knew?
He's a time traveler, 100%.
Oh my God, you're totally right. He time traveled, saw this movie, came back. He's like, I don't know how it worked, but Tony Stark explained it.
I'm gonna fire off this tweet, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it's gonna crush. But while he's doing that, Scott, Steve, and Natasha visit Banner, who has managed to combine his split personality such that he has a big green brain to complement his big green hog.
Best of both worlds.
The worst of both worlds would have been Hulk's small angry brain to complement Banner's small angry little hog. So basically, he would have been an internet commenter.
Yes.
He's down to try and solve time travel, but his huge brain/hog combo only really manages to time travel piss right into Scott's pants.
Somebody peed my pants.
Time travel!
Not entirely sure how they'll use this to defeat Thanos, but it's a start. Maybe they could take Scott's piss into his mouth? Tony rolls up then and is like, hey, I created a GPS watch for time travel, so actually time travel should be no problem now, you're welcome. Just ignore the part of the TOS where Stark Industries gets all your personal data in perpetuity. They gather the rest of the survivors, like Taco Blasting Rocket, and now a big fat Thor Bowski.
Oh, that's right. Yes, go cry to your father.
They convince to stop verbally assaulting nerds online with the promise of beer. That's all he needs. The did son abides. Oh, they also convince Clint to stop massacring Japanese dudes for like 5 seconds already so he can come save half of humanity. God.
Don't.
Dave just said between takes, those guys better not have been tentacle hentai artists. And it's like, it's fine, Dave. He didn't kill hentai artists. He was killing Yakuza guys. Okay?
No, I was just thinking about what you just said.
All the hentai I've ever seen just sort of flashed before my eyes. It's gonna be a while. I'm gonna be here a while. So now they've built a bunch of time jump suits, but the catch is they've only got but so many PEM particles, meaning they only have enough for one round trip each.
This is what we have. We're not making any more.
They briefly pause to argue about the nature of time travel and how
changing the past doesn't change the future.
Which is why they can't go back in time and strangle baby Thanos in his massive, presumably purple crib, or get teen Thanos accepted into art school. And it's not really worth arguing whether this makes sense or not, but it is interesting that during the sequence we get references to both Big Lebowski and
Hot Tub Time Machine.
Hot Tub Time Machine.
Movies which starred Obadiah Stane and Bucky in universe, raising several questions about what those guys were doing during their personal time. Probably why they both became evil for long stretches, because Hollywood, man. You know how many child actors joined Hydra? That's why I never became a movie star. Also, nobody asked me, but I would have said, no, I don't want to be evil. So that's actually a moral win for me.
I don't know why everyone believes that, but that isn't true.
They first test whether the suits work, and they're like, we need to make sure we don't alter events at all. So here's my thought. Hey, Clint, why don't you go check in on your entire dead family? Don't let them see you. Thankfully, he's returned before he collapses all of time and space trying to make a new kid with his pastly alive wife. Why don't we send the guy whose entire family died and he lost his mind and slaughtered Japanese dudes for 5 years to go see his family in the past? Instantly, he almost destroyed all of human existence.
Everybody's like, ooh, that was a close one.
We were so bad at ideas. You remember when we made a sentient robot that tried to eliminate all of human life? We should stop having ideas. Poor Clint. He came back out and he's like, that's it. Where's some Japanese guys? Gotta slaughter a couple dozen. I need to cool down. You could have sent Tony back 5 years to the time he ate a cheeseburger. I don't know, like why send... So he transitioned to an Ocean's 11 style planning montage. And eventually the plan becomes...
6 stones, 3 teams.
I guess at some point they also built a significantly more aesthetically pleasing time machine because science is 90% style, 15% math, 20% skill. And everybody blasts off all at the same time, even though that's not actually necessary, right? This will come up again, but the whole point of time travel is that you can go at any time. I guess it's more interesting to all go at the same time, but they could do one mission at a time and sort of check in and reassess if it doesn't go well. Or, you know, maybe make the first mission the one to nab the stone that specifically allows them to control time, and then they could just keep trying plans from there, knowing that they have a checkpoint to jump back to. There's no need to do this on Souls game difficulty, but whatever. They don't do that, and poof! In 2012 New York City, mid-Chitauri attack, Steve, Tony Scott, and Banner go to grab the Time Stone from the Sanctum, the Tesseract from Loki/the government, and the Mind Stone from Loki's scepter, which is currently in Hydra's possession.
All right, we all have our
assignments.
First, Banner heads to the sanctum and gets his ass blasted out of his body by the ancient bald one, which normally costs extra at most massage parlors, so I hope he's grateful. And she tells him, look, I get that you need the time stone for your timeline, but doing so would create a branch in my timeline where we don't get to have the time stone, which would suck as I've been using it to shoplift so many stacks and scratches from bodegas. And also, we'd probably all die, you know, during the events of 2016's Doctor Strange when Dormammu eats the entire planet. So you can't have it, is my point. Mommy needs her scratchers for the planet to exist. My butt itches all of a sudden.
Something happened back in time that caused your butt
Do you think Ant-Man's trying to crawl in there?
Now this may benefit your butthole, but my new one, not so much.
Banner's like, okay, that's fair, that would suck, but how about this? What if we promise to return every single stone to the exact point in the timeline where we take it from? So it would be like nothing ever happened and the branches would be ostensibly pruned. And the bald one is like, I don't know, that sounds too risky. And Banner's like, well, did you know that Strange gave up the time stone willingly to Thanos? She's like, oh shit, maybe I don't know what's going on. Here's the stone, I guess. But promise me that you'll stay away from Emma Stone? She has nothing to do with any of this.
I fear you might be right.
Now, I'm not as powerful a wizard as I used to be, but as I already said, could they not use the time stone for some kind of time travel? Hell, couldn't they just go grab Thanos' gauntlet from Garden Planet and do that rewindy thing until the stones come back? Then they'd have friggin' doubled the time stones. Or is that impossible because something infinity stones are limited? Like they do a thing like where an apple gets eaten and it goes, "Blua," and then it's uneaten. And even like they blow up Vision's head, which has a stone in it, and he goes, "Blua," and he brings him back to life and the stone back. So if they get the time stone, can they not just run to where his glove, he blew up all the stones and just go, "Blua," and now they're all back? Explain to me why not, Dave. Now! The Soul Stone was destroyed and rewound back into existence. Right. Why not every other stone? I don't know, it just feels like if we're doing a time heist, the time stone could be integrated somehow, but they literally never do that, so I guess not. I'm such a shit-ass wizard.
I fear you might be right.
But while that's happening, Scott, Steve, and Tony enact a very complicated plan on
America's ass.
And basically, Steve secures the scepter by hailing so much Hydra at these guys.
Hail Hydra.
And then beating his own self up partially by letting himself know
Bucky is alive!
And then he checks out his own 7 years younger butt.
That is America's ass.
I wonder how long he could manage to stare at his own butt and beat himself.
I can do this all day.
Yeah, I know.
This whole time you thought the A on his helmet was for America, but it's actually for ass. It's crazy. You didn't know that. It's a little Easter egg from the comics. Scott and Tony, meanwhile, give 2012 Tony a mild heart attack, causing him to drop the case with the Tesseract. And though present-day Tony grabs the case, he's obliterated by 2012's Hulk, which allows Loki to steal the damn thing and take it to God knows where. Well, some of us know where. And it's only on Disney+. So that didn't work. Guess half of everybody's gonna stay dead. Sorry, half of everybody. Although now the survivors have 2 people to blame, Thanos and Loki. So maybe their sadness will be halved, if my math is right.
Oh, we blew it.
The 4 2012 New York City fellas argue for a bit until Steve and Tony are like, oh, shit. What if we traveled back to New Jersey 1970 when Hank was still alive and was still making PIM particles that we could use for a return trip? And also the Tesseract was stored in an extremely minimum security location at the exact same base? And they're like, that's so crazy, it just might work. Although if that was always a possibility, feels like we should have considered traveling to a time with more PIM particles initially. Right? And even then, we don't need to go to the 70s. We could just go to like 2015 or whatever. Just saying that the main plan should be A, grab the damn time stone, right? That's our main target. But even before that, grab as many freaking PIM particles as you can. They're all over the damn place. That way you could respawn every time you screw something up. We could completely eliminate all pressure points in this plan as far as we know, right? Like we literally cannot fail. But I'm a humble YouTube fake doctor, not a group made up of the smartest dudes in history. I don't know, whatever. They travel to the 1970s and Tony easily steals the Tesseract, but also in the process runs into his own dad.
Shake that, don't pull it.
Who forces him to give him child-rearing advice for his about-to-be-born and reared ass. This is how men used to get advice about raising children. Just asking random people on their way back home.
Yeah? Like what?
Luckily, some kind, possibly time-traveling stranger told my dad to let me watch as many movies and make as many poop jokes as I wanted, which prepared me for this glorious career.
I am burdened with glorious purpose.
We got your food fetish, we got your foot fetish, we got your dwarf fetish. What do you need? But I'm shocked that Tony didn't say to his dad, don't let him sell so many arms. That
The Merchant of Death
becomes his nickname. Or buy him as many video games as possible. Or only use Brazilian wet nurses. He has a real affinity for their tits. I'm just saying, if you were giving your dad advice on how to raise you, you'd be like, make sure mama rubs marinara sauce all over them nips, I assume. I don't know your life.
It's what I think. I think that's what would be said.
Looking back on it, I just remember the good stuff.
But no, all he says is, I'm sure you'll do fine. I mean, there have been entire films dedicated to what a shit dad you were, but you were great, totally. You were the best. My daddy issues come up constantly, but I, for the life of me, can't think of any way to improve it at this moment. So you're doing great, Dad. Good luck. Hope you don't screw me up forever and I become an arms dealer and I build evil robots.
Did his best.
Steve manages to steal some PIM particles from an even more terrifyingly de-aged Hank and also discovers Peggy is still into him, or at least the skinny version of him. All in all, that was a successful pivot trip. Elsewhere, Thor and Rocket, an extremely unlikely pairing, not counting DeviantArt of course, head to Asgard circa 2013 despite Rocket being extremely out of place on Asgard. I mean, he's out of place everywhere, but come to think of it, people really are rarely as surprised about a talking raccoon in these movies as I think that they should be.
Honestly, until this exact second, I thought you were Build-A-Bear.
Maybe I am.
However, Rocket's the best at sucking things out of people, and he's hoping to suck the ether or whatever out of Jane Foster, even as Thor experiences a panic attack because, oh my God, I just remembered this is the day when my mom died. This is a bad day for me. Not my favorite day.
I can't do this.
Thor chats with his soon-to-be-dead mom, who's like, you're from the future, aren't you?
You're not the Thor I know at all, are you?
Because you're fat as shit.
I was raised by witches, boy.
Witches are very good at spotting fat people from the future. It's like, you got me, Mom. But I am sad. And she's like, pish posh, you'll be fine. And before you say anything, I'm not even worried about the fact that I will die today. It's no big deal. And Thor's like, well, that's a relief. And he summons Mjolnir from himself? Great. Now we've got yet another damn thing we have to return. Although, it is funny imagining an alternate version of Thor the Dark World with Thor just running around asking like, guys, do you know where my hammer is? This isn't funny, guys. Come on, I've got all this stupid elf shit I gotta deal with. Where's my hammer? Who hit it? Still, is somebody keeping a list of shit to return? I'm pretty sure I saw Rocket steal Jane's virginity along with the ether when he sucked her. I'm not sure how you're gonna give that back, you damn rat. Elsewhere, Natasha, Clint, Rhodes, and Nebula arrive on Morag circa 2014, and immediately the two humans who have never been to space are sent to Vormir, the magic soul planet, to try to figure that shit out.
A long way from Budapest.
Feels like we could have sent one of those human spies with Thor and sent the space pilot raccoon on the space mission, but whatever. Not my plan. Again, humble YouTube fake doctor. Nebula and Rhodes wait for 2014 Quill to show up and they knock his ass out. Doesn't that screw everything up? I thought we said we couldn't interfere. That didn't happen originally. They're like, you can't interfere. You can lay dudes the f out though. That's totally fine.
So he's an idiot.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know, but Nebula grabs the Power Stone, except whoops, she malfunctions for a second and oh shit. They didn't account for intergalactic Wi-Fi in their plan, holy shit. What if she has roaming turned on? They are never gonna financially recover from this. Abort the mission. But see, Nebula already exists in 2014, and back then she was still evil and also actively hanging out with Thanos, and the still morally conflicted, but also still alive, Gamora is there too. And both of these Nebulas share the same network, which, what does that even mean? Does AT&T work in space? What network? Who's in control of a network? They're on a network? I don't know. But evil Nebula has a brain blast from the good version of herself, and because of this, Thanos is able to learn literally the Avengers' entire plan. I guess we should have sent the damned Wi-Fi enabled robot, huh? Or at least sprung for a firewall, you friggin' billionaire tech inventor? Again, I'm just a humble YouTube fake doctor spouting ideas here, okay? I don't know nothing. And also, couldn't you put some tin foil around her head? But also, why did Nebula not know this was happening? She is her. Nebula is she is Nebula. Hers Nebula? She should know how her own cyborg body works.
That's not me. That's not, I could never.
I don't know, whatever. So now Thanos heads to Morag, and even though Rhodes is able to escape back through time with the Power Stone, good Nebula is captured by Thanos. This sparks some hot Nebula on Nebula action, but ultimately evil Nebula gets the GPS watch as well as a PEM particle, and she also grabs a few identifying faceplates that will make evil Nebula look like good Nebula, which is probably bad. But okay, on Voromir.
In order to take the stone, you must lose that which you love.
Not my gumdrop button! Oh, shit. One of us has to die to get this damn stone. Oh, I guess they shouldn't have sent... Actually, yeah, I guess there's no good pick there. Unless, wait, what are Raccoon's life expectancies? I feel like we could throw him off and nobody would be that upset.
Oh, I think raccoons are cute. Throw a human off.
It's not a coincidence.
This leads to a lot of back and forth, both verbally and physically, until Natasha manages to kill herself. Please don't pull down my goddamn video, YouTube. YouTube's like, hey, look, we think you're trying to kill yourself, so to help, we've just unilaterally deleted your biggest video of the year. Is that helping? But still, killing herself feels like it kind of negates the you have to sacrifice something you love angle, considering she just hucked herself off. I guess it works, but only if she's extremely self-centered. My point is there was no explicit sacrifice on Clint's part, but also I guess it's a soul for a soul, so maybe Red Skull is just bored and was trying to play up the love part earlier with Gamora and Thanos. It's like, technically we count bugs as having souls, so if they just thrown a cockroach down there, that would have worked too, but that's no fun. Nobody ever comes here looking for the soul stone. You gotta make it fun for me.
A soul for a soul.
Or don't, just have fun.
Why is one of the Infinity Stones just on a random planet?
Where else would it be? And I had one knocking around the back of my truck.
Then I had to sacrifice a raccoon in the back seat, and it was tough. Their necks are a lot stronger than you would think.
I don't know, they could speak. That made it even harder, like emotionally.
Please, Dave, don't do it, Dave! Dave, please stop! Oh, it hurts, Dave! Oh.
Tears going down my face.
I have to, I need the soul stone. What are you talking about, Dave? That's not a real thing, Dave!
I was on drugs.
Oh, please, remember all the good times we shared, Dave.
Guardians of the Galaxy for $20, it could be it.
Well, catch a raccoon, free. Dave, happy to murder something for free. We just gotta get a camera on it. That's really all we need. Anyway, Clint gets the Soul Stone, and random thought, but what the hell does the Soul Stone do? And why do the individual Avengers basically never actually use any of these stones in an isolated way? Just seems like they could get more use out of them, but I guess they don't. Everybody's mission's more or less complete. They all managed to return at the exact same time. They're all a little sad about dead Natasha, who again was massively shafted on her assignment, but that's the gig, I guess. It's honestly insane that she survived as long as she did. She spent a full decade constantly battling aliens and robots with nothing but the combined superpowers of pistol, Hulk grooming, and strong thighs. Also, not to be insensitive, but Clint has a trad wife and a bunch of trad children. Nat tried to kill a kid in Budapest and literally hasn't got to trad anyone that needs her. Also, she used to be an assassin for hire. I get that it's a bit sad for Clint, but this isn't a contest. Natasha was absolutely the right call, assuming we couldn't have come up with a team plan that got like the team janitor or somebody to volunteer from hospice care to be hucked off the edge instead. I'm just saying, it's like, do we do the family man, father of 3, or the child killer, assassin chick? I just think we need to protect trad husbands, okay?
Stop this shit with the Avengers. Get together.
Banner and Tony get to work designing an Iron Man themed Infinity Gauntlet.
Question is, who's gonna snap their freaking fingers?
Oh right, I guess Hulk, since he's the biggest and most gamma radiation resistant, and he's got the greenest hog.
I was made for this.
Of course, my guess is he's got nothing on freaking invincible flying Captain Marvel, which, hey, has anybody thought about calling her before now? Are all these people infected with the Gen Z virus and are physically incapable of making phone calls? Is she on another one of her 20+ year vacation breaks? Probably could have been useful during one of these freaking time heists. I don't know, whatever. Hulk and Hog are here, and he does the snap, being careful to not
Change anything from the last 5 years.
The idea is to bring back all the people who disappeared to now, not just rewind everything 5 years. And I get it, but also, that's insane, right? It's not like those people could just plug back into society. You can't just get your old job, bank account, and spouse back if you've been dead for 5 years. Dave has tried. Logistically, this would be an unbelievable nightmare on top of all the damage that's been done in the past 5 years anyway. I mean, it's still better than nothing, I guess, but it's gonna become awful. I don't think it would have been too much to ask these super smart guys to write down like a 1-paragraph wish plan for Bruce to memorize that could find a more thoughtful way through all of this. You have the time stone, literally all the time in the world. Honestly, it seems like the simplest plan would be make everything the same as it was, but if anybody wants to keep their new kids, then I guess poof, they can do that. Still logistically, it would be insane. but way less so than this. Like, the whole reason they don't just rewind time 5 years is because Tony Stark has a daughter now, and presumably whatever, you know, like sperm egg combo that made that happen would be impossible to replicate. So he would lose his daughter. And that sucks. But there's got to be some middle ground between those, because just dropping half of all life back on top of the world 5 years later.
I think it sucks even
crazy.
It sucks even more.
Let's do it.
But whatever, they don't plan anything. So he does snap, and the glove does a number on him, but simultaneously, it's actually evil Nebula who returned through time, not good Nebula, and she hacks some shit, which allows Thanos' entire damned, I assume, Pym particle shrunken ship to explode through the portal and airstrike the ever-loving shit out of Avengers HQ. Then Thanos unleashes grunt monsters everywhere, and oh my god, this is shaping up to be a doozy. I don't want to get your hopes up, but it may even turn into a kerfuffle.
Is that bad?
Thanos blasts down to Earth and sends evil Nebula to go grab the stones, but warns her to stay away from Emma Stone. She has nothing to do with any of this.
I fear you might be right.
Meanwhile, good Nebula pretty immediately wins past Gamora to her side.
Several times.
Oh, girl, you nasty.
The big three Avengers head down to fight Thanos. Even Thor does a quick glow up, though it can't hide his big fat gun. And Thanos is like, well, I guess this time I'll need to snap kill everybody and everything and start over fully from scratch, because you guys are like super ungrateful, and I'm too dumb to see that my plan clearly sucked ass for everyone involved, including myself. And side note, how is Thanos so strong? Like in the previous movie, he always had at least one Infinity Stone to, you know, buff it or whatever, so I get it. But here, he's beating the shit out of a combined Thor, Cap, and Iron Man? How is he that strong? Who was stupid enough to sell him a Peloton bike? Could be the most powerful man in the universe. It's also crazy, like, he's just a guy, right? Was his whole planet full of guys stronger than everybody else in the galaxy, and they couldn't figure out how to get more resources? Because I'll tell you what, you can just go conquer another planet or whatever. He's basically killing otherwise invincible Thor and hacking away a damned vibranium shield like it's cardboard. Well, fortunately, Cap is now somehow worthy of Mjolnir.
I knew it.
Not sure what changed in the past, I don't know, 4 years since Ultron. And now he beats up Thanos with that. But it's not like he instantly kills him. I'm just saying he's a very tough man. He's a very strong boy. His Peloton is doing wonders for him.
Hard guy.
Evil Nebula grabs the gauntlet from Clint, but then is killed by good Nebula. No! The NRA, Nebula Rights Association, was right. Only a good Nebula with a gun can stop a bad Nebula with a gun. But then more aliens attack, but then, oh shit. All the previously dead heroes show up, as well as a bunch of foot soldiers from, I guess, Asgard, and of course, a bajillion on-foot Wakandans.
Is that everyone?
Yep, all possible future action figures are accounted for. And today we celebrate our Avengers Independence Day.
Assemble.
So of course, there's a big old battle. And I don't know why this keeps striking me, but is it weird that there's no strategy whatsoever? Like there's no tactics being used? We're operating on borderline pre-Revolutionary War, everybody line up and march in a straight line rules. There's no flanking, there's barely any ranged weapons, there's no honeypot traps, no poison cigars, nobody's trying to invent a psychochemical weapon that makes you gay, which is a real thing. They tried to invent this in the 90s, look it up. It just feels like one good gay bomb would make all these aliens bend over for these, honestly, overall very attractive Avenger boys.
What are you doing?
But no, it's just one huge scrum. I get that you all just got here, but the Wakandans are a literal army. Shouldn't they be able to execute some sort of advanced parade maneuvers? The Asgardians are that too, but with hundreds of years more experience. Even Lord of the Rings shows like they're trying things.
Like actual battlefield tactics.
These guys are just like, just slamming into each other over and over, and it's like
caveman style, dude. Hell yeah.
Basically, the plan, such as it is to get the stones into the quantum band so they can be returned to their timelines before Thanos uses them to kill 100% of everything, which, to be fair, probably includes Arby's establishment, so maybe we should hear him out.
I thought by eliminating Arby's, the other half would thrive, but you've shown me that's impossible.
No, I still don't think you should do it.
I wish I had a little more time to think about it.
But also, there's a lot of frantic juggling of the gauntlet.
Give it to me.
And there's absolutely no rush, right? In fact, the safest strategy would be to run away from the battle and do whatever you can to not draw attention to the fact that the quantum van is the only current way to travel through time. I mean, even if they blow up the van, they can just build another time machine. Again, there's no real rush. Non-CG face Hank is back, presumably. he exists again. So they can make as many Pym particles as they need. Hey look, Deus Ex Marvela decides to finally show up, and she blows up Thanos' ship, and realistically, as long as he doesn't get the stones, she'll be able to kill everything in short order, right? Especially considering she's got girl power on her side.
She's got help.
Which includes, I think, a magic horse. I think we got a magic horse. One of them is a magic horse. Literally all things are or are not magic horses. Name one example of a thing that is neither is or is not a magic horse. You can't do it.
I can't do it. I think logically it makes sense.
I think Dave just had a stroke trying to think of one. I appreciate the sentiment, ladies, but Captain Marvel is an invincible power god. Outside of a better hairstylist, she doesn't need help. In fact, she literally flies in a straight line towards the van. Nobody's opening the path for her. Well, one of you's like a f***ing bug. One of you's makes people fall asleep easy. She can fly through spaceships and just blow them up. What are you talking about? What are you gonna help her with?
Girl stuff, whatever.
Don't worry.
She doesn't make it, however, because Thanos sees the van a-rockin' and he comes a-knockin'. And he manages to get the gauntlet on his hand, and yeah, okay, now he's strong enough to beat up Marvel. But again, if she just stayed up in the air and fisted him from 50 feet up, what the hell was he gonna do about it? He doesn't even have a spaceship anymore. He can't fly. Use some tactics. So Thanos tries to snap, except whoops, Tony steals all the stones and does his own snap. And his final words don't make a ton of sense, but it still feels powerful, and to be fair, there's no way I'll be able to riff something that cool when I inevitably save all life in the universe by gloriously sacrificing myself. I am breeding man. Doesn't really work unless I'm nude, so I'll probably have to be like, Arby sucks, or hey Dave, get your hands out of your pants. Or it's breeding time, So the bad guys all turn to ash, but Tony's obviously pretty effed up by the whole thing. He presumably wants to talk to his wife as he dies, but Peter actually muscles in there for a second. Hey. Which is sort of a dick move. He's definitely dying, and this kid's like, wait, I want to talk to him. Eventually, Potts gets in there and is like, we're gonna be okay. Which, given all of my wife's health stuff, hit me pretty hard. Too hard, arguably, for a movie about spider people fighting aliens. But I'm also watching this scene as my father-in-law builds shelves upstairs as loud as humanly possible. Sounds like he has to freaking fire a bullet into each nail. It's insane. I don't know what the hell was happening upstairs. He's like, nail, ba-bow, woo! I'm like, oh my God.
Ears are ringing, you're crawling.
I'm like, Herman's dead! It was a weird moment all around, but still, it was a major step up from the random kid calling death scenes gay from the last time I watched one of these, so it's a weird moment.
You can rest now.
But okay, yay, everybody else is saved, and we see several reunitings across the world, and Tony's funeral is apparently the most expensive movie scene of all time, because for once they didn't green screen in all these now high-profile actors, but it's still such a cheap scene that they couldn't even get a memorial poster that says, "Miss you, Nat, thanks for dying to get the Soul Stone and getting the Save Everyone ball rolling." They're like, oh my God, I totally forgot that the girl died too.
I love you 3,000.
Oh good, and now I'm sad again.
You know, your dad liked cheeseburgers.
I get what you're saying, Happy, but most people like cheeseburgers. I don't think that's just a Tony and his daughter thing.
I'm gonna get you all the cheeseburgers you want.
That'll make him come back.
Then Thor makes Valkyrie the new leader of New Asgard while he joins the Guardians on a mission for no clear reason, and then Cap heads back in time to return all the stones and also the hammer and maybe also Jane's virginity, which just proves my point about there being no time limit during the final battle.
Where is he?
I don't know. He blew.
Peggy!
But wait, he never returned. Did he get lost on the way back? He is an old man after all, and they never ask for directions. Oh my God, he's probably in ancient Egypt right now trying to free the slaves. That guy was always distracted, but he was always morally in the right.
I thought you were talking about an Egyptian pharaoh. Ramses II.
Why would an Egyptian pharaoh try to save the Egyptian slaves, Dave? What are you, stupid?
It's like a cool pharaoh.
But no, as it turns out, Cap stayed back in time so he could get pegged and also never help anybody ever again and do and say nothing as every major war and terrorist attack and serial killer and school shooting and whatever horrible things pass by so as to not affect this timeline, because I don't know, maybe he always did that or whatever.
You could stop 9/11.
No, I don't think I will.
And all that pegging turned him into Joe Biden, which is interesting. And he also makes Sam the new Captain America, which is, that's sweet of him. But Sam's not a super soldier, and I don't know if it technically matters what anybody's superhero names are. And also, Cap's superhero name is his actual damn military rank. Sam is also in the military, but Mr. Google says that his rank is Staff Sergeant, which is a few ranks below Captain. And I don't think Steve has the ability to go out and give field promotions like that. So now we're looking at Staff Sergeant America, which is a name that nobody would respect.
Have to live in a world without Captain America.
And that's it. We get video credits, including, weirdly, the signatures of the original Avenger actors, I guess? Check forgers assemble! Check forger guy's like, oh, shit.
Oh, wait, hold on.
$5 million from Chris Hemsworth or whatever. But otherwise, no mid or post credits for once. And hey, not to get too meta with it, but do you think that the Phase 6 Avenger movies will elicit even 10% the response that these movies did? How can they? There's no damn story in the multiverse saga, and there are no stakes because no matter what happens, no matter who dies, there will always be an option of fetching someone from the right parallel universe to fix it. If you're watching this after those released, comment how they compare. But anyway, I guess we're done with the Infinity Saga, even though I feel like I did like half the work, but a promise is a promise. And I'm gonna give you a bigger budget, bud. Thinking like 20 bucks? I can work with that.
There was an idea
To bring together a group of remarkable people.
To see if we could become something more.
So when they needed us, we could fight the battles
that they never could.
I passed all my stones. It nearly killed me, but the work is done.
You know, I keep telling people they should move on. What, you never had half your friends and family turn to dust?
Where are you?
Get over it.
I love you 3,000.
Wow, 3,000. That's a lot. I don't think you really understand how love works.
Really? Tears?
They're not for him.
No! I lost the plot.
One of us has to die.
It should be me.
You're right.
Bye.
He's dead, just like my whole continent, country, whatever it is. I don't care anymore.
This universe is being bled like a stuffed pig, and I have the paper trail to prove it. These are the stones. Can we talk about the stones? I've been dying to talk about the stones with you, Cap.
I'm with you to the end of the line.
On your left. And your right.
Ooh, I'm about to make a name for myself here.
Where's Rachel?
Avengers! Assimilate. No, wait.
Let's go, girls.
Winter is coming. Whoopee!
Is this your card? Is that your card?
On your left. It's America's ass.
You took everything from me.
I don't even know who you are.
You will.
No!
Go long.
Stop, it's my glove. No, give it. Now it's mine. Give it. I am inevitable. What?
I am Iron Man. This hurts. Oh, unsnap. Unsnap.
You can rest now.
I'll be back in Doomsday.
It's done.
What did it cost?
Like 20 bucks.
Fuck your old.
Oh my.
You know, you remind me of Bucky. Even when I had nothing, I had Bucky. Which is why I'm giving this shield to Sam.
Hell yeah. Hey, what?
Reparations.
So are you gonna tell me about her?
No, I don't think I will.
So, just to be clear, you are never coming back.
No, I don't think I will.
So I'm gonna stay Captain America.
No, I don't think you will.
So you want me to be Captain America?
Nah.
Just no. Okay, great.
So do you think you could still get it up?
No, I don't think I can.
I think he has Alzheimer's.
Who?
Fuck this. I'm running for office.
That was actually pretty great. Yeah, you'd have to be a real idiot to not be able to figure out how to make those work, huh? Oh my God, I totally forgot. There's actually one more movie, and if you don't explain it, I'm gonna snap your ass in half. What? Oh!
I'm gonna go get your friends. You get that Peter Tingle back online.
Man, I tell you what, these Sony logo stingers, they're too weird. I think we should only have one company in America. Why, yes, I am an economist from the 1970s that we still listen to for some damn reason. Why do you ask?
This was a tragedy, but it's not why we're here.
Fury and Maria wander into some busted up Mexican town because
locals say the cyclone had a face.
Makes sense.
Next, they're gonna check out a piss-soaked New York alley because a homeless man said that's where Jimmy Carter stole all his jelly beans. And I get that things are a little chaotic, but is a cyclone with a face enough of a lead to send the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. directly? Dude can't even fight, really. He lost an eye to a sort of cat. They have no other operatives? I guess not, but fortunately, as a monster pops up, they're saved by a guy with a fishbowl for a head. Not the coolest superhero design ever, but we lost a huge chunk of the good ones, so this is gonna have to do.
You don't want any part of this.
I have no choice.
And if it doesn't work out, he could just pivot to making, I don't know, electronic music. Those dudes love weird helmets. Cut to an in memoriam slideshow for the dead Avengers created by a student at Peter Parker's high school because, oh yeah, the entire school got raptured. Sorry.
They called it the blip.
So that's why everybody's the same age and still in school together, even though I feel like that'd make their specific grade huge and they probably wouldn't have near enough teachers to go around. Oh wait, I forgot. We're talking about the American public education system. Carry on. Nothing's changed.
Yeah, it's math.
Math, 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 math.
Also, how did they get their jobs back as anchors? Did they earn it or just walk back in like nothing happened? Did they fight the new crew, Anchorman Battle Royale style?
It's totally unfair. It's not right.
Whatever. It's summer now, and they're going to Europe for a science trip. Hope it's not Paris, because I remember the first Final Destination movie. If someone tells Peter that he should take a giant shit before boarding the plane so that girls will like him more, he should run as fast as he can. Check out my Final Destination video for more details. Oh, apparently at some point, Peter decided he's super into MJ and her whole not having a supervillain father who tries to kill you vibe.
Because of, well,
The murder.
the murder.
So he plans to seduce her in Europe and maybe also in the butt. Who knows? Europe is crazy. It's so far from home.
Europeans love Americans.
I'm just gonna stick this line in here in case we're sponsored by a VPN.
You should probably download a VPN on your phone.
Were we? Did you download it? Will I be able to feed my family for another month? If not, maybe sign up for my Patreon? It's not as secure as a VPN, but I promised to tell Dave to not come to your house to suck your toes, so there is that.
By making it to this point in the video, you legally agreed to
let Dave suck your toes.
That was a real roller coaster.
Aunt May now runs, or works for, a charity that supports people displaced during the blip, and Peter helps her out as Spider-Man sometimes. We quickly realize Happy and May have something sexy going on, which is absolutely insane work by Happy.
I owe you an apology. I wasn't really familiar with your game.
I'm working real hard here.
I don't doubt it. Buddy, you are punching way above your weight, height, mass, and chemical composition. But good job staying in there. I'm proud of you. Oh, also the Avengers aren't really a thing anymore, and nobody, including Peter, knows what the hell is gonna happen next. It doesn't help that everything reminds him of him. You feel that?
You're Peter Tingle.
Exactly. Trust it. But whatever, now they're on a plane to Italy. Calm down, Dave. Jesus Christ. Put down the salad dressing.
Sorry.
Except, oh no, big sexy Brad sits next to MJ, which completely screws with Peter's plan to screw her by not eating for a week so that he wouldn't need to shit in the airplane bathroom. Ned, on the other hand, begs his hottie Betty from the school news. He can't wait to see her Lego Death Stars. And let me tell you.
Nope, no.
Italy montage. Well, how did Dave manage to get in the background of every single shot? Were you following the film crew?
This place is sinking.
Do you mean Italy or cracked? Zinger, more montage. This time with shots of Brad totally about to mac on some MJ. Peter, undeterred, purchases a necklace he thinks MJ would like.
Because of, well,
The murder.
the murder.
But before he can show her his murder gift, they're attacked by a scary water man. Ugh, you just know that there's some pee mixed in there. I'm telling you, a man made out of water is also a man made out of pee.
Nice.
Fortunately, Fish Head Man shows up and battles it, and Peter pitches his qualifications to help that are weirdly similar to Dave's primary pickup line.
I'm really strong and I'm sticky.
Works a lot better for Peter than for Dave. They lead it into town, and the Fish Head guy goes to town on the evil water guy.
He's kicking that water's ass.
Except actually, since this is a science trip, you should know that water doesn't even have an ass. What it has is constipation, because it doesn't have an ass. How would a waterman poop? Science is not ready to answer these questions.
Start a charity for this guy.
Help him get the poop out of his water. Also, Peter helps by holding up this damaged clock tower. I guess not. In the aftermath, the kids give Fish Head Man a new Italian moniker.
Mysterio. Cool name.
Then Fury finally makes contact with Peter by shooting Ned in the neck.
I had just finished my fruit cobbler, right?
It's like the anti-Aloha.
And explaining that the Mexico attack a week ago was followed by a Morocco attack 3 days ago. And okay, it's very annoying in here. Can we go somewhere quieter, more private, more shielded? Oh wait, those guys were Nazis. You know what I mean. I still don't think that we give Peggy, Howard, Stark, Hank, and Fury enough shit for not being able to suss that whole thing out earlier. Turns out Fury's built a random base under the canals, and Fury gives Peter some special glasses from Tony Stark, and Peter actually gets to meet Mysterio.
You can call me Quentin.
Quentin explains that there are multiple worlds and a multiverse, and that while they're currently on Earth 616, he is from Earth 833 that was destroyed by some monsters called elementals. Now they're here, and though they've already defeated 3, the 4th and scariest one is going to attack Prague.
The strongest of them all.
So let's go to Prague and defeat him. And Peter's like, whoa, I'm on a field trip. I don't think I'm allowed to just switch from Paris to Prague.
Bitch, please, you've been to space.
Yeah, and he died there for like 5 years. But Peter holds his ground and is like, I don't want to lose my anonymity and or get in trouble. And you know, it's kind of refreshing to see Spider-Man prioritize his personal life without getting all mopey and trying to quit the superhero life entirely. All Tom Spidey is doing is looking for balance.
We're going to Prague.
Ah, that sneaky Nick.
Nick Fury just hijacked her summer vacation.
Seems like a total normal thing to do to a bunch of 16-year-olds. Can we not call freaking Sam or Bucky or Clint or Scott or Wanda or any of the other superheroes that are still alive and of age? Doctor Strange understands the multiverse and elemental monsters. This is literally what he's here for. Nope, here's Austria, Australia of Europe, as they say. On the bus, Peter puts on his new shades, and because again, he's an idiot 16-year-old, he accidentally calls a drone strike on Big Sexy Brad. And I actually heard that that's what Obama used to do. He didn't mean to do drone strikes, he was just upset with Big Sexy Brad. And come to think of it, he and Peter both did it for a woman named Michelle. Weird.
Yeah. Weird.
Now, to be fair to Peter, Brad took a picture of him stripping in front of a random German woman who was trying to give him a new spider suit, so Brad kind of deserves death by drone strike. Fortunately, nobody's hurt except for the reputation of noble, honorable drones. Oh no! Peter does manage to get that picture deleted, though, because the glasses come with an Edith who can delete sexy underage photos off your phone.
I'm having difficulty hearing you. Can you please speak up?
Oh, Dave, it doesn't exist. You don't need to worry about it. It's not gonna get your photos. Dave just stuffed his phone into his pants as if that was gonna protect it from the drones. You don't need to worry. I mean, about that. You have a lot of other things that you need to worry about.
Is he a target? Releasing kill vehicle.
Hello, Prague! Peter meets up with the team and they come up with a plan to kill this fire thing.
So what's the plan, Parker?
I'm gonna piss on it.
Fury is still super mean, so Mysterio shares a nice heart-to-heart with Peter, and he is probably the nicest man I've ever seen that consistently wears a fishbowl on his head. Usually those guys are really standoffish.
I like you, Peter. You're a good kid.
Speaking of, is nobody curious what his deal actually is? Like, what exactly are his powers and what are they based on? I get that he's from another Earth, but isn't that even more reason to understand how he's flying around and shooting green smoke and lasers and shit? Peter is a science nerd with personal boundary issues, and he's not the least bit curious. If a guy shows up and says, I'm actually from another universe, I think I would say, Can you prove that in any way?
Look, I am on drugs, but I'm also from another universe.
I don't know. But now they're sending all the students to the opera for their safety because nothing tragic ever happens in the opera in comic book movies. And even though Peter has a bit of a moment with MJ,
You look pretty.
he's forced to leave so he can wrestle some monster. Ned and Betty also escape to wrestle a few monsters of their own. The monsters are Ned's balls, and someone's prog is about to get checked. Speaking of, there's just one problem with Peter's new suit.
It's a little tight around the old web shooter.
So many big fat hogs in this series, am I right? It's like my new suit tight against my big fat underage dick.
The construction crew that's right outside that door is just like, what the is going on in there?
That's why we rented the whole studio to ourselves. Or we can finally be free.
Oh my god, babe, isn't this beautiful?
The fire monster finally attacks, and his thing is metal makes him bigger. So don't let him eat too much, or he'll be able to destroy the planet, baby. Ned and Betty are, of course, hanging out on the biggest metal in the area. But even still, Ned doesn't give away his friend's identity.
Night Monkey, help!
Night Monkey.
Save us! What?
There's a lot of fighting, but eventually Mysterio supercharges or something and explodes the whole damn thing. This does not kill Mysterio. Hooray!
Oh, thank God.
Because of this, Fury hints at wanting to recruit Mysterio to, is it the Avengers? Is it SeaWorld? Who writes Fury's checks at this point? Is he recruiting Mysterio to just hang out and watch games together? The purest form of straight male love?
We want the fucking game.
You should join us.
Fury, the adult, is still, however, super pissed at Peter, the child.
You got to decide whether you're going to step up or not.
Can somebody call in Nick calm? Because Nick Fury is scaring the children. We need Nick good with kids.
It would be scary if a man with an eye patch came in yelling about, we gotta find the cyclone with a face.
Can you imagine living in the 1700s where that happened all the time?
Right, yeah.
Just constant. Mysterio and Peter chat at a bar while still dressed as the people who just stopped a lava monster, which seems unwise if keeping your identity hidden is so important to you.
They look really stupid.
But over the course of the conversation, Peter is convinced that Tony would want him to hand his magic glasses over to the man he literally met yesterday.
Welcome to the Avengers.
None of us have healthcare.
Oh, and yeah, invite him to a team that I don't think literally exists at all. Now, that's obviously stupid. But again, this kid is a 16-year-old with daddy issues, uncle issues, and mentor issues. We're expecting probably too much from him. Mysterio has a beard. The kid, he's helpless to resist. And yeah, after Peter leaves, the whole room sort of disappears because, yep, Mysterio's evil.
See, that wasn't so hard.
Oh, shoot. So great, I guess I'm back to 0 men who consistently wear fishbowls on their heads being good guys. So basically, he and all these other people in this not actually a bar are disgruntled former employees of Tony Stark. And in particular, Quentin is pissed that Tony took his amazing virtual reality simulator.
He renamed my life's work.
Barf. From back in Captain America Civil War. Note, he doesn't seem upset that Tony took all the credit for inventing it. He mainly objects to the name, which sounds like a non-problem. Like if somebody stole the idea from my videos but called them poop and pee videos, I'd be more upset about the copyright part. Quentin also hates that he was fired for apparently being unstable, which is movie speak for, this guy's justifiably a villain. He's unstable. Somebody said he's unstable, he's evil. He should really have a barf session and just learn to work through his issues, but he doesn't. So here he is with a fishbowl on his head trying to kill children, I guess. Men will literally do anything besides get counseling.
Brilliant.
Also, here's the kid from A Christmas Story who used to work for Obadiah Stane, and some other peripheral characters are here. And the point is that everything Mysterio's done up to this point, it's a drone-based hoax. That is, he's just making it look like he's thwarting existential threats, but all that crazy action is merely projected via drones, and all that damage is also being done by drone machine guns, I guess.
Mysterio will be the greatest hero on Earth.
And that's pretty interesting, but what's his plan for when something bad actually happens? Just attack it with drones, I guess? As I yell at my TV whenever it has news about the US military abroad, drones are not always the answer. Also, why is his backstory so convoluted? Surely Nick Fury, of all people, could check to see whether this guy has existed on this planet before now. He was a highly talented Tony Stark employee? Surely a 5-second background check would reveal that? He didn't change his face or even dye his hair. Seems like it'd be easier to just be like, look, I'm in Drone Man. I kill with drones. Who's he trying to trick? You're allowed to be a superhero with drones. I don't think there's rules to this shit. Like, if you still need some superhero gimmick, why don't you dress up as a bee? You know, like bee with drones. It's a bit forced, but it works. I'm B-boy, and these are my bee drones, and we're gonna fight crime. I just don't understand what the pageantry and stuff is for. Like, statistically, they'll be attacked by something potentially world-ending in the next 3 months. Just kill it with drones and be like, ta-da, I'm good at drones. If he's trying to be the next Tony Stark, good news. That was almost literally Tony's whole thing. He killed with drones. Why don't you just kill with drones? Why do you have to pretend that you're from the multiverse fighting things that don't exist? That's so much more complicated. Like, he's having to create entire movies of fighting elemental monsters to prove that he's a good superhero. Pause.
Sorry.
But no, now that they have control over Edith, they can create an illusion that covers like a good chunk of a big ass city, like London. Oh my God, I just had an idea. Let's blow up London. Oh no, Quentin's not a very nice boss either.
Nobody wants a bullet in their head, right?
Sad. Unstable. There's a Stark HR person that deserves a raise for spotting that. Bet they would have sniffed out Hydra too if they had worked for S.H.I.E.L.D. As it is, all these people came together because they had a shitty boss. Keep it up, Quentin, and one of them is gonna drone your ass.
His blood is on your penis!
Thanks to Quentin's actions, everybody's parents have asked to have their children return from element-torn Europe. So Peter's like, MJ, would you like to sneak out one last time?
Yes.
Oh, great. Well, this should be a fun, sexy time.
I am Spider-Man.
Ah, crap, she knows. Well, better trank her neck and hope that the girl from the first movie comes back from Oregon. Actually, we could deal with that later because MJ collected a projector that fell off of one of the drones during the lava fight, which means
Elementals are fake?
But wait, that means
I really messed up.
Honestly, I am shook that the random guy we refused to do a background check on isn't a good dude. Not to keep harping on this, but give the glasses to Sam Wilson or literally anybody else. How about Rhodey? He was literally Tony's BFF and has decades of experience with his tech and his bullshit. Teenagers, man. Can't trust them with weapons of mass destruction. They're so bad at that. Surely Tony Stark's magic glasses could identify a former employee on site? Peter heads to Berlin to meet with Nick Fury in person because his phone is probably tapped and oh hey, Nick's there when he arrives. And Peter tells him everything except, oh shit, they're attacked. And the whole building was Mysterio'd, and Peter's now stuck in a nightmare sequence that's actually super cool. But also, how long did it take to come up with this shit? We literally just saw a scene of them rehearsing an upcoming battle scene that they're scripting. And this is 10 times more elaborate than that. Did they hire some haunted house designers in their off season? I mean, look at that creepy Tony zombie. That is inspired work. Who wrote this? This is crazy. And again, so elaborate. They think that what they want is to be superheroes, but what they want to be is directors and like the new Hollywood.
And all you had to do was step aside.
Anyway, whatever. Peter falls out of a window and Nick shoots Mysterio, but oh, that was also a part of the honestly unbelievably well-scripted Oscar-worthy illusion. And Peter accidentally gives up his friends and also gets hit by a train, which injures him due to Peter's famously comic canon allergy to being hit by trains. And that's bad. But Mysterio obviously should have also shot him 1,000,000 times in his spider head with all of his damn drones, and then run him over with a second train. And then shoot the train with drones just to be safe. Just don't hit him with only a train. Whatever. Peter survives and wakes up in a little slice of heaven. Happy picks and patches him up, but Peter's wigging out because he sucks at being the next Tony.
Everywhere I go, I see his face.
But Happy assures him that Tony was also a big second guesser.
The one thing that he did that he didn't second guess was picking you.
And bullying disabled scientists. And also, I guess, with sleeping with random women. Never a doubt in his mind about those things. And that's a sweet thought. But we've now had multiple movies about how Tony thinks Peter's not ready for things and is second guessing his involvement.
Okay, it's not working out. I'm gonna need the suit back.
So that rings a little hollow. Happy? I know you don't want to risk your Aunt May pussy privileges, but come on.
What are you gonna do about it?
But Peter takes the compliment for what it is, and he designs yet another suit for himself, and aw, he looks like little Tony, adorable. Or maybe a little Steve Jobs. I hope he at least decides to shower instead of eating fruit all the time. So now they're all in London, debating the objectivity of truth with Brad.
The very concept of objective truth is fading out of the world.
But actually, I'm not entirely sure why Peter's classmates are there. Were they supposed to go home? Maybe they're on a layover? Maybe they got diverted by Mysterio's evil machinations or by United Airlines' incompetent ones? And I'm sure it doesn't matter, but I just don't remember it being explained. So I'm writing this here so I can ask Dave, who is just like the biggest MCU fan in the world. It's like, what's the answer, Dave? Spit it out! Dave just asked me on the way to get lunch if they are still making Marvel movies.
Yeah, big Marvel Dave. Wait, so Spider-Man?
Big Marvel Dave.
The kids are in the kill zone.
Oh, that's awesome. Wait, Kill Zone? I thought you said Kid Zone. Like at McDonald's or whatever. Big difference, though. Similar body count. What happens in the ball pit stays in the ball pit. That is a kill zone. The new elemental that's actually all 4 previous elements rolled together.
They join forces like the Power Rangers.
Attacks. And Peter manages to dive inside the illusion. And he just starts blasting drones. And Happy gets out a message to Nick Fury about how Mysterio sucks. Hopefully it's the real Nick Fury. And then Happy runs around with a few of the kids trying to not die because he has so made to live for. And Spider-Man's doing a lot of fighting. And I just realized he spends 0 time talking this movie. I guess that's because elemental monsters don't usually respond to talking, but in my experience, talkers could talk to a wall.
See, now that's some bullshit.
Peter eventually explodes his way to Quentin and gets stuck in another illusion that Peter's gonna have to crank his way through.
Come on, Peter Tingle.
His trusty tingle does its thing, and Quentin almost kills him, but
you can't trick me anymore.
Quentin ends up getting shot and killed by his own drone. Peter retakes control of Edith, and even though MJ's murder necklace gets broken in all the chaos, Peter still gets a kiss, so it's all worth it.
I lied.
In the aftermath, Fury is still pissed at this 16-year-old who just saved everybody from a supervillain that Fury was seemingly buddies with and who had free reign to destroy because Fury never bothered to do a background check.
Where's Parker? We want the fucking game!
And then, back in New Jersey, Ned and Betty have broken up because love isn't even real.
Men and women grow apart.
Then Peter takes MJ on a swing date. No, not that kind. Brad and Betty will not be involved. But suddenly, the news plays a deep fake video that makes it seem like Mysterio was a good guy and Spider-Man killed him on purpose. And then J. Jonah Jameson, who in this universe is basically just Alex Jones,
And who will no doubt go down in history as the greatest piece of shit.
Reveals Peter's identity to the world, which is a real kick in the spider nards.
What the?
Then, in the post-credits, Nick and Maria are both revealed to be Skrulls, Talos and his wife specifically.
The whole thing was fake.
Which I guess explains why Fury was so damned incompetent this entire movie. And yelling at a child? Maybe in Skrull culture, that's a sign of affection? Except wait, wasn't he undercover as Fury's boss at S.H.I.E.L.D. for like several years in Captain Marvel? Why does he suck so bad at basic spy shit, like asking the new multiverse hero literally any questions about his bullshit story? Hey, is it weird that Mysterio was making up about the multiverse, or that also he correctly identified the MCU as Earth 616? How does he even know that they identify entire universes by Earth plus number? What if the entire universe was basically based around Earth? It's like, surely there's something else out there. We already know there's like 1 trillion aliens. I don't know, whatever. The Skrull lovers are covering for the real Nick, who is currently in space somewhere on a Skrull ship. Pretty freaking weird way to end this phase, but that's it. Infinity Stone Saga Explained. So elegant, so infinite, so saga, so stone.
The whole thing was fake.
Oh, I don't feel so good. Actually, I changed my mind. I think I'm gonna snap the budget in half. More economical that way, so I'm gonna die and Dave is the half of this project that stays? Hey, evil game respects evil game, dude.
I suppose we've done great work today. I think it's gonna be a banger. Probably 5 hours long, though that's a bit long of a YouTube video. Probably gonna get blocked in all the major countries, but maybe somebody in Taiwan will watch it.
Okay.